The gravy, please.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the Rick and Bubba Show, the number 866 We Be Big. We appreciate you being with us. If you're listening live, today is the last day of August. Wow. Which means some things that we have to celebrate today, and we'll do that right out of the gate. It also means that Labor Day weekend is right around the corner. We'll have a best of tomorrow and then a replay on Monday, staff back together on Tuesday. So, but hey, before then, we've got Dr. Lou coming in. We got college football tonight. We've got a number of things to celebrate. A 60th anniversary for both my parents and the Burgesses. So let's just go. It's just going to be fun today. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? What's up?
Oh, you two an apology.
Come on. I like starting the day like this.
Yesterday, I was completely off my game. I did not feel good. I tried to play hurt, and I just was quiet and shy and just not in a good mood and felt bad all day. Today, I'm better.
Oh,
so
okay.
I didn't give you two my best yesterday.
You were kind of rumpish.
And I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. I'm just making that. You
now,
faked it good.
this is bad news for people that don't like me engaged, because today it's a different story.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Because I feel good. I'm telling you, I don't know what was going on yesterday, but I just – and, everybody talking about COVID back and all that. I don't want to scare everybody, so I just didn't say anything and just played.
Well, you got COVID?
Sick?
No. I'm just saying, you know how people do that. By the way, I like that shirt.
Oh, thank you.
Ooh, he's muscled up.
Huh?
See,
what are you talking about? I'm wearing what you're wearing. Is it?
I mean, I'm not saying a bad way.
No.
Okay, now you're gonna think. Now I'm gonna be thinking I'm gonna have a tight shirt on.
No,
all
you
day.
did not.
I think mine looks about like yours.
It does. I'm 1,000%.
Yeah. How about if I just do me a favor? Will you lean over and let me slap the hell out of you?
I like getting in there.
Come here real quick. All right, there you go. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Get the day started.
I'm an Adidas school
You know I like
now.
to get in your head about your clothes.
I'm in Adidas school now, so when I see that, and that's a good-looking shirt.
Well, that's all it was.
Had new shoes coming yesterday. Didn't wear them because of that son of a gun.
Was it them puffy clouds?
You did almost say it.
Hey, you almost did something last week.
I did not.
You actually did it. You just didn't know you did it.
Outside party even pointed out.
But
anyway.
hey, you'll make somebody cuss.
Yeah, I know. That's my goal. But no, it's fine.
Just okay.
Well,
back to you.
listen, I'm sorry.
Back to
okay,
you.
I didn't give you two my 100% yesterday.
Well, we talked about
and
it.
I felt about 60%. And when you feel 60%, you give 60%. And I didn't even do that.
Right.
Wait, about 46.
Didn't feel good. Didn't feel good at all.
Like
I feel better today.
Well, I always told my boys, you're rarely going to feel it 100%.
Oh, that's
you just got to make it work.
No.
Well, whatever you
be a pro.
feel, go give that percentage.
That's it. Yeah,
that's all you can do.
And just fake the rest.
I just didn't do it
Do it
yesterday. I was blah all day. Didn't feel good. Probably at some point was running a fever. I don't know.
Oh, good Lord.
But hey, I'm back.
Greg, do you feel like you're maybe 60% jerk today, 40% normal, or where's your jerkage?
64%.
64%. Okay, you just didn't know.
I don't know. We'll see. Depends on how I feel. Start off getting your head shirt.
Thanks. That's all I'm thinking
there's
about.
an extra.
Now I'm trying to figure out if we have any more shirts that I can change.
Sleeves
into.
are a little short. That's no big deal.
What are you talking about? They're not. Don't listen to him. He's getting in your head.
Oh boy.
All right, so Dr. Lou's going to be here a couple hours.
Dr. Lou.
Dr. Lou's going to be here in a couple hours, so we're going to. It's just an exciting time. I mean,
it
is. Listen,
and can I say this for the last time? I know there was college football last weekend. Matter of fact, we celebrated Jack State's win over UTEP. Okay, got it. But I feel
sprinkled though.
Yeah, and I know it's week 0.
Yeah.
But hey, today we celebrate college football week 1 officially kicking off.
Everybody's playing.
Everybody's playing.
It does have
that's the last time I'm gonna say
it has a different feel, and just if as a sports fan in general. This starts the first day of where I get really excited.
Me too.
Because of what you just described, and I know y'all don't care anything about this, but the U.S. Open is going on. So the next 2 weeks, I'm going to be encompassed with that.
Golf?
But that's okay. I
No,
respect the
Greg.
fact you're
No,
watching
tennis.
it. You're a coach. I mean,
And,
come on.
and then,
I love tennis.
then listen, hey, we got teams about to start clinching baseball playoffs, and we jump into that world.
Yeah.
Bravos
So
are in the hunt.
all of that is starting today.
And the Braves will pull me in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I also know you used to care about things like this. But there's this, what was it, a blue moon or something? What was it? A
Double
purple,
blue moon.
Something
Red moon
last night or whatever.
Oh,
And you can
last
see
night?
Saturn beside it. It's pretty cool.
It's blue.
And
I mean, not physically, but
yeah.
they call it blue moon because it's the second one.
Hey, it's a big one.
Did y'all see it?
I thought, yes. I thought about coming out this morning when it was so bright. I thought about if it was hunting season, we'd be like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Hunter's
you could definitely see it. And for some reason, don't know why, Terry was all about it.
Really?
Yeah, I'm like 9:15 last night. I'm like, hey, I'm about to go to bed. I'm like, where is she? And she's on in the back porch, just looking up. Going,
I
hey,
like
check this
looking
out.
up and taking it in.
You should have pulled your shirt off when I turned howled at it.
Oh, there he is, meat bucket.
You know it, and then flex down. Come on.
All right, so so tonight,
I got
Florida,
my
Florida, and
that's
Utah.
the one I got my own.
Florida and Utah.
Yeah.
Utah
14th.
I know these
Right.
are meaningless polls because they're all going off of roster and what they did last year, who's coming back, but they are coming in preseason 14th over playing Florida.
Now I may have heard it wrong, but is their quarterback injured? Is he playing? You know the guy that he's really, he's really good.
I don't know, Greg.
I think it was a game time.
You may have
I
just trying to ruin it for us.
Some
Is that what
key
you're trying to do?
player on their team is questionable. I just can't remember who it is.
Well, I know my boy will be rowing the boat tonight at Minnesota as well. They play Nebraska.
Yeah.
Ooh. Matt Rule's first game.
Yep.
QB Cam Rising not expected to play versus Florida.
Dang, that kind of hurts.
Wow.
It hurts a lot, Greg. Thank
He's
you for
good,
bringing that
too.
up.
Yeah.
He's good.
Let's see the one. That
What a great name, Cam Rising.
That is good. That's a good football name.
Nebraska and Minnesota. Good night. We got a Nebraska story today having to do with women's volleyball that they set a record. I know they've done it before, but over 92,000 in the football stadium watching them play
let me
volleyball.
go record. I appreciate volleyball. I do. It's pretty fun to watch. But I never imagined that.
This is a promotional
That's a
event
little
they
much.
do,
Yeah,
and
it is.
it's fantastic.
It is.
And it is cool to see the fact that they're out there, 90,000 people are out there screaming, hollering for
with the
them. It's
tiny
pretty
court
cool.
in the middle of the field.
Now, one that Greg has been talking about a lot to me that he's interested in tonight is Arkansas, Pine Bluff, and Tulsa.
Yes.
And
I've been
so
waiting on
I know
that
you'll
one.
be looking at that one. But we know we have Missouri and South Dakota playing. We got UConn, NC State, and I could run the list here. And then one I'll be at is UAB starting a new era with Coach Trent Dilfer. North Carolina A&T will be at Protective Stadium at 7 p.m. for that kickoff. That's on ESPN Plus for those of you around the country that have that app. I know a lot do that follow sports.
Yeah, I'll flip that
Will
over
you
there.
blow flames? Yes or no?
I asked them about that, and they said, I don't know if we're really prepared for that.
You
So
can
that
get
might be
somebody-
something maybe I can do by the end of the year.
Yeah, well.
So you want me to start it off with,
Yeah.
what's up?
Well, you realize how awesome that would be?
Yeah, it would be. I should probably need to be trained in that.
You do.
Yeah.
You can't free will that now.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This summer, take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, feel, and sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to and optimized gel tips for an in-ear fit that is comfortable and is comfortable enough to wear all day. Plus, they start at half the price of other premium audio brands. No wonder they have over 56,000 5-star reviews. Right now, get 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why we say you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Yes, you can post for free. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba, linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba to post your job for free. Also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Terms and conditions apply. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Looking for an easy way to banish the end of summer blues? Get HelloFresh. You won't need to stress about how you'll handle all this fall because HelloFresh has dinner taken care of. They do the meal planning and deliver pre-portioned ingredients and tasty recipes right to your home, so whipping up a homemade meal is a cinch. Try America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at ReliefFactor.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Before you take off, protect your home with Simply Safe's new 24/7 Live Guard protection. If an intruder breaks in, Simply Safe monitoring agents can see, speak to, and deter, warning them that police are on the way. Right now, you can get 20% off any Simply Safe system when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, it's 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. We got about 2 hours from now, Dr. Lou stopping by to kick off college football season for the 2023 season, and it's a celebration, but it's one we have to be prepared for because that means that when it starts, it's going to end before we know it. But let's enjoy it while we can.
Game 5 will be here so quick, and then once you get past 5, it just starts.
Right. I do feel like I know kind of what's going on here during the show. Feel like I'm in the loop. I know each staff member. We work really well together because we all have our little things that we kind of head up. But one thing I love about staff is that we all have our area, but yet when you need help, somebody else will jump in and help you just get it done. You know what I mean? But I was approached yesterday by someone. I go, you all right, bud? All right. Well, you know,
choked on water.
When you're eating peanuts, I mean, you know.
You didn't get choked on the water, Greg. You got choked on a peanut.
No, I went down the wrong pipe.
Yeah. You all right?
When your water goes out,
but straight up, look at me. You okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
You ever swallow water and it does you like
But I was approached by someone yesterday when I was out and about town, and they're a tuber and big fan of the show, and it's always great meeting all of you when we're out and about. And
that
said
person you was making fun of?
No, see, you make stuff up, y'all. He said to me, "Boy, y'all got a big day tomorrow," and I'm thinking, "Yeah, I mean, Lou's there, whatever." Well, I mean, yeah, with everybody there and all that, and he just kind of said that in passing, and I went,
"Who's everybody?"
I kind of looked at him like, "Yeah," and I think I played it off. And
you do that when you're nodding and acknowledging.
Well, because I'm thinking, hey, another staff member has okayed something that I'm just not in the loop about, even though I feel like we normally tell each other everything, but we get busy, and I'm thinking, okay, there's people, maybe there's something going on, and I don't know about it, but I'll figure it out. And so we go on, and he moves on and whatever, and then just now you said something to me.
I know where this is coming from now too.
And
this is on me.
And is it? No, okay. I don't know.
No,
but
keep
anyway,
talking.
Talking. But then you just mentioned something about opening up the curtains.
Yeah.
If I could just
somebody sent an email and said
literally pull back the curtain here. Yeah. And there's people outside. Is there some type of tuber day today or something?
I got an email from I'll just say it since we're froggy today. Dalton.
Hey, Dalton.
Dalton is in his car, I guess, because he said, "Good morning, sir. Any chance you can open the window this morning? Hoping to watch from the parking lot."
Okay. Well, so I just wonder if is there a tuber day in the parking lot or
so the other day, I guess I let my weeks run together.
I feel like my sleeves are too short now. Keep going.
He'll plant a seed. Cooper sent me a text the other day wanting to know
Cadillac Coupe de Ville
when Rick was going to be out of town for the wedding.
Mm-hmm.
And wanting to know if we were doing the show on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, no, we're not doing the show on Friday. And he said, okay, that's all I need to know, or something like that. So I didn't think anything of it. And so I'm assuming he probably has scheduled everybody to come today and hang out in the parking lot.
Oh, okay. Well,
but we can't open the window because it messes with TV, the lighting.
Yeah,
that's the whole reasoning.
But
we can't do that.
Yeah.
Dalton, sorry. I mean, I could open it, but then the bigger issue with the TV would be a problem.
Greg said we could open it during this hour because we only use this camera angle.
Yeah.
So it really wouldn't affect it.
I don't know how much you could see.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah, and it is kind of weird because once the sun comes up, there's a tint on the windows. You can't see. You know what you can do. You're going to see your reflection because you can't see in.
And the way the show's set up now, we're kind of out of the view of the window.
Right. But he yesterday when I ran into it, he really said, "Hey, boy, tomorrow's going to be a big day."
Yeah.
And I thought,
now, I don't know any details at all.
Yeah,
I just was asked a question about Rick being gone or not.
I hope them guys that cook breakfast show they got. They had that griddle out there.
Yeah. Greg, because it's all about you.
Yeah. I mean, if people's going to be there,
right? I mean, if they're going to be here, let's do it right.
Yeah. I mean, those guys. I just mentioned one time these guys showed up with a griddle and it was really good.
That's right.
Right. I mean, I'm supposed to act like it wasn't good.
That's right. I agreed.
It's not required.
You know what we'll do? We'll just have a good time, and whoever shows up, and we love the tubers. Y'all are probably watching right now. I'd like for y'all to email me, tell me what's going on.
I'll open the window in a minute.
Let's just embrace it.
Speaking of outside, it feels pretty good out there.
It does. So it was 68 degrees when I got in the truck this morning. What?
It's been a while for that.
Why'd you do high eyebrows to 68?
I didn't.
What?
Listen,
quit looking at my sleeves when he talks to me. He looks at my sleeves. Hey, go ahead and crack it open. My gracious, I know you want to eat that peanut. Good gracious, so bad.
But anyway, it did. It's been a while since it went so humid.
Right.
You don't care.
So anyway, we're just kind of kicking things off. Things you hear in the background is Greg not being able to wait.
I want to tell Don Day he did an outstanding job. Remember, perfect. Perfect.
We got a lot of stories today. One that Greg is all about, Helmsy, and I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, is Bill Maher and John Mellencamp. That
Mellencamp.
story
I like
is
your
the
music, but you're a moron.
Here we go. That's all I had to say. You got 2 minutes.
Bill Maher even said it.
You got 2 minutes to sound off and go.
Did you
set it up and sound
I don't know
off.
anything about it, so you're going to fill me in.
He was on something with Bill Maher's podcast or whatever.
Yeah.
So they get talking about racism. So Mellencamp makes this statement that only 1 or maybe 2% of black people are better off today than they were when they were slaves. 1 or 2%.
That's what he said.
Well, Maher, you know how when we go, "Oh," he stopped and said, "Wait just a minute. Where are you getting that?" And anyway, you need to read the article. It's pretty good because I'm not ready and I'm not looking at it. But anyway, so basically, Mellencamp says that he said, "I basically pulled that number out of my rump." And
sure he did.
And Maher said, "Well, that's where your opinion needs to go in your rump." He said, and then Mellencamp went like, "Well, maybe 10%." He's like, "You're crazy. What is wrong with you?" And then he tried to compare. He said he's written a song called "From the Cotton Field to the Playing Field," but he never recorded it. Basically, that he says we like to exploit black people when they were like it's slavery again. And Maher points out the point. He said, "I think playing left field for the Yankees is a lot easier than being a unpaid slave being forced to do work."
Yeah, making millions.
Yeah. But
in
anyway,
the face of a
it's
franchise
just funny.
is much different.
What a stupid 1 to 2%. I like now. It is funny
Let me
when
ask you
he
this.
yelled out and said, "Well, I just kind of drug that number out." Well, yeah, see, you did, and that's irresponsible because it's stupid. You look like an idiot.
Yep. Where were you at on his music prior to this?
I like it.
Okay.
Not all of it, but
you
majority.
still like it now after hearing how dumb he is?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try it, see if I can listen to it on the way home today.
Yeah, well, but
no, I was a fan when he was big and all that, but I mean, come on, be a little more informed. If you're gonna try to have these conversations, at least know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because then when you get called out, and he's like,
irresponsible.
"Oh, well, I kind of made it up." You know,
1 or 2%.
You just made that up.
Yeah,
because you're just living off emotions and no facts.
Good night. And like I said,
I'm glad Bill Maher called him out.
Me and Maher don't agree on a lot, but at least he at least he's consistent.
So Bill Maher said, hold on now.
At least he's consistent with both sides.
He said, wait a minute. I'm not going to let you get back that one.
1 to 2%.
That's his story today, so I wanted to go ahead and get it out of the way.
Anyway.
Yeah. He's all about
You know what I want John to do? I want him to sing Little Pink Houses and all that. That's all I want him to do. I don't need to hear about his, his opinion because evidently he's extremely uninformed. He lives in a bubble or something.
Right. How you feel about it?
I'm not happy about it.
But are you glad that Bill Maher called him out?
I am.
All right. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit, too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about MyPillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code Bubba to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Who's squeezing in one last getaway this summer? Protect your home with the latest innovation from Simply Safe Home Security 24/7 Live Guard Protection. It's designed to help stop crime in real time. Now, if an intruder breaks into your home, Simply Safe professional monitoring agents can actually see, speak to, and deter them with the new Smart Alarm wireless indoor camera, warning them that police are on the way. The new Smart Alarm indoor camera is the only indoor security camera that can trigger the alarm and instantly deter intruders with a built-in siren. 24/7 Live Guard protection and the Smart Alarm indoor camera work seamlessly as part of the entire Simply Safe security system to keep your whole home safe from break-ins, fires, floodings, and more. Our listeners get a special 20% off when you sign up for a free month trial of Fast Protect monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com, or you can always visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in, I should say, to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Little pink house.
So we have Dr. Lou a little bit later in the show today. We have a 60-year anniversary to celebrate for both the Wilburns and the Burgesses.
That's right.
Bill and Ganelle Burgess, as well as John and Becky Wilburn. Are you kidding me? It's just 60 years.
I don't know.
60 years.
Wow.
And I know
long time.
We'll talk more about it. Helmsy, I've been witnessing something with Greg, and he doesn't know that I've been watching him.
Oh, yeah.
I printed out the 60-year poem, the 60-year anniversary poem from my dad to my mom.
Yeah.
That we were thinking about, Greg reading. Greg is a great reader, and Dad loves for him to read his poems.
I'm known for it.
Definitely not me, and he can't find it. I've
it's
noticed, and I've made the mistake, and I know better than this, of giving things to him too early, because then they get lost.
I know where it's at.
But out of respect to him, I didn't want to hand it to him and go, "Hey man, read this." So at the end of the show yesterday, I said, "Hey, here it is for tomorrow," and he can't find it.
I think it's in my office. I really do.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
All right, but and it doesn't have to be on air, by the way. You know that because he sends a lot of poems to me. But
it's 60 years.
It is 60 years. It is 60 years. 60 years. And I talked to him last night. We went out to eat last night with Tyler and Mabry, and he had called me, and I missed it, and then he called back, and I missed it again.
So
I was like,
pops.
I was like, oh no.
I'll talk to you tomorrow when it's 60. It ain't 60 today.
Well, it's if you
mentality?
miss multiple calls from your kids, you're concerned, and then now really you miss multiple calls from your parents, and you're like, oh no. And so he answers, and I say, is everything okay? Oh yeah. But he's fired up about today and celebrating 60 years with Mom, and they've just put in such an amazing example to Terry and I, and just wow. I don't know you feel the same about your parents.
Oh yeah, and like I say, we always talk about it. It's odd they were married on the same day, same year.
It is extremely odd, and so we'll talk more about that during the show today. Hopefully, read the poem if Greg can find it, and I can always print it out.
I know where
if you need to. So it's just going to be a fun day today, and apparently YouTubers are coming today. The tubers are going to be here.
Greg, I need to ask this one final time.
I think some of them.
I need the laptop so I can host the best.
Yeah,
yeah.
I've asked you about twice. That's
Well,
about
you
the third time.
You forgot
now.
it too.
Yeah.
Huh? Well, I keep asking.
You asked me once.
It's probably in there with
this will be the third time.
Probably in there with a
Second.
point.
No.
Second, you imagine one when you had fever.
Yeah. So we've gotten the John Mellencamp story out of the way with Bill Maher, and at least Bill called him out. And it's one of the things that.
Hey, John, write songs, buddy. That's all I need you to do.
And
you can keep smoking. That's no big deal.
Terry and I were
He's one
talking
of the few
about
people
how
that still publicly smoke.
Yeah, right. I don't understand it. Yeah. We were talking last night about how crazy the world is, and there's just so many examples. And you mentioned one story today, Greg, of a guy with an axe and what he said.
Yeah, at work.
At work, could you explain that? Look, we don't want to bring everybody down. I know it's crazy enough out there, but sometimes we talk about different stories that hit us.
Yeah.
And no pun intended on this story. But we had
factory worker.
Yeah, listen to what he says.
And we've all had squabbles with people at work.
Yeah.
Right. Indiana man charged with attacking a coworker with a hammer.
Oh, it's a hammer, not an axe. Okay.
Yeah, but it's got a point on the end of it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, and they hit him with the pointed end.
Okay. Wow.
So basically, he bashed his colleague over the head with a hammer, and then calmly walked out, telling another colleague, happens." The old great.
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
That's what he said.
And then he threw the hammer in the trash can and walked out.
Mm-hmm. That's what he said.
Now they went and got him and arrested him.
Sure.
Yeah. He said.
Person survived it, but he's got like fractured skull, even got teeth knocked out.
And just said, "Hey."
And what it was, he said they used to be
happens.
Said he tossed the hammer right in the trash, and then that person didn't know what happened. He said, "I didn't. I just thought." And then he looked at me and said, "It,
yeah,
that happens."
Hold on. What'd he say?
Happens, and walked out. Then he climbed in his car and drove to his mother's house. The victim had skull fracture, brain bleeds, a broken jaw, and missing teeth. Lucky to be alive. They told the police. His colleagues did, that the victim and him were best friends before a dispute occurred several weeks ago. But Hahn, that's the guy that did it, had apologized, and they thought the bad feeling had been quelled, that everything was good. They had obviously got mad at each other. They thought it was good, but I don't know. It hit him. He went over and cracked him upside the head with the hammer, pitched it in the can, looked at somebody and said, "Hey, it happens." He keeps walking.
And that was a discussion last night. Not this story, but that's another example of how when we talk about when we were young, and we got in a fight either at school or in the neighborhood or whatever. You would fight, and then you'd find yourself like being friends with whoever you fought with, and it would be over with.
You wouldn't have walked up to him later and hit him over the head with a
hammer. Now we go to extremes. I mean, we're pulling out guns and knives and hammers and axes, and it's just
guns and
knives, and before you know it, you got people eating beards. It's just a crazy time we live in, because now you can't just have a disagreement and maybe have a little fight, and then everybody moves on. Now we're killing people and hitting them with axes and hammers, and it's just weird,
This
man.
guy, if you look at his picture, he's got that look.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You need to be concerned with him.
I was trying to find it because we actually have.
You got a quote from him, some audio?
Yeah, I think so. Because he was the guy that actually got hit. No, that's. Hold on, just a second.
I'd like to hear from him for sure.
Yeah. Hold on just a second here. Here we go, right here. I was trying to cue it up. These commercials play. Sometimes you have to let the ads roll. Here we go. This is the guy that actually got hit.
One thing led to another, and before I knowed it, there was knives and guns and everything just went haywire. They cut my beard and forced me to eat it.
That never gets old.
It doesn't.
Never.
I know.
You got some of those like that. Tom Landry's one of my favorites.
Okay, boy.
They never get old.
Why do you go to Tom Landry?
Because it's one of my favorites.
But this has nothing to do.
No, I said there's a bunch of them in there that are my favorites. Of course, Tom Landry.
Yeah, right.
Greg, I can't believe you'd reference him, such a legend, with this.
What do you think
story.
about it, Bubba?
I can't remember the last time I had a ding dong.
I kind of want that.
I'll laugh.
Can I have a lot of that?
Yeah, I'll laugh every time.
They actually caught up with the guy that hit the guy with the hammer.
Okay.
You know, when he went to his mom's house,
Yeah.
they caught up with him too.
I was barred out on drugs, and I was driving, and I hit a pole, and I flew out the front window and landed on my head. That's why it's no good. Drinking and driving, or drugness and driving, no good, kids. No good. And every day, what I do daily, burn a stick. Obama's the president of y'all United States, and he smokes. Why can't I smoke me one blunt?
I don't know, Halfhead.
I don't know.
You remember
I
old
just
Halfhead?
love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. So there's your
You know
story.
what that is? That's a public service.
It is definitely a public
He is
service.
letting everybody know.
Yeah.
Drinking,
Oh,
driving,
man.
drunkenness.
Yeah. All right.
Of course,
so,
Obama smokes. So
Yeah, he does. There's a lot of things about Obama that have. Did you?
Yeah, there's a lot of
okay,
weird stuff
I don't
going
know how
on.
to
That's
really
me
say
sniffing,
this.
my bad.
Adler has this today. Don't think we can play it, but Tucker Carlson was on a podcast recently and just openly discussed President Obama's past. And
have you seen the tie to Joan Rivers? Have you seen that?
Well, yes.
You know,
And Michelle,
they got her on
Obama, yeah,
calling her out, and then suddenly she dies during routine surgery.
Shortly after that.
Yeah.
But what Tucker was saying was just Obama's past relationships, and I'll leave it at that. And that.
Oh yeah, I know what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. And hey, wow.
Hey, wow. Hey, wow.
You know, ever since he's left cable news, he really can say whatever he wants to now, and he is not holding back. But we have that today. We'll have to discuss if we even play it. I don't know.
Yeah, Michael Jackson's daughter's got hair under her arm.
Yeah,
everybody's all mad about
that's another story, Helmsy, that Greg's all about today.
No, I just happened to see it.
There's a pile of them over there that he loves.
Yeah.
That's one of them.
Remind me to tell y'all something about that. All fair.
About hair under your arm?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know where that's going. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUN for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or any gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUN for 25 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2023 Bank of America, N.A.
We'd all love more time, right? More time to enjoy the last days of summer and more time to spare during the busy coming days of fall. HelloFresh gets it. That's why they give you back some free time by delivering fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and flavorful recipes right to your doorstep. They take care of the grocery shopping planning and prep, so you never have to wonder, what's for dinner? Simply take your pick from 40 delicious chef-crafted options each week and sit back knowing that dinner has been taken care of. And don't worry, they have meals for many lifestyles, from family-friendly to fit and wholesome and even veggie. And if you're in a hurry, you can even choose 15-minute meals or more, quick and easy recipe options for a tasty homemade dinner without the hassles. Now's the right time to try America's #1 meal kit, too, because right now you can get 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com, HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA. This summer, you can take premium audio with you everywhere you go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever, with 3 sound profiles to match whatever you're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode, so you can choose to be immersed in sound or tune into your surroundings when you need to. Listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough to wear all day, and they do not budge. With Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime and 32 hours of total battery life. And here's what we love. They start at about half price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 56,000 5-star reviews. See it for yourself. You'll get the hype. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for an additional 15% off. Buyraycon.com/Bubba, or go get that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, we're rolling back, and we thank you for being with us. This portion of the show sponsored by carshield.com/Bubba. We were just talking yesterday, Greg. Post-show, is that your Car Shield build?
That's it.
Okay.
Get ready.
About Car Shield and the auto repairs that always come out of nowhere and you never expect them. Well, you got to be prepared. They can be a real headache. It's just life, and it comes at you fast, but then you don't want those costs and all that. The repairs can really add up. But when you get a protection plan with carshield.com/Bubba, I see you over there, Greg. They will take care of the stress for you. I mean, think about it. Whatever you pay today is what you'll pay in 5 years or 10 years from now to when your car will be breaking down even more, because the quote they give you is going to stay with you. Whether your car is just over 3 years old, is still prone to expensive repairs, if it has 5,000, 150,000 miles or more, they offer plans that come with roadside assistance, 24/7 courtesy towing, rental car options, and get you back on the road quickly. So if you want to see what they can do for you, they are dedicated to protecting what you drive. Give them a call, 1-800-451-7776. And when you do, you're going to save 20% on your plan. You can also visit them at carshield.com/Bubba, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. And it's one of those things that you don't know till you need it, so get it. And then that way you won't be worried about it. You can also go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. I saw you over there. Do you know how hard it is to read something with you both in my peripheral? And now your little brother over here, he's going to have to, he's got to run with you.
Hey, can I throw one more headline out there?
Yeah, sure.
We're not going to read the story, but today's headlines are just, they're plenty.
I'm behind. Do y'all mind every now and then if you hear the sound of a stapler?
Yeah, it's no problem.
Okay.
No, better than cracking peanuts. Woman stabbed grandfather in the face.
Ooh.
After grandparents asked her to take a shower.
What?
Hey, girl didn't want to get in the shower. Don't sound like.
Walk that one out for me.
Well, first of all, your granddaughter's bumping, and you're tired of it, and you tell her that you need to take a shower. Well, she didn't take it. She went and stabbed Grandpappy in the face over that.
Well,
That's what I'm talking about.
Speedy just talked about this a minute ago.
I mean,
You know,
I'm all about headlines.
I got one for you. Boy, you remember we used to do jump around?
Yes, I like that.
We got
too.
more people pulling up. No, that's Adler. All right, so the Washington Commanders, the president, Jason Wright, he told 106.7 The Fan, the Commanders won't be changing their names back to the Redskins.
Let me
I
ask
think
you
that's that was a no-brainer, but he wanted to go ahead and set the rumors to rest.
But he didn't say we're just going to be the Commanders. Why are they not going to be the Commanders?
I don't know. It just says in the article that the Washington's namesake has created a stir for decades, as many blah, 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 native, here we go. It says here that there was a rumor that, hey, we're going to change it back, and I'm just putting that one to rest.
You remember when Bubba called the Chicago Bulls about Topaz?
Yes, I do.
Why don't we call Washington and tell them that we are offering up honkies if they want to use it?
Wow. You always go to honkies.
Because when they do these mascots, they're honoring you.
Yeah.
They're not making it's an honor, right?
Right. So you want to.
So me and the rest
honor,
of the honkies, why not?
Okay.
There's not one team that says anything about honkies, not one. And I say we call them and go. I just want to let y'all know that honkies is available. We won't protest it. We'll embrace it.
All right,
and all the honkies I know.
Okay, got it. Duly noted.
So,
okay.
He is all about
all
that.
honky talk. Let's cease at this point.
Tried to get the high school here to do it, and they wouldn't do it.
Quick question. Yeah. We with college football starting today. Okay, not today, but it's.
I know.
It's
here we
here.
go. I know.
We think it is today because it's exciting times ahead.
Everybody starts today.
I got a question from the audience, and I've been wanting to ask y'all this.
Weekend.
So I want to see where you're at on it.
Okay.
Easy.
So we do the halftime interviews, going into halftime and coming out of halftime, and post game.
Yep.
Where are y'all at with this interviewing in the middle of the game?
Hate it. I don't like them getting them on the way to the locker room either. But I really hate them in the game. I hate it when baseball does it, when they talk while they're pitching.
Interesting.
I hate that.
See,
the game's going on.
I'm
watching the game. I don't
honest.
need to hear from Buck Showalter or whoever.
Yeah.
Love that you went with Buck Showalter. I like him too.
You want to do it between innings? Fine. I know you're running commercials. You can't. But we're up there, strike two. Well, we got a good year, and
I think anything they can give us, the audience, in front of a TV that's up close and personal is a bonus for us.
Well, and I think that's what's happened, Helmsy. I think that they've done research and they've heard back from people, and people love getting in on the inside of what's going on.
Let me
be clear. They feel like, Greg,
I want
this
to be
is
clear.
good.
As a coach, I hate it. I would never want to do this. I would never want anybody to walk over in the middle of a match and go, "Hey, how do you think the doubles point went?
Right.
And how do you think you're going to handle the singles? Any changes? What's going on?" I would hate that.
Yeah.
But as a fan sitting on the other side of it, watching it, I kind of like hearing from them what they have to say in those moments.
The only thing that I enjoy when they catch them going in at halftime is when they're mad. And then you can tell they really don't want to deal with them.
That's what
I enjoy that. But if I'm like you, from a coaching standpoint, I would hate it.
Yeah.
But I do get some enjoyment, especially when Coach Saban's mad. That's fun to watch. Or the ones that are brutally honest, like the Mike Leach's, when he would he would throw his team on the bus if they were playing bad. It was awesome.
Well, I know that they normally –
But during the game, they have no reason to do
and it may not be like this anymore, but I know in past you talk to the coach that's winning as you go into the locker room.
Or the coach is getting upset.
And you talk to the coach that's losing when they come out.
Yeah.
Because you can talk about adjustments, whatever. But there's nothing better, to your point, than a coach that's winning, but something bad has happened right before halftime.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Because you get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, because they're extremely honest.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, again, if we had a bunch of Mike Leaches, then it makes it even better because he always, anytime they stopped and asked him at any point, it was always entertaining.
Always.
And he embraced that. He didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't bother him. You stopped him.
Right.
But during the game, that's ridiculous.
Right.
Completely off the subject. When is the last time y'all have seen a flying squirrel?
Probably when I worked for the power company, because they're real bad about getting in the holes in the pole or in a light bracket.
Yeah.
And that's been 15 years. So
I saw a flying roach the other day.
Living where I live, I would think I would see more of them with all the trees and all that.
They're not like, you don't see them
But I
like you
don't
see
see
the
'em.
regular
You
squirrels.
don't.
And they're very small.
Yeah.
They're not very big at all. I had one land on my chest one time, scared me to death.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Were you working at the power
Yeah, he
company?
was inside the light bracket.
Yeah. I think I was hunting. It's been years. I was hunting some hardwoods, and I saw one go from one oak tree to the other.
They
I'm
glide.
like, that's pretty. Well, that's pretty cool.
I see
But
squirrels
they're
every
like
day.
they're small. They're very small.
But I never see a flying squirrel.
What happened to your voice?
I don't know. It just went away.
I don't know if you know this or not, but I saw a flying squirrel.
But it happened like in mid sentence. It's like, I don't know the last time I saw a squirrel.
It was like this. I'm looking forward to the game tonight. Florida is playing Utah, and the quarterback is not playing. His name's Cam Rising.
But I really don't know the last time I saw a flying squirrel. Well, it's like you had some saliva caught in the back.
He got hung up. He couldn't get back there.
And I'll tell you.
Oh, goodness.
All right, the other story that Greg's, and I'm just going to hit this real quick and we can move on, is Paris Jackson
Everybody's mad at her
is
about it.
brushing off trolls that's criticizing her armpit hair.
In her defense, I saw the video. It didn't like out of hand.
Yeah,
I mean,
don't
it's
say
gross.
it. I know what you were about to say.
I'm
Don't
not,
do
but
that.
it's
okay?
gross. But it's. I mean, I don't know if I'd take time to complain about it on social media.
Well, I will say
Well,
this.
everybody's got to complain about everything now, Greg.
Yeah.
And mention it.
I don't know about Paris, but I know there is a international world out there where it's just a common normal thing. They don't shave their underarm hair.
Nope.
And so it's they don't think anything. They probably think it's weird that
A lot of them don't shave their
women
beard.
here do.
Yeah.
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 So
there it is. Look, it's not that bad. She's got a lot more problems than that.
Oh yeah. Looks like almost like a 5 o'clock shadow. Not just. It's not like we had strings of it.
Ain't no Harry Murdahl.
Okay, you just can't. I asked you not to
That's a
say
person's
it.
name.
I asked you
Greg.
though.
Greg,
I asked you not to say it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Updated the tag in any way, shape, or form. So my son was pulled over with an expired Alabama tag, which he should have been pulled over because it was expired and was ticketed. Now he loves his brother for this.
Mhm.
He loves, especially
Thank you, bro.
especially when it was so outdated.
Don't tag me, bro.
Yeah, especially when it was so outdated. Police were certain that the car was stolen.
Yeah.
And so he had to say, "My brother's on tour. I promise."
Looked like an episode of Live PD.
Yeah. And the funniest thing is when they asked him why he was so nervous, and he said, "Because I'm 17 and y'all pulled me over and think I've stolen the car." That's why. But anyway, so we work all that out. We get the ticket. So then we go the process. Let's pay the ticket, and that has been a journey. It's been over a month trying to pay the ticket. Nobody can find the ticket. So yesterday we talked about it on the show in extent, and we talked about that when dealing with governments, it's always a blast, and certainly, and I found this out yesterday, even in places where things are not done well, there's always the remnant. There's also always exceptional people that say, "Please don't lump me in with these other people." I actually have a commitment to excellence, and I will get after it. So. A very nice woman, once we established with the Birmingham Municipal Court, contacted Adler or got on the phone with him or something and said, "Look, tell Rick to call me. We're going to find. We got to get to the bottom of this. Okay, why this ticket can't be found and he can't pay it." And my court date was approaching, which was going to lead to more hassles.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't explain to you what happened. I don't know the answer, but I will say that I talked to some, because the thing that was so comical is when I first started, and Bubba, I know you and I have been through this dealing with various organizations that have reputations for things that you just scratch your head over. My favorite is when they finally told me where to call, and I think I'm almost there.
Yeah.
And it says, "So now you're going to pay it over the phone." And I was stoked. I said, "We're almost there." And a person picks up and says, "Okay, well, to pay it, just go to this link." And I clicked that link, and I said, "This is the link I've been trying for over a month now."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it's not here. And then this person, because I finally, let me tell you when I knew you could start hearing the hallelujah chorus.
Mm-hmm.
At least I had the first human being that says, I see the ticket.
Oh,
I do see it. And I said, well, nothing's allowing me to pay it. And she said, so you don't see this ticket when you do what we do to pay online? I said, it's not there. And so she says, well, I don't know what to do. I said, where are you? Can I come to you and pay this ticket? Well, and then she said, well, can we call you back? And I said, yeah, sure. So then the woman who had called Adler, because another thing we love about the government, when Adler gave me the number to call the woman who wanted to try to help, and I appreciate her very much, guess what it said when I called the number? Now dial your party's extension. Well, the extension wasn't given. So I kept waiting on an option for me just to go to a person, then ask for the person's name. Please enter your extension at this time. I don't know the extension. Wasn't given to me. So I think, well, in a minute, it's going to say,
surely,
stand by. And then a human being, you will tell, our with the famous dial by name.
Yeah.
Because I had the name. Pause. Please enter your extension. And I'm like, guys, hang up. So then I went back and I called.
It's a no-go.
So that led to this call I'm telling you about. Okay. So I'm with this person, and they said, can we just call you back? Absolutely. So I just go on with my day. I said, well, there it is, another day. And so I'm just about, I've been in the car about 15 minutes, and I get a call, and I see the number, looks like that number I've been trying to call. So I pick up, and very, very kind woman said, look, we got to get to the bottom of this. I said, boy, we do, please, oh voice of hope. and so I don't know what happened. So we go on and on. We get into this thing about Brody and does he need to come pay it? Yes. Well, where does he need to go? We don't know. This and that, and then all of a sudden, it's like it was never explained to me what happened. All of a sudden, this very kind person who was working with me said, "Oh," and I hear that.
Oh,
I hear that. Go try it now.
Oh,
and I said.
But it was an
I said, you talk about the link that I've been trying for a month.
Sending me back there.
And she said, don't be afraid. Go to the link again.
Be brave.
Be brave, young
Padawan.
Young Padawan. It's okay. I believe this time you will get through the empire. And so I went to this exact same link I've been going to forever. And then there was that moment where I'm entering the citation. And I'm entering it. There's the letter. Here's the number. And all for days on end, it has come back and said, no violation found. And then I'd go to my son's driver's license, and it would say, no violation found. Then I would go to my son's birthday and last name, no violation found. So I'm fully expecting that again because that's been my experience. It's almost like, I got a great email about spring football. Spring football is like socialism. Many think it'll be great despite the previous and compelling failures. People drive to make it happen. Reality sets in. People leave desperate and disappointed with another failure. Sometimes you just go, so right now, I'm the kind of person, I don't ignore past failures.
Wait, Rick, wisdom means that you learn from a failure. Right. That is the only good thing that comes out of a failure is you learn from it.
So I couldn't help, but every experience I've had with this link and what I was doing had always failed. And then all of a sudden you see that spin, when it starts spinning like it's really going to process.
Yeah, something's going on.
And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's happening. It is really going. Guys, I'm not exaggerating. My eyes got wet. How like something's
Rick,
about.
866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us as a brand new Rick and Bubba hour has begun. We start this hour with our national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. Hey, here we go. Short week today, the last live show of the week. Rick and Bubba Best Of Show tomorrow, hosted by Helmsy. Coming up on Labor Day, a Rick and Bubba replay, an entire show archived from the past, as the entire show will take Labor Day off. Tuesday, Lord willing, all back and ready to go for a brand new show. There'll be no Rick and Bubba University this weekend. That also on hiatus for the holiday weekend, so that'll pick back up next weekend. But great time for you to go back and catch maybe some of the episodes that you have missed over the years that we've been doing Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. That's that unique 45-minute podcast that is done most every week, not every week. The archive from yesterday's Bible study is ready to go. Wow, we had a powerful time in here. It is the Revelation chapter 19 as we get the first account in the New Testament of the word hallelujah and all the reasons why we're hearing it. The first 10 verses of Revelation 19. Catch that on the YouTube channel or the podcast channel on your own time if you so desire. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy, they've already given you a kickoff hour. Adler settles in for the YouTube experience, and right there sits the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
Lean on me when you're not strong. Somebody to lean on. Bill Withers. Lean on me.
Yeah, buddy.
So there you go. Bubba, how are you?
I am great. How are you, sir?
Well, we're ready to unpack another one, and we've got a lot to do today. Dr. Lou comes in. Dr. Lou, 14 years Dr. Lou's been coming on this program, and he'll be here to give his unique look. I know college football, really, it's harder and harder to say it officially starts now because people start trickling in before it actually happens. But we're going to declare that Labor Day weekend is the official kickoff of the college football season as far as Dr. Lou is concerned, and that's today.
So, here it is again.
Here it is again.
You know, there was a time earlier this year when tornadoes were blowing through and one thing and another, and you thought, well, college football season will never get here. Well, hey, here it is.
Well, it is.
So enjoy it till January.
Right, and those of you in other markets that professional football is your thing and you're kind of shocked at how we act about college football, that'll start for you next week. So we'll jump in to that on the program today. I told Bubba a grave concern today coming into the studio. When you consider the aging process that is painfully obvious right before your eyes and ears here as Rick and Bubba try our best to get to that 30th birthday, I pull into the parking lot here at the studios today only to see an ambulance sitting in the studio parking lot. And when I looked, the back of it was even illuminated like they were working on somebody. And I thought to myself, who's down? And I start looking at my phone. I thought, boy, I have missed an important text today. But apparently it's just a crew on break watching the show.
Good news, Rick.
Good news.
We're all okay. Now.
Or someone's loved one is being worked on, and they've chosen the parking lot to get it done.
Yeah.
But it's good.
A lot of room out there.
So waving at them right there. But that was, an ambulance.
We're glad you're that close by the way.
Look, about year 5, I'd have paid no attention to the ambulance.
Right,
But I
right.
want to tell you right now, I thought to myself, oh, my goodness, I've missed the text.
Yes, it does. It does draw attention, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
so there it is. But we'll work through that. Bubba, also, I know you saw it a while back, and I could tell by really what I thought was somewhat of a mediocre reaction to the latest Indiana Jones movie. That I would see it when it arrived at streaming, and I watched it last night. So,
what I give it 2 out of 3.
Yeah, I did not leave it going, well, that was terrible, but I really didn't leave it going, that was great either. It just kind of landed into that was good. That was all right.
It was good. I would watch it again.
Sure, it wasn't. I'm not going to say it was the greatest movie I've ever seen.
All right.
And it certainly wasn't the greatest Indiana Jones I've ever seen, but it was.
Which one did you like best?
This is going to shock you, and it probably isn't very popular, but I really liked the one with him and Sean Connery. I think that was the best.
Was that the second
Was
one?
that The Last Crusade? Was that what that was?
Was that
called?
the
That was the third
Carpenter's
one.
Cup?
That was
Yeah.
the third one. Yeah.
Third? It was third?
Third.
What was second?
Temple of Doom was second.
Oh, that's right. Well, I will say this. I
Right.
think all of those three, the first three, were pretty good.
Yeah, they were. They really wasn't a
The
bad
first
one.
one's hard to get.
There really
by
was
because it was such a new
Yeah.
thing, on the scene.
There really wasn't a bad one in the
Right.
bunch,
I
except for the last two. But the first three were fantastic. But but I think that this last one could have been better. Now, this is you and I know you share this with me. It's just a favorite thing of ours. If you've established, a brand that is so well known, and we're all so familiar with the characters,
Yeah.
and you're going to do the last one after everybody's old. I like more references to the young stuff. They had a couple,
Right.
But I'd like he throws out, you didn't have to drink the blood of so and so, and he's referring to Temple of Doom.
Right.
Give me more of that. I'd like to have more references back to that, of things he'd already been through. I think that would have been funnier. But it was good. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, now let me tell you this: you put it up against all the ridiculous, stupid movies out there,
Yeah.
and you're like, well, thank goodness
It's gold, isn't
I
it?
was able to be able to at least be entertained by a movie that I don't feel like anything was trying to be forced on me. And if you like action, for old people, they put together a lot of
Yeah,
action. There's
yeah.
a tremendous amount of action.
Yeah,
So-
more than I'd want to do.
And it's always, let's face it, all of us always get on board for hating Nazis.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
I mean,
that's an easy one.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
that's almost universal unless
Yeah.
you have mental health issues.
Right. Unless you've written a manifesto or something
Right,
today.
right.
But all right, and we'll come back. We'll dive into it. A lot going on. I know the kickoff hour also mentioned big anniversaries happening on the show today. We got that today. We're heading into as I mentioned, a 4-day weekend. So a lot to get done today. So we'll continue. 15 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Over
Rick,
that you
that
think
don't happen much.
That you think, man, I didn't say I cried. And it might have been because there was a lot of pollen, but there was.
Was it kind of like Charles Barkley on the set the other night?
Well,
He got glossy.
I found myself. Is this what it feels like to cry? There was a little bit of stinging right here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It stung right in my nasal passage a little bit, and all of a sudden it comes up and it says, "Your payment has been complete."
Oh, are you kidding
And I was
me?
like, "Hallelujah!" And I was like, "It can't even be real." And then all of a sudden I was like, "It says." Want to print your confirmation number?
Absolutely. Oh, yes, I do.
Well, what I did
want a hard
because I
copy
was
of
on the
that.
phone now is I took a picture of it.
There you go.
And
very
held,
good.
and held on because I've learned that.
Yeah.
And I think I can say in this microphone that the evil, what I've had to go through to try to pay a fine that we owe, and I said this to everybody. I said, let me be clear to everybody I'm talking to. This is on us.
Yeah.
But I just want to get it resolved.
Get it resolved, right.
And so I think the citation was paid.
Oh, my God.
Your debt to society is wiped clean.
Now, I was never told why. I will say that it appears to me, because I'd had people saying, you got to go before the judge and say, officer's supposed to turn this in 72 hours.
Yeah.
And I think the officer did, and I don't think he or she was the problem. Something in that system was a problem. And how many other lives have I helped maybe today?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trump update.
I'm very proud of myself.
Come on, Trump.
Been an exciting run, hasn't it?
Well, it's going to be a wild ride. If you don't think the fun is happening right now, we got another election coming up in 2020.
We do.
Hey guys, that's just around the corner.
Yeah,
that's going to be another wild one.
It may make the last one look like a warm-up act.
The question is, will it include Joe Biden this time? Because now Creepy Uncle Joe's, he's running into some problems. Now,
he has.
The very environment that his party has created, he's now become the latest far left victim of it, because now people are saying, hey, he's a little handsy.
Mm-hmm.
And now we got 2 more women who've come out today, and we see the footage and the pictures ourselves.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying, as we said yesterday, that these things are criminal, but they're creepy. But at one time, they were not even talked about because the environment was different. You can think that's good or bad, but the Democratic Party, they've turned it into you got to go back in time, and if anybody's ever done anything in their entire life that was a little bit inappropriate, they must be held accountable for it now. And now that's starting to, the shrapnel's starting to hit over there on creepy Joe Biden.
People being inappropriate is not funny, but this is funny because of who it is. And as you said, their position on this and how they have watered the political correctness tree.
Oh, yeah.
And, it's grown. It's turned into a briar patch now.
No, roots are tearing up things.
It is.
Listen, let me tell you what's hilarious on this one. And when I mean this truthfully, because in all fairness to creepy Uncle Joe, he's not being accused of rape or any of these heinous things we've seen sadly happen. The thing he's doing that we can see is so bizarre, it's funny. I mean, when you're leaning,
and it's documented so well. There's so many photographs.
When your move is to lean in behind a woman and kiss her in the back of her hair, it's kind of weird. It's weird, but there's some comedy there. Well,
like the accusations against Trump, you had pictures of him posing with people.
Yeah.
Like with Kavanaugh, you don't have any footage of that.
George H.W. Bush.
Yeah, you see pictures of people together, but with Biden, we have pictures of him actually touching the women in these awkward poses, whispering in your ear. And, Rick, I don't mean one that we caught.
Yeah.
There are montages of them. Yeah. And that's really what kind of makes this even more comical.
So now Trump, of course, has to weigh in.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
He has to
weigh
in.
Man? And I love, too, because he's talking about
Rick, just look at that.
the socialist left. and he's talking about how he's at war with socialists now, and he then went into the Joe Biden comment that we're about to play, where he's not as far socialist left as some of his other Democratic cohorts that are going to be running for president. And he had this to say. Take a listen.
It looks like the only non-sort of heavy socialist.
21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is a number. We thank you for being with us. Well, we got a lot to unpack on the program today. Dr. Lou coming up next hour for Dr. Lou fans everywhere. He'll kick off the college football season officially here on the Rick and Bubba Show. So we got that coming up. All right, so let's just talk about, and it's happened now for the second time, and they seem to possibly be getting worse. This thing about, our serving in our government is a pretty big deal. I mean, we're a pretty influential country. There's a lot going on. We got over 300 million people here. It's a lot, and what's going on with the fact that we get people in office that obviously are losing their ability to function mentally and physically, and not everybody ages gracefully, and some people age quite gracefully and keep their wits and everything for a long time. And this is not about trying to be insensitive, because, like I say, we've seen it even in our own families. But when you have somebody, we're literally talking to Mitch McConnell about 2026, and that he's going to continue to be a senator, and he's already had one thing where he locked up and had some sort of seizure, and he's about to have one that is alarming.
33 seconds worth.
It's alarming. Do we not have any sort? Do the people he represents? Do y'all not have any sort of recourse? Does the country not have any sort of recourse?
Rick, this bad.
Yeah, this is beyond Democrat or Republican. We
Absolutely,
got people that get in there. They become career politicians. I don't think that was ever the intent. I think it was for people to go and serve for a period of time and get out. And we've seen people who do that. I have so much respect for J.C. Watts who did that and come out. Part of the reason I think, and I may be wrong, but I think it's because of the rules themselves that they have in Congress on seniority.
Right.
Because you get in, and the longer you stay, you get these leadership positions, and you get the head of various committees and all this. And it's totally based on leadership, on seniority.
Right.
So then your elected official comes back and says, "Look, I've been there, and now I can be in charge of this committee or that committee. I can funnel money back to the state.
Right.
So you need to keep me in," and people do that.
Right.
I don't know that that's the best system, Rick. I really don't. I almost would like to see them go to a system where they had to elect those positions among themselves every session.
Well, and this is an old analogy, and I don't know who was the first person to say it. I remember hearing it, Greg. This would be likely that you might know. Who was the comedian? And it was when Ronald Reagan was losing his cognitive skills, so he was a little quick to react. I can't imagine what he'd say now. But when Ronald Reagan started fading mentally, and of course we do know he was developing Alzheimer's, the comedian said, getting upset with Ronald Reagan right now is like getting upset with Ronald McDonald because you had a bad hamburger. It really isn't. He didn't have anything really to do with it.
Was it Sam Kinison?
Maybe. I don't remember.
But I remember.
But we're at that point now. Nobody really thinks Joe Biden's running this country. You know that, right? And so when we get to the point, now you're about to see Mitch McConnell is starting to make, as I said to the guys, President Biden look like Ramaswamy. President.
You're actually going to have to talk, or the dead air is going to go out.
President Biden looks fit and sharp compared to what's happening to Mitch McConnell right now.
Yeah, and even though his camp says he's okay, he's been lightheaded at times.
Well, he's not okay.
Doctors are weighing in.
He's
Neurologists,
not okay.
One from University of California says he's having what they call an absence seizure.
Yes.
He said a lot of people think seizures are like really violent, but this one causes sudden loss of awareness of the surroundings, lack of responsiveness, and other things which we're seeing from him, and it's extremely uncomfortable.
If y'all haven't seen this, now if you're listening, all you're going to hear is dead silence.
Well, we're going to have to say something to keep silent senses from tripping on stations all over the network.
True.
But again, you served, you've done your time. I can't believe these people's families are not more involved. And I'm talking about Biden, I'm talking about Fetterman, I'm talking about Feinstein, I'm talking about Mitch McConnell.
All of them,
It's all over. There's some more on the Republican side. Look, don't kill your family members just so they can hold the seat. It ain't that important.
Does nobody love these people?
It ain't that important,
Does
guys.
nobody love these people?
Look, nothing is going to change that much next term.
Right.
Thank you for serving. Go home. We need not only that, and the candidates that are running for various things. We need a generational change.
Well, just like
we're overdue.
Just like what Greg and I are going through. There came a point. I think the Hall of Fame of Alabama was the last time that Dad could get up there and at least pretty much get through it.
And it was close.
And it was close. After that, all the other, and we're thankful for the awards he was given. We didn't send him to them to make appearances because of our respect for him.
Right.
Yeah. We loved him, and we loved the people being kind enough to give him that award. But to parade him up there because we keep wanting to have our daddy out there getting another award was disrespectful to him. Is there no love for him and no love for these or her or these people?
Yeah.
So here it is. It's awful. Here we go.
What are my thoughts about what?
Running for re-election in 2026.
That's
All right, so he's locked up. He's just
staring at the crowd,
and he has no idea where he is.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
Here I come in.
I'm sorry, Speedy.
Still nothing.
Nothing.
All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute. Senator.
Now they're having to bring somebody over. He's just frozen. And
which means this has happened before.
Yeah.
Well, we saw it happen.
Yeah.
Right, but I mean, like behind the scenes more.
Yeah. Sure, of course. If we've seen it twice.
Still frozen.
Okay.
There he is.
He's
still coming back.
It's still acting like he's okay.
Somebody else have a question? Please speak up.
Please speak up.
Because that's the problem.
That's not the problem, lady. I'm sorry. He can hear it.
Bless her
Follow
heart.
me here.
Well, she had to do something, Rick.
This looks like when she's senator in his ear, and I don't take us wrong. You know when you go visit someone in a nursing home, and the family tries to talk to them.
Oh, you're right.
And that's exactly what it looked like. When you lean in and you get in that voice so you can follow me.
No.
You good, Daddy?
That's
Greg,
exactly what
Greg,
she sounded like. You couldn't be more accurate.
It's almost like they needed to bring
That's
up
as accurate as you can get right there.
a dolly in behind him and just take him out. Get him out of there.
I can't imagine how you.
It's awful.
Yeah,
it's
not making fun at all. I'm just saying
you
why
become
this
the
man-
handlers. Which one are you, her or the guy that walks
Well,
up?
the guy that walks up can't believe she called him in the scene, and so
He
he
wanted
acts
out
like
of it. He wanted out of it.
I would definitely be her because you're concerned about him, and then you're concerned of what it looks like, and it's a bad scene both for his health and the way it looks.
Daddy,
It's
you
not
remember
good.
Rick? Remember, Daddy?
And the
Daddy,
fact,
they asked you a question. You gonna run in 96, 26?
the question they asked made it even look even worse.
Oh my gosh!
Because you're talking about re-election.
2 more years, 2 more years and 2 months.
He couldn't even believe that, bro.
And look,
He couldn't. Matter of fact, he locked him up.
and really the people he represents
That's sad,
in
man.
Kentucky,
feel bad.
y'all have your own term limits. Well, why do y'all keep voting him in? Why
They
can't
just put
somebody
him back in?
Why can't somebody come up, that's younger and then
with the same political views, if that's
right.
what you're all about, and
here-
maybe elect
here's-
that person, and he pass the torch on.
But we've done the same thing here. Every state has
you're
to
right.
some degree.
Oh, I know. That's the
And-
problem, though.
And
is what I'm
they
saying.
come in and they bring in money for big
Yes,
projects
they're
and
earmarks.
dams and roads and schools, and everybody's appreciative, and they keep putting them back in.
Keep running him in.
And don't you think for a minute that there's not people that stroke them checks to them, and they stroke them checks back to them? They don't want anybody with
they
their
don't want
cognitive
that-
skills. They don't
No,
want
not
anybody
at all.
sharp.
Yeah, don't
No.
mess up the plan.
Yeah, they don't want anybody in there. They can't
Easy,
manipulate.
everybody, easy.
But it's sad. It's sad for Mitch McConnell, Joe Biden, what's her name? Feinstein, all them.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Being taken care of pretty well by the socialists. They got to. Our former vice president, I was going to call him, I don't know him well. I was going to say, welcome to the world, Joe. You having a good time, Joe?
The look on his face when he says that.
Hey, having a good time.
Because Joe Biden's the kind of person that probably had the attitude going, hey, I'm off limits.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
what
Rick.
y'all
You're all over
But
that.
wasn't Joe the one that wanted to take Trump behind the woodshed and give him a whooping?
Absolutely he was.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
I mean, he was the one that he wanted.
Oh, there's Joe giving somebody else a hug.
Yeah, we now look at the montage of Joe, and we've noticed about Creepy Joe with his handsy weird kiss on the back of your head, back of your hair. It looks like he might be going for the neck. I don't know what he's going for, but he seems to also he does not have a high cold factor. He'll move in on anybody. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't. It's just and like we said yesterday, everybody knows this kind of guy. And at one time, this kind of guy, people just roll their eyes and move on. But not now.
Yeah.
You know, I saw.
Hey, not now.
I saw a couple of the representatives, and it may have been Pelosi, who had made the comment, "Well, he's just an affectionate guy. If he doesn't come up and hug you and give you a little kiss, you expect that. Something would be wrong if he didn't do that." Oh, really?
No. I've been in. I'm 54, so I've been in social situations a number of times. And no, it is weird if somebody leans into my wife and tries to Eskimo kiss her and rub noses with her. It's weird if my wife keeps moving her head to the left or the right as that person's face keeps moving into her neck area and gets in behind her and gives her a hug from behind. That's all weird. Yeah. But now there was a time though when these kind of cheesy, as my wife calls them, kind of creepy. I want to come on, hug on you, and breathe in. And everybody just kind of went, look, that person's a little bit creepy socially, but let's move on. But not now. Hashtag
Creepy Joe.
Creepy Joe.
Creepy Joe.
Not now.
I'll tell you, this is going to be a dandy. It is going to be a dandy.
Yeah. Guys, do y'all have any idea what 2020 is going to be like? First of all, President Trump will go for a second term against people who really, if you remember when he was sworn in the first time, they screamed and cried.
I mean, screamed out loud.
Oh yeah, remember the squalling?
And if you're them, if you're the Democrats, what do you think? Okay, thanks to the decisions made by about term limits on the president, 4 years is the worst that can happen. Is that we get 4 more, and you just take some poor person who thinks you really care about them and say, let's throw this person on the fire, let him get destroyed by Trump. Let's get him through his 4 years and try again. Because what do you do right now? You going to throw Creepy Joe at him? You going to throw Hillary at him again? That didn't work the first time.
Well, I think if
you're going to throw some, and the Democratic.
Rick, I think the people who actually know the deal, they know that they cannot win an election being to the far left. Well, and that's who is running the party now.
Yeah,
far left.
I was going to make that point because if you don't believe that, look at their actions on the new Green Deal.
Yeah.
You couldn't get one Democrat to vote for the new Green Deal, so that's them showing you politically they think the far left of the party are too far left to win elections right now. So then what do?
You throw a far lefter in there to run against Trump, knowing you're going to get beat, maybe Bernie, and that will hush some of that up. And then you come back with a much more moderate candidate who can actually run against Trump's legacy and have that kinder, gentler nation feel to it. Because you're going to have to run against Pence. And that's when a Joe Biden type would be a better candidate, although Joe's going to be too old at that point.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think if you're in the Democratic Party, you throw a real far left socialist at Trump this time, so you can come back to the party and say, "See, that's not effective."
So if you run a Biden this time and he gets beat, then the far lefters are going to be in control after that.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Giza Dream. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Union City, Tennessee. Tonight, Lee Moore will be with you from themanchurch.com at Calvary Baptist Church. And make plans to go see Lee if you have never been to a man church, or maybe you've been to one, you want to go to another one. You also can plug into one of our 40-week curricula. They'll be plugging me into those small groups right now as well. So Calvary Baptist Church, Union City, Tennessee. The details there at rickandbubba.com, the manchurch.com under events. Now tonight from rickandbubba.com under events, Calvin Speedy Wilburn will be the stadium guy for UAB football tonight as they host North Carolina A&T at Protective Stadium. So be a nice break in the weather too. It's not going to be cold, but it will definitely be cooler tonight in Birmingham. So enjoy that game if you're coming into town from North Carolina, or you're already in town, or you're coming in town as a UAB fan that maybe lives somewhere else. See Speedy there tonight. Also, Bubba, you and I were going back and forth today. There's a couple of big anniversaries we're going to hit today with the Wilburn family and the Burgess family, but the Rick and Bubba family also celebrating an anniversary today. Do you realize, for Greg, you and me, Bubba, we became Hendrick drivers 12 years ago today.
How about that?
How about it?
12 years of being a Hendrick driver.
I was having fun.
It's been awesome.
I was having fun with Joel from Hendrick that was the liaison that set up that deal with Hendrick and made us Hendrick drivers, and we get to drive those incredible vehicles and have enjoyed that so much, still driving them. And he said, "Hey, you realize today's our 12th anniversary?" And I text back and I said, "Now I feel real bad about hitting that deer this morning."
I think in honor we need to go race each other around the parking lot.
We could. Can I tell you, I told Bubba.
Silverado be eating your lunch.
I told Bubba it was a week ago today, I think, or maybe it was Monday. It was in the last week. And I forgot to tell y'all, I came in and told him, though, I came as close to hitting a deer and not hitting one as I ever have.
So you could actually feel the hair brush.
Yeah, it was about 5 or 6 days ago. When the deer started, I was in the Ram, 1500, just like I like it. And I've got the lift kit now because, hey.
You lift kit, man.
Yeah, and now it was a problem because I'm in a little better shape now, so I don't complain about the lift kit as much. But anyway, so I was rolling down the road at my house. I just came out from my house, and the worst case scenario, the doe was running with me.
Oh, yeah,
so
'cause
now
they're
you're
gonna
waiting.
cut.
Now you're waiting on her to cut now, and you're like, okay, I'm trying to slow down. Hey, just go on, and all of a sudden she goes, whoop, and I mean cuts directly in front of me.
You had to slam them on.
Well, it tells you how good the brakes are because I don't know.
Anti-skid.
Anti-skid. I don't know how in the world I didn't hit that deer. As a matter of fact, when I got here, I expected to see fur or something on it, and I didn't.
She don't know how close she was.
And it makes you wonder, if I'm running beside you and you scared me, why would I turn in front of you? Why wouldn't I go the other way?
Go the other way.
Come on.
Or you'll see them on the side and you're going, don't step out.
Yeah,
When you
don't do it.
You
Don't
see
do it.
me.
You got plenty of woods. Go
And
the
if
other
one
way.
goes across, you better put your brakes on because here comes another.
Yes, absolutely. So anyway, just thanks to Hendrick for believing in us, and they
Rick, you too can be a Hendrick driver.
Yes, you can. And let me tell you something. They put some great vehicles on the road, and we sure do love those products, and honored to drive them. And so if you've got
the new
them,
building's pretty impressive.
it is. They're really coming on. So thanks to them today for believing in what we do. All right, so. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. You ever had somebody ask you a question, and Helmsy asked it a minute ago, and the answer is you don't have to pause. He goes, would you be surprised that there are people that really pack out to go see volleyball? And I said, yeah, I would be surprised. And I really would.
This goes beyond packing out.
This goes beyond anything. Now, Nebraska.
This is different.
Nebraska volleyball. This also shows that the football program's really off.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't have anything to do with football.
Has nothing to do with football.
They're five times.
They need something to be proud of.
Guys,
They're five-time national
They
champions.
play tonight against Minnesota.
No. I have to respectfully disagree with y'all. If I'm a Nebraska fan, I want to go see Nebraska win. And if the football team isn't winning, I'm going to find something we're really good at and get into that, and they're really good at volleyball. So I do. How about I think y'all are naive to think they haven't picked up new fans.
But they've done this before.
All right, let's say back when
you realize how long Nebraska's been bad at football?
I know. I'm not saying they haven't been bad. I'm just saying I don't know that this is a reflection
I'm
of
telling
football.
you, a bad football team helps crowds come to other successful sports. I'm telling you. Y'all don't think that. Y'all just don't know human nature.
No, I understand what you're saying, Rick, but I think they may be isolated or – a lot of programs, when the football team is doing good, you see some of the other teams get elevated and do good too. And I give you an example: Alabama softball. They really took off as football took off too.
But nobody.
Crowd.
Yeah, and you got to do two things. The most important thing, which is what they're doing. I don't care what the sport is. If you win, people come watch you.
That's the most important.
And if you're not any good, I don't care how many PR campaigns we do for you and how many times we try to guilt people to come watch you. They're not going to.
Right.
People love championships.
Well,
they own this sport, and so their crowd responds.
Yeah, but five-time national championship, and it's been a while since football won one.
Bubba,
the largest crowd to ever witness a female sporting event. 92,003 people paid attendance.
How about that?
And they had it in the football stadium there. It passed the previous world record of 91,648 set in Barcelona, Spain for a Champions League match, which I guess is soccer.
How cool is this? Professional soccer, I believe. Like,
look at that.
Look at this intro.
That's quite a recruiting tool right there.
That's what you get to do when you're
Eye in
good.
the Sky is a good intro.
That's what you get to do when you're good.
The Bulls owned it back in the day.
Yeah.
It's all about being good. If you'll just win.
And I hate the song once it starts.
Just win, baby.
Good.
Let me tell you what people will overcome any. Even if some people might say, I don't know if that's really my game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I really would go watch that. And then you're like, are we really good at it? We're great at it. Well, by golly, I'm going.
Rick, yes, okay, we agree with you on that. But it is much bigger than that. And they are good, okay? But they also were smart about this. They started this venture out in April to break a record. How do we break a record? How do we do this? We've had 18,000 at our matches before. And so, and by the way, volleyball will have they'll have a big crowd. Now, nothing like this, but you'll have bigger crowds at some of these volleyball games than you will the basketball teams' games. So they set out, I believe it was in April, to go, we want to break a record. We want to break a world record. And so how do we do that? Well, we get another local college team that's in Nebraska, and we bring them in too.
That's Omaha.
On top of what we're doing with our fans. And I think there was a third team involved, too, that has had some previous events where they packed out crowds. And so they're very smart in the marketing of this, and they, of course, waiting till students are on campus and those things. So, yes, impressive. Football team aside, they were out to break a world record, and they've done it.
And they did it.
So it was a campaign
Yes,
that we're gonna try to reach this
Come out
number.
and support.
Yeah, this isn't done every week,
Oh,
but wow.
But still impressive.
The team plays at Minnesota tonight, the football team. They'll be trying to row the boat.
Matt Rule's first.
Now look, hey Greg. Now look, Nebraska's down there on Thursday now.
Well, Rick, it's kickoff week.
I mean, when would Nebraska ever been on Thursday?
You know what it is? I think this is you as a little kid. You love Nebraska. And are you protecting yourself,
Rick?
Rick?
I hate to
When
break it
Johnny
to you, but
Rogers
Florida
was
is
there.
playing tonight as well.
Well,
And were they any good last year?
By their standards, they've been down.
They've been down.
So they lose 5 games.
But I think if you play tonight, I don't think
Tide ain't playing tonight.
The Tide ain't played on Thursday in how long?
No, Ohio State
I don't
ain't
think
playing
they've
tonight.
ever played on Thursday.
I don't either.
I mean, Thompson's not playing tonight.
Yeah, they were supposed to play on Thursday too. They're not.
When Johnny Rogers, Rozier, all those played, it was a different game then for them.
Frazier.
Oh yeah.
They run that option. I used to love. And how about them big, gigantic offensive linemen?
Speaking of the new coach, what's his name?
Matt Rule.
The Panthers coach went there.
Yeah,
after he got canned.
I don't know.
You just said his name like
no,
a
I didn't.
minute
That was
ago.
me. That was
okay.
we just
He
signed
was
him up.
Okay.
Really.
Where was he at before he went to the Panthers?
Baylor. Yeah, did a good job there.
Yeah, I don't know who this is, but I saw him.
That's why I got that gig.
Right. I
pan
saw
out.
him though. He had a tight end. They were all fired up about the doggone guy. His own camera. Steeling's been arrested, and he had to come out and take that off.
Darn cameras.
You know what he said? We tried.
He tried. He didn't work out.
He said we tried. We thought we could invest in him, and he behaved. And how about this? We were wrong.
How about incorrect?
Yeah. And we wish him nothing but the best. Hope he can get his life back together. But you
He
can't
won't be here.
You can't play for us if we have you on a security camera kicking in the door and stealing people's stuff.
Hey, can I tell y'all this?
doesn't
It looked
promote
like it was
teamwork.
Or you may
an
have
out-
a national championship team, one of the other.
It looked like it was like an outdoor store, like with firearms in there and stuff. And he has himself an armful of stuff, and they're sitting there waiting on him when he comes out.
Oh yeah.
That we're playing B-roll of that now.
Yeah. They say about
That's crazy.
Yeah, this
Look,
was-
he's got his head covered.
I don't know what type of store it was, but just from the surveillance, it looked like
Yeah,
some
it
type
looked like
of
a pawn shop.
Evidently, he didn't have an NIL deal.
Yeah.
You know what? You're right. See, if he'd had a good NIL deal, he wouldn't have had to kick that
This
door.
is NIL relief.
It looks like it's a vape shop.
It does.
Okay, is that what it is?
Look
Okay.
at the
Look,
police.
waiting on him.
Yeah.
They're just waiting on him.
Cannot believe it.
Oh boy.
And arrested.
Cuffed and stuff with no shirt on. Pulled your little thing off your head.
The worst one I saw yesterday was they
Had a
that,
chance, you blew it, pal.
Greg, the worst one they had that guy yesterday. Then it's always some reason it's so heartbreaking is when they also show a picture of like coaches smiling, you catching the ball over the middle.
Yeah, and then they go to this,
and then they go to that. You're like,
Come
okay,
on.
man.
What kind of turn has your life taken if this is what you're doing?
Not a good one.
And I got to ask some of these crooks, do y'all not see the camera? That one was right there at the door.
It really was.
Yeah, that's
They're all
not
over
him.
the place.
Yeah, all you have to do is look up.
You have to give him props a little bit for what I call that mule kick that finally worked.
Now he
Yeah,
did kick the door
yeah.
open.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was throwing at that one. But
Yeah.
Like a brick of some kind.
But he's covered his head, but, a lot of them, I don't know, but a lot of the videos I've seen here, they're covered in tattoos, so that makes them easy to identify.
Yeah.
Well, when there's 8 cops standing out in the door waiting on you, it really doesn't matter if you cover your head or
The
not.
entire police academy was standing at the door.
They said he didn't run a perfect route, though. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ingo, state rep, is with us right now out of the
Big Rich.
state of Alabama, friend of the show. Rich, welcome back, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing great, Rick. How are you guys doing?
We're great. Glad to have you on, Rich.
Rich, this is a conversation our country desperately needs to have. Sometimes countries and societies lose their way, but we serve a God of second chances. We serve a God of redemption and grace and mercy. And he loves us enough that a lot of times he'll allow us to have that moment where we go, are you sure about this now? Do you really think this is what should be going on? So we have State Representative in Alabama, Terry Collins, who's a Republican out of Decatur, Alabama, announced yesterday that she is filing legislation to overturn the U.S. Supreme Court's Roe v. Wade ruling by banning abortion procedures from taking place at all in Alabama. I know that you are part of this and a supporter of this. So talk to the audience right now on what you're hoping will be accomplishing and how we all can help.
Yes. Well, guys, thanks for having me on first.
Sure.
Let me lay some groundwork first. Roe versus Wade states that an unborn child is not a person. This is about personhood. And thus, because it's not a person, it's not protected under our Constitution. That's what our current federal law says. And so in November 6th last year of 18, our state, as you know, we passed overwhelmingly Amendment 2, which says that we as a state are a pro-life state and that we do stand and protect the unborn child. And so House Bill 314, which is what this bill is, and we dropped it yesterday, the bill simply puts statute to Amendment 2. It puts feet to it. And that's what we're doing. We are going directly after Roe versus Wade. Our bill redefines personhood. And what the bill says, which is what right out of Scripture, is when the egg is fertilized, but you can't measure conception, but you can measure when the egg attaches to the uterine wall, which is called in utero, which is called pregnancy. And so that is what our bill is saying. And today, with modern technology, fetal monitoring, 3D ultrasound, pain-capable monitoring, things that weren't even heard of in 1973 when Roe versus Wade was passed. We now have, everyone knows when life begins. And so that's what we are going directly after Roe as far as personhood, that a person, a life begins when it's measured, which is when it's attached to the uterine wall, which is pregnancy. And so the entire pro-life coalition, the state of Alabama, which I'm so proud of, is 100% behind this bill. Eric Johnston, there in Birmingham, our constitutional attorney, we worked together. He's worked on this for years, and the pro-life coalition have worked on it for years. I've been involved for about a year. And we're all working together. Terry Collins is carrying the bill. She's such a pro-life advocate. She'll do a wonderful job. Greg Albritton has carried it in the Senate. Our medical and our hospital associations have had input in this bill and support. And so, Rick, I don't know how far you want me to go, but I'd love to say this as far as just how far we've come, is that 2 times in our nation's history has the Supreme Court ruled that human beings are not a person.
Right.
This is crazy.
This is important. This is important. Go ahead.
1856, we all grew up studying the Dred Scott ruling.
Sure.
Ruling that an African American was not a person and thus not protected by our Constitution. And that idiocy and stupidity caused a civil war, and thank goodness in 1868 that law was overturned. The same exact language, the same exact premise that the Supreme Court took in 1856, they took in 1973 with Roe, that an unborn child is not a person. Thus, it's not protected by our Constitution.
So, Rich, if you follow this narrative, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's pretty easy to follow, that even I can do it, is what we're saying is we recognized the Dred Scott ruling
as an error.
We had clarity. We woke up and we said, what in the world have we done? Yeah. And we overturned it. Well, you guys are proposing that in 1973.
The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. 866 We Be Big is the number. We'll chat with you as we work our way back. So we're walking through different things today. We're kind of sports heavy in hour 1, but we do have an update that President Jason Wright of the Washington Commanders says, look, we got to stop all this notion that we're considering changing the name back to the Redskins. He said that's not going to happen.
Well, they must not care about the Indians.
Well, they don't. That's what it says.
Well, you know what I would tell him? Where were you when this debate was going on?
Right.
Why didn't you stand up then and let your side be heard and say this is ridiculous?
Right. And he may
because
have.
we're not going to get into this and start ping-ponging what our mascot is every 3 years.
Right. Why are they
on what
changing
everybody's
it from
fired
Commanders?
up about.
Why are they changing from Commanders?
They're not.
Well, at one time there was a story that says that he may not be happy with Commanders, but and that may still be out there. But he says he has clarified that even though the nonprofit Native American Guardians Association wants them to go back to the Redskins, he was interviewed and he said, "Look, let's just be clear. Going back to the Redskins is not being considered. Period."
So y'all going back to the reservation?
Yeah, and they're also saying that this group, NAGA, after some have investigated, saying that this is not even a real group, that it's a fake.
Well,
group.
I'm sure it's not.
Well, look, why
Right.
go through all this again? Why go through the headache?
Yeah, and I think that's
listen,
what he's saying is let's move on. We're done with it. We're not going back to that. Because as soon
I
as you
wish
change it,
they had something with the word red still in it.
Red.
tails or whatever. I
Red
love
rump.
I like their color scheme, but I wish they would go back to more of the look that they had. With the more the yellow, whatever color yellow that is on their helmet and stuff.
Bubba likes
Back
that
when
yellow.
Sonny Jurgensen played and Kilmer and all of those. But it's good. I just I think I don't like the way they're using the colors right now either. But Commander, that can be they could put some captain bars up there. I mean, not the captain hat like we had with people call them scrambled eggs, but you know what I'm talking about.
You love that captain
the
hat,
leaf.
don't you?
I do.
I like the Commanders.
Yeah, and I think they could do a lot more with it than what they're doing.
Well,
better than the Guardians.
And I know that I'm.
That was coming.
I refuse to acknowledge. I won't watch them play.
How about that one is that gets a total F in my grading book.
Yeah, it does.
I'm giving this one a D. But at least you got something,
They can't muster a C- from you?
Not until they get the colors a little bit.
Why you don't like
what's going on with the colors? What's the deal about it?
the way they're using them? They're changing
but what are they doing? I mean,
Look, Adler, see if you can pull up a clip of when Larry Brown was a running back, number 43.
like 'em better.
Sonny Jurgensen, number 9, or Val Kilmer, number 17 was
Jay
quarterback.
Schrader.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well,
did you just say
Val Kilmer?
Did he play Billy Kilmer?
Well, before he got sick, Val was a hell of a quarterback. And
yeah, you want the red jersey, the yellow pants,
and the yellow helmet.
Yeah. You don't like the red helmet with the yellow pants?
I like the yellow better. I think.
Really?
Didn't they go to home watch too at one point? I hate.
See,
that.
that's kind of the look they had. I like that color combination better back then.
I mean, it's like
49.
Just a preference.
It really does. It does.
But I, and I know I sound like a broken record. I think we could have got red and still got this. For some reason, this mascot that football teams have ignored, the Washington Red Rhinos.
Yeah.
You know what?
Golly.
See, that would have been great.
We keep our R.
Yeah.
I mean, and instead
you just put the R back like you had for the Redskins.
And you know what you can do? You know the one you like that had the feather? That's now a horn of a rhino.
See?
Good gracious.
So you could. I don't know why I don't know
better.
why people with these major decisions don't call us for input.
I know.
Because we could solve some of these things.
Golly, the intro and the
Let me tell you what, if
rhino.
I'd have been in the Guardian meeting, I would have laid in the floor and said,
Yeah.
nobody's leaving this room until we fix this.
You know what it is,
This
Bubba?
is
You know what it is?
ridiculous.
Unacceptable.
It is
It
unacceptable.
really is.
Yeah.
Especially considering it was this classic team, the Indians, that we've known for over 100 years, and we change it to the Guardians.
What about when you're
Do what Florida State did. Go out and find the local group, give them a donation, get them to okay it, and keep going with what you had.
What about
that's what everybody in America does.
Can you imagine?
Buy your way out.
Yeah,
Buy your way out.
Americans,
Come on,
Americans pay people off and they get back to what they were doing.
settle it. That's
How about
called,
just
I
look
think
at them
Snyder-
and go, no,
I don't
we're not
look at
doing
it as a bribe, Rick. It's called settling it.
I think
Let's say
Snyder had so much going on, though.
Yeah.
Remember, he had all those allegations
Oh,
and
yeah,
things.
that-
He couldn't.
Yeah, I'm not
help.
saying he's a good
He
player.
had no leverage.
He didn't have any
got in a
leverage.
position of weakness.
Yeah.
We here in America, let's say your son is in trouble. You pay people off, and,
you cover it up.
right, and you withhold money, whatever it
You
takes.
can't figure out who left the cocaine in your house.
Right, you blame it on somebody.
You
else.
tell them fire the prosecutor. You
Right.
don't get the money.
Yeah,
That
so
was already given to you by somebody else. I had no control over it. I
American
was just
way.
delivering the message.
But I'm just picturing the dead room back over to the Cleveland Indians. Picture sitting outside the boardroom. And you're not, well, they come out, they're going to have a new name.
Boy, I can't wait.
And everybody's out there, and the guy walks out, and he goes, we're going with Guardians.
Let me ask you
can
this.
you just imagine?
What does that even
group,
mean?
You could tell that group had been to the movies
Right.
in the weeks before that and seen Guardians of the Galaxy and just had that on their mind.
Thought it was sharp.
Bubba, since you're a problem solver and you wish you had been in this meeting, let's do a pretend meeting. Let's act as if the Atlanta Braves have to deal with the same issue next week. What are your suggestions?
Well, I'd have to think about it because I wouldn't make a rash decision like the Indians did and come up with a loser. Okay, I think that's the first step. Is don't rush into it.
I think that's a smart first step.
But I think I would come up with something that had to do that tied in to what they've already got. You know, if you got Braves, call them Bravos. I mean, call them anything with a B. Stay with that whole line of
You
thinking.
would stay with the B.
I think I would. I think I would.
What do you think about, since it's in Atlanta, the Atlanta drop box?
That's a good one. What it's famous for. If I was with the Guardians / Indians, my first, and they may have done this and I just wasn't paying attention, I would have offered up Chief Wahoo. All right, we're going to get rid of Wahoo.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they did that.
But we're still, they may have tried.
They did too, yeah.
But we're still going to be the Indians. Right.
I would.
And then I would say, and if you don't like that, that's just too bad.
First step with them, I would have gone, and I do this with the Braves. I go to Florida State, and I find out how they got out of it.
Right.
And then I try to mimic that.
And
to the
finding
best
a line
I can.
now.
Right.
And don't forget my idea. If you ever want to stay with some sort of tribe, logo and tribe mascot, go with Comanches. Nobody can make a case of the beloved Comanches.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No,
They were rough.
You cannot make a case. Nobody's going to fall in love with the plight of the Comanche.
No.
They were really bad people. And if you just say my team's the Comanches and we're out to kill everybody that's in our way,
pretty cool,
figuratively.
Yeah.
And the Comanches is a great mascot. You're going to have a hard time finding opposition to that, and so you kind of get to have your way. So I might, to your point, Helms, I might go with the Atlanta Comanches.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Definitely the Cleveland Comanches, because that goes well.
See, that does go well together.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd have been perfect.
I'd have done that overnight.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, because try to defend the Comanches. It's going to be hard to do.
Anybody want to try to defend them? I'm standing by.
As they cut your eyelids
want
off
to tell you
and
about
bury
opening
your
day.
ant
Want to tell you about our plans for opening day. We're going to have the most scary-looking Comanche ride out on the horse, because that's what they were known for, their horse skills. And he's going to take a spear, and he's going to ram it right into the mound, and we're going to win a World Series.
He's going to be hanging off the side of the horse as he comes
Yeah.
out.
Oh, yeah, he's going to ride in. He's going to have to do some tricks, because they can do
tricks.
it. Yeah.
But even if you just stayed with a B, there would be some continuity, like the Atlanta Badgers or something. You know what I mean?
I'm not going to go into it, but Honkies is still out there.
Yeah, I know.
Good. Thanks, Greg.
Here we go.
Top of the hour.
Still out there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
We didn't know everything that we know now about where life begins. Whether you are a follower of Christ or have a biblical worldview or not, science and biology is clearly telling us where life begins, and you're proposing, with all who support this, which would include us here, this is our moment of clarity to say, what have we done, and correct it.
Exactly. Look, it's time. We just need to stand up and say it and call it what it is. And in Tuscaloosa alone, in Tuscaloosa County, and I'm ashamed to say this, but this is fact, and this is what God's put on my heart, 3,500 abortions a year average in Tuscaloosa. That's more abortions in my hometown than there are births. You'll have to answer for that if you just sit by. You can't sit by and let things like that happen. I didn't know this. I've lived there for all these years, and I never knew it. And so Sherry and I got involved, and this became, evidence to us, and you've got to stand. You've got to do something. And so God's put the Pro-Life Coalition, he's put Eric Johnson, he's put Terry Collins, he's put Greg. He's stationed this, and at the same time, he has made the whole country aware with these rulings in New York and Virginia and the governor, and what it's done, it's brought it to light at the perfect time. And so we feel such a time as this. And
Rich, let me ask you this. We look back on history and we look at Nazi Germany and the atrocities that went on there in the concentration camps. Yeah. And I, for one, I've often wondered, how could they allow this to happen? How could the German people sit by idly and let this happen? And you realize that it's exactly the same thing going on here now with the abortion issue.
It is.
But there's a difference. We know more than the German people did.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The reason why these things get down the road like they do is there's a suppression of the reality of what's really going on.
And that should show you what their intent is in some of this. And Rich, I think, too, science, as you mentioned, has shed so much light on this. Now that we have mapped the human genome, we know for a fact when people talk about, well, it's my body or this or that, a baby does not have the same DNA as the mother. It is a totally different DNA signature. Now, part of the mom is in there and part of the dad is in there, but it is a totally different DNA. If you remove someone's gallbladder, if you remove their tonsils, if you remove any other piece of them, it has the same DNA as the mother. But a baby, a fetus, however you want to describe it, has a totally different DNA sequence from day one. It is not part of her body.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're certainly not having a lack of compassion here. No one is saying that every woman who ends up carrying a child by life choices or by whatever happens has to take the responsibility to raise the child. You know, that we have incredible organizations and incredible people that are standing by that would love to adopt that baby, that would love to care for that baby, that would love to raise that baby. And certainly,
or even people who've been down the road of abortion.
Yeah. And
it doesn't mean you're an enemy to this. What it does mean, we all need to just take a deep breath and look at what we're doing and call it what it is.
That's right.
And correct it. Correct it.
Everybody, and those
none of us are without sin. None of us have gone where we're not off the path. But the real error is not correcting it and standing up and going, I'm going to make a change.
Right.
I was wrong. I did something wrong.
Absolutely.
I'm doing something wrong. But I have the power now to change it and correct it for the future, and that is where the redemption comes in.
That's it.
Amen.
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 So, Rich, I know we got to get to the break. So I guess the bottom line is this. The people of Alabama need to be sure that those who are going to vote on this to make this law, they need to hear that this is what the people of the state want. We have had our clarity. We have admitted that what we've done is wrong, and we're ready to change it.
Let's fix this and move forward for a greater America.
States already voted last year. It's not.
Yeah.
So I would ask that they get with their senator, get with their House member, get with the governor, notify them that we've already voted for this.
Right.
And please support it, bathe it in prayer, and stand up and step out, please.
We'll be right back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this. So, Bubba, the last... Six minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio, living on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the rest of the world, we thank you for being with us for a brand new hour. Dr. Lou makes the debut. Year 14, he kicks off a college football season this hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. Yesterday's Wednesday Bible study archive now available for you. Grab that on your own time. Tomorrow, a Rick and Bubba Best Of Show. As Bubba and I go on to the long weekend, Labor Day weekend. Labor Day will actually be a Rick and Bubba replay, an old show played back for you in its entirety as the whole staff will be off. And Lord willing, we'll be back Tuesday with all the stories from the long weekend. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family. Thank all of you in the parking lot this morning.
Yes, a little tailgating action going out there. It's almost like I guess it's getting close to the long weekends. Got everybody stirred, and we're not going to be here tomorrow. And we'll talk about. There's a lot going on this weekend, and we'll get into some of that as the show continues. But Bubba, when we went to the break, you were given a charge by Helmsy that you said you needed time to think about, and you've thought about it.
Well, just in the break,
Right,
but I
yeah.
wanted to follow up. Ham said if you were in charge of the Atlanta Braves or owned them, and you had to change the name from Braves, what would you go to? And I just simply Google some names that begin mascot names that begin with B.
So you want to stay?
And
with
I think that will help it to have some continuity. You know, it's like when you say the Chicago, even the baseball team now. I want to say Indians, and I know that's not correct.
Cleveland.
And I go Cleveland,
Yeah, I know.
and then you have to go all the way around to find Guardians.
Yeah.
But if you kept Atlanta and said, "What about the Atlanta Bravehearts?" See, you keep it some kind of continuity.
Okay.
You like that?
Do we have somebody dressed like Mel Gibson
Yeah.
who runs out on the field?
Yeah, you just storm the place.
Do you
know?
play his clip at the beginning?
Oh, you got a lot of those.
All men must die, but not all men live. Do you do all
yeah,
that?
you could have all. You could have all
Never
kinds of
take
great
our
nights
freedom.
with that. see?
There you go.
Instead of freedom.
A couple of others, just a couple of others off the top of the list. The Atlanta Ball Hogs. See, I like that.
Whoa.
The what
Ball
now?
Hogs? You don't like ball hogs? I think one of the promotions you
I'd
could
stay
have
around,
would
stay
be
away
great.
from that.
Bubba, this was going much better when it was just you and me.
What about the Atlanta Ballers?
No.
I'd
I'd
get
get
a lot
off
of
ball.
ball talk.
That's playing. That's playing.
I'd get off ball.
Yeah, that's more basketball too.
Three-ball
Barrage.
cat.
What about the Atlanta Barrage?
That's terrible.
That's good.
Well, it's better than Guardians.
Atlanta
Your
Barrage.
mouth wasn't even comfortable saying it.
I couldn't read
That's
my
really
notes.
not a
What it
theme.
was.
Yeah,
You know?
Barrage.
I hate
What about
stuff that's
the
not a
Atlanta
thing.
Blast? See, nobody can get mad at that.
Well, then people started. Remember the time we tried to name one of the Birmingham teams after an explosion?
Yeah, but
You're right.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's bad.
what about the Atlanta Big Sticks?
Well,
See, that's a baseball term.
Okay,
Yeah. This is
That's a baseball
This
term.
is possibly the worst list of mascots I've ever heard.
No,
Go ahead and put
no,
three-balled cat in there.
Why not?
why are we doing that? What about the Atlanta Yickety-Yaks?
Yeah, there you go. Yickety.
I just think if you stay at least in the same letter, it
No, you've
gives
made
some
that. Yes,
continuity.
you've made that very clear. And there's some it's
Thank goodness they're not changing it that we're aware of.
right. Well,
No.
somebody said, I don't know what they're.
Somebody said.
I think
Somebody
because-
said it?
It was you in the break that the fact that it's kind of hard to get upset with the name Brave. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, what's negative about that?
Yeah, or at least just change it from an Indian meaning to home of the brave. I mean, it's our national anthem. Right, you know?
The Braves, anybody can be brave, so say we're talking about them. Doesn't
Tomahawk
all
in the
brave
picture.
people.
Right.
Yeah,
The tomahawk hurts.
Yeah, Tomahawk's in the logo.
Well,
You
yeah.
may have to negotiate it away.
I don't know why we're upset
Right.
with this.
Get rid of that and put something else in there.
Yeah.
Some item of war.
A bat.
Yeah.
A
You
bat
could put
underneath
spears
them.
under
There you
there
go.
or something if you wanted to. You know,
Yeah, there it is. And so
muskets or whatever.
has all the push on Atlanta though.
The Bravos, I still like Bravos.
Yeah, don't you think the push on Atlanta seems to have faded a
I
little
think
bit?
it has.
Have they
a
survived?
little bit?
Now the West Georgia Braves, they gave in, but
Yeah, I didn't understand that. I didn't think that was
Well, the
necessary.
groups that were touring the country protesting, they got what they wanted in Chicago. They got what they wanted in D.C. I think they just got kind of tired of chasing people around.
You mean Cleveland?
Cleveland. What did
Yeah,
I say?
Chicago.
Yes, Cleveland.
Yeah.
My bad.
talking about Chicago.
Because a minute I thought.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I thought for a minute. Oh no.
Dub Bears.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not out to
I
get
thought-
Dub Bears.
I didn't know if the sock people were mad or the Cub people were mad.
I don't Cubs, Rick. Peter don't like it.
Have you ever wondered though about the Cub thing? We don't want to be a grown bear.
I know.
I mean, I always thought Cub was odd.
I don't know why.
And you
they
could
come up
also
with that.
be a lion and be a cub. Other animals can
Yeah.
be cubs,
Yeah.
but we're a bear cub.
But their logo has a little baby bear on it.
It
doesn't
does.
The
It really
Cubbies.
does. It's kind of wimpish.
But why?
But it's historic.
But why
and
Cub?
there's no group that, there's no bears protesting.
no,
No.
they're not
So
worried
that's the
about it.
good part.
Mm-mm. I tell you what, if they decided to, though, you better listen.
Yeah.
I'd rather listen to them than some Indian.
Thank you, Greg.
I'm more scared of the bear.
Yeah.
Well put, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Chief.
I'm just saying, if the
Thank
two
you.
were there,
Thank you, Kemosabe.
Rick,
Right.
if the two are there, I
Right.
pick the Indian. I'm
And see,
sorry.
like
Way to be delicate, Greg.
if Kansas City got caught up in all this, which they've had some pressure on them, but they're just winning, so nobody's worried about it. I would just go to the chefs with them, make it real easy, flip 2 letters.
The chefs and put big brown hats on.
Oh my goodness!
All right, listen to this. This is interesting. Y'all want to know about the Cubs? Here's why. 1902, they went from the White Stockings to the Colts. Okay, then they switched to the Orphans.
What?
Listen to this. Then the Chicago Daily News began referring to the team as the Cubs because the amount of young players they had.
Okay.
And that's why it stuck and became the official name in 1907.
Better than the Orphans.
Yeah, it is.
Nothing against orphans, but it's just not a good mascot.
Thank you, Greg. Big day for you today.
It is. You remember Coleman Liquidators? The guy goes like, "You can buy one. I don't care."
I don't care.
I see you as a spokesperson for someone that just I don't care.
Yeah, well,
call us what you want. I don't care.
Yeah, what,
I don't matter.
Yeah,
just show up.
Yeah, just come to the game. I don't care.
Guys, the
Okay.
Chicago Daily News had so much influence that they went with it. Let's force somebody to change their name. Well, I think we can have that influence on at least a minor league
Can
team.
I tell you what really works the best?
The Cubbies.
Unless a mob, gets violent and stuff like that, but just your normal, we're loud and we're emotional. Most of these mobs, you give them fuel if they see any inkling that you are indecisive.
Yeah.
The best thing to do to a mob is go is this. No.
Not doing it.
We demand you do. Nah, we're not going to.
Y'all can show up and protest every day.
You
That's
don't have
fine.
anything else to say to it? I don't. Nope. So you're not going to change your name? Not going to change it.
Yeah. You're wasting your time.
Well, that makes us mad. Sorry about that.
Yeah. If that's all I got to deal with, you're mad.
Yeah. Ticket sales look fine. I'm good. Thank
You're
you.
right.
Yeah.
That's the way you handle it.
Yeah. Why do I care what you think about our team logo? Well, you should care, but I don't.
Yes.
I don't care.
You're not even a baseball fan.
Yeah, we're going to make you care. I don't think you can. I really don't. Yeah, I don't. We're going to be out here and be loud. That's okay. The people come to the game, they're pretty loud too.
They'll eventually get tired of it.
Right. We'll see how many days you want to stay with this, but we're not changing the name. So don't even ask me about it again.
Oh, yeah, because if you ever even consider it, I mean, they just own you.
The President Rick, are you going to discuss it? Not going to discuss it. You going to change it? Nope.
Not going to dead.
People are upset. Yep, they are. But a lot of people aren't.
Yeah, the majority.
Right.
I would be more
majority of people are not upset.
I would be more concerned with putting together a winning team.
Right. Yeah. If we win, we'll sell lots of stuff. If we lose, we won't.
Yep.
Okay. So thank y'all. I kind of understand how this all works. Apparently, y'all don't. I can come up with a beloved mascot that the whole world feels good about and openly weeps about how wonderful it is. If we lose, ain't nobody coming.
That's right.
Yeah.
And we ain't gonna sell it. And we're not gonna sell any jerseys. Unless we get into that rare thing about these fans that stick with their team no matter what, and those are few and far between.
They are.
There are
nowadays.
some.
There
are some.
Oh yeah, but those people are dying off.
Yeah. 15 minutes past the hour. We'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Check our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Find out everything you could possibly ever want to know about the Rick and Bubba show there. You can catch every single second of the show either on the YouTube archive or the podcast archives every day, including a best of hour as well. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Funny. I'm watching you go through this process.
Funny.
Of the Auburn basketball, team is going to the Final Four for the first time in the history of the school.
Yes.
In this sport.
History of anybody in the state.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big deal.
And we know that you look a lot like an Auburn fan, but you're not one.
Right.
And but for some reason, when they go to championships, you always go.
Right.
He doesn't go to any other championship.
No, he doesn't. Right. But
and this one is.
And then there's a flag on your boat. And you seem to be dressed out in their stuff a lot, and but at various games. But I know that you're
With
not
Tim Cook.
right. But I know that you're not officially. But anyway,
flag on your boat got me.
I know, right?
I want to see that.
Other than the blazing AU flag flying in the wind, and your trip to all the championships. But what I'm saying is,
that hadn't been a lot of trips.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The good news about pulling for this university, you don't have to go a lot. but here's the thing. You said that you thought you were going to be going to the Final Four if they hadn't told you can't buy but 2 packages because you weren't Tigers.
I was on the phone.
You would already be gone.
I had ordered 3 for me and the kids. The kids were beating me up, wanting to go. You know, and I understand. I understand it's your thing, and so really, I was doing it for the kids.
That's right. Of course, you were. You're always doing it for the kids because you're a
we do a lot
person.
for the kids every day.
You do.
Like get up and go to work.
Right.
So they shut me down. They wouldn't let me buy a 3rd package. Okay, it was the whole package because I'm not a member of Tigers Unlimited,
right?
Which is the fundraising group, and every university has their little thing they do.
Right.
So, and believe me, I tried to talk the lady into it. They even suggested calling me back, let me call her back. Just what do we need to do to make this happen? You know, felt like Lori Loughlin there for just a moment. And so we abided by all the rules, and I fell on the sword. I backed myself out of the deal. Got the kids going. They'll have time of a life. This is a great memory for them. And Caitlin goes there in Auburn, at Auburn, and Hunter's a fan. He lives there. So it would be a great trip. And it would be a great trip if Dad could be involved too. But and so we started trying to kind of look around and find, you know, any potential situations, any workarounds to get there. Minneapolis, not just real easy to get to from Birmingham to start with. And I have never been there to see the Vikings play. It's a shame they can't play on the same weekend.
I know.
But I've never been to Minnesota, and I'd love to see the land of lakes up there.
You no longer have the obstacle of a Birmingham Iron playoff game.
Right. That's out. That's out. Don't have to worry about that.
Right.
Now, of course, most of the lakes are still frozen over right now in Minnesota.
Right.
So it'd be the land of ice.
Wow.
But we've tried several options, and some of them I think you will find are somewhat amusing. Okay.
I think they're all amusing.
I have
hearing you explain it is great.
And now remember,
I have reached out to a lot of different sources.
I wish I knew every one of them.
Just trying to check out and say, hey,
I wish I knew every one of them.
What you're playing, what you got going.
I wish
trying to find out. Well, I can share a couple of them.
Okay, good.
One of them is a local group here that is in the food business, who runs the local Taco Bells. Okay, they're a franchise, a big group of that.
Bless you, Bubba.
And
bless you, Taco Bell.
I actually approached them from 2 different directions.
This is amazing.
One with one of the principals who I'm friends with, and one who is a pilot. And I asked, hey, do y'all happen to have an extra seat on Taco 1?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Bless you, Taco Bell.
But unfortunately, the taco was full.
The taco was full.
Yes, the taco was full.
Right.
And so that's out.
Unlike their taco. Not so full. But anyway, go ahead.
So,
which is why you can get 9 of them for about $4.
What was it? The whole menu was what, $120?
The entire menu.
And the guy tried to eat it.
Right.
So, and Rick, just checking in with different people, you know, and I think we may have finally got it worked out.
Now you've gone down a road that
I tried to call Charles, and he's busy. I can't get in touch with him.
Hey, why's Bubba calling me?
Bubba, why you keep calling me?
Rick, where's Bubba?
Minutes past the hour, phone troll. We're ready to go, Dr. Lou, bottom of the hour. But right now we'll take a phone troll and chat with you prior, see what's on your mind. A lot out there. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All 10 lines are made available for you. You can grab those now. The real Greg Burgess settles in. 30 seconds will be king, and the old buzzer will sound. Your time on the program will come to a close, and then we'll get to another caller, but no shout-outs, you know that. No shameless plugs. HelloFresh.com /Bubba. Working with the Rick and Bubba Show, America's #1 meal kit. And they do an outstanding job. No matter what you need, if you're trying to do a little better, you know, the hardest part about doing a little better is meal prep. It really is. And even if you're devoted to doing better, boy, the meal prepping and making sure you do, let them handle that. They've got the fit and wholesome menu. Pick from that. They'll send it right to you. All you do is prepare it with the recipe card they give you, and also all the ingredients. If you're looking for just family friendly, they got that. 15-minute meals, quick and easy recipe options for tasty homemade dinner without the hassle. So why don't you try them? We'll get you 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA if you go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Meal planning never made simpler and more delicious. HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or just go to RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, we had mentioned it, I think earlier in the program, the guys did on the kickoff hour, but today, Speedy's parents and Greg and our parents, both at the same time, on the same day, we think they were married within 3 hours of each other 60 years ago today.
Wow. How close were they geographically, do you know?
Well, Mom and Daddy got married in Birmingham. So,
down Pascagoula.
Yeah, so something like that. Yeah. So not that far. So 1, 2, happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. To the phones we go. Bob is in Alabama.
Hey,
Bob, 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Right in there, Bob.
Yeah, good job, guys. Y'all do a good job. You're talking about the Braves. They have a deal with the Cherokee Nation. The chief comes down there all the time, and they have a whole weekend with them, and they promote their casino in North Carolina and all that. And plus, they're called the Los Bravos 2 or 3 games a year when they honor their Spanish players.
Okay.
Los Bravos. I like that.
Los Bravos.
Rick, and this is one I really didn't think about, was emailed to me. I wanted to mention to you because I knew it has a special place in your heart.
Does.
For the Washington football team, why not the Washington Wildcats? Then they could hang a big banner across the Capitol each year that said the Cats are back.
Candy in Alabama. Candy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, y'all are always talking about the offensive mascots and stuff, but like the most offended mascot in the world should be the Democratic jackass.
Well, yeah, there it is. There it is. Candace in Birmingham. No.
Hey, election season.
How about this? There's never been a political party that picked a more appropriate mascot.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Candace, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I just was going to say that if you didn't have teams with Indian names, you really wouldn't be talking about Indian history at all, except for in Alabama with 4th grade and then watching the show's Yellowstone, because otherwise we're not talking about Indians or any of the American Indians.
Well, we were screaming that point all along when this was going on.
Yeah.
And, I love 4th grade history when we studied the Indian stuff. I really did. That was my favorite one. Red Eagle, we all learned all about him.
Yeah, no, it is taking away of a discussion of the incredible heritage and the culture. And
I love finding arrowheads when we play on the fields. And stuff.
What you don't want to is to become such a hot topic, and people are afraid that everybody's going to get mad, that people just they just pick the position of, I guess I just won't talk about it at all.
Right.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Larry in Alabama. Larry, go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, how y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
Hey, we're planning this little trip up to Vermont, and I was looking for some things to do up there. And have you heard of dating time instead of BC and AD as dating is as BP before present?
No, I haven't. BP in my life has always been my blood pressure.
No.
No, I have not. I have not heard that.
Oh, I'm sure
that doesn't surprise me though.
I'm sure there's a active group trying to get that removed and changed, because you can't have it be the year of our Lord.
It's possible that I start thinking about something and miss the connection of going to Vermont looking for stuff to do, and then back to how you keep time.
I don't.
Was
know.
there something in Vermont that he saw that made him think of that, or did he look at the different?
Valid question, Rick.
Okay.
Valid question.
So I didn't. It wasn't just me.
No.
It wasn't just. I didn't catch that transition. Did I miss it?
I don't know why. Is it only in Vermont they're doing that?
Yeah, maybe in Vermont they've got that down on the times that the tourist stuff is open. I don't know. We continue. Austin, Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Austin, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to comment on something Helmsy said last year.
Okay.
He had the Thanksgiving gathering. He said they had soccer nets, and he said he will bring a football this year. It will not be soccer nets. Just reminded Helmsley of that.
Okay.
I couldn't understand.
He was bringing up the fact that when we showed up to Thanksgiving last year,
yeah.
remember when my brother brought all the soccer nets and nobody really knew what to do, and everybody participated, but it was like they really weren't sure.
Right.
You know, should we be doing this on Thanksgiving at our house? And so he was reminding me because I said I would bring a football.
You think it's a little quick? Because Thanksgiving.
It is. It needs
a November call.
Yeah, I think about November 15th. You make that call again.
You know what I think it is? Football season starting, so everybody's starting to.
No,
think
you're
about
right.
that.
Because it does bring a lot. It brings a lot of joy.
Yeah, it does.
Great reminder though.
Garrett, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, what's going on outside, guys?
What do you mean?
The tubers are all sitting outside watching some of the show and hanging out.
It all started with an ambulance out there this morning, which sent me off on a weird road. But I
so glad they're there.
Something about today has spawned a desire to try to look in. Mm-hmm. I don't know why it's today, but I'm thankful that they care.
Yes. Yeah, very thankful.
That's cool. I just thought it was a silver singles meeting from where I
Hey, by the way, when does that Golden Bachelor start?
I think they said the end of September is what we mentioned.
Yeah.
Craig, September 28th comes to mind or something.
I really don't remember.
Craig in Kentucky. Craig, go ahead.
Hey, Rick.
Hey, buddy.
I just want to tell you I love you, man. Y'all are really awesome. And
thank you.
You're welcome. The reason I called is because I've had a lot of bad things happen, and I did not appreciate the Lord anymore. And I found your Bible study, stumbling across your show, and I'm not found yet, brother, but I'm a whole lot further than I was, and it's all thanks to you.
Oh, well, not thanks to me, but thanks to God and the Holy Spirit drawing you to Him, man. Just keep on pursuing, keep seeking Him. You'll find Him. If I can help you in any way, take that next step. Reach out to me, man. I'll help you any way I can. I've been where you are, and I understand, and He is the answer. So you're right. We continue. Anonymous in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Go ahead.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Mitch McConnell call?
Yes, I'd like to know who y'all think that replacement for Mitch McConnell would be. I think maybe Ted Cruz would be a good one myself.
Well, he doesn't live.
You mean a replacement as the leader in the Senate?
Thank you, Bubba.
Not from Kentucky.
Thank you. For a minute, I thought Mitch had called.
Right. Yeah. The people in Kentucky will have to decide that. But as far as a leader in the Senate, Ted Cruz would be excellent.
Yeah, he would. He would. Dr. Lou is standing by, and Dr. Lou is ready for his 14th year kicking off college football next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba is so fat, and so I'm used to this word.
Bubba, you and me ain't gonna fit on a plane.
I ain't getting on no plane with Bill Bubba Bussy.
That thing won't fly.
So
did you have a lot of anxiety about hitting the send? Some of these, like, did you feel like you were bothering people that you never talked to?
Now we're back to a BIP again.
Yeah, I mean, and I've tried to approach this from an anti-BIP standpoint, just to say,
which limits your choices.
Because a lot of times you'll have people who are pooling together to go somewhere, and they'll end up with an extra seat, and they really would like to have somebody else to help share the cost of the ride.
But see, there's that, and then you can end up being that kind of outcast person nobody wanted to go.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean? Oh gosh, she's
and I was prepared. I mean, I'm
you can be Hero or you can be Charlie Brown and go either way.
You don't want that. So I think that our very own Dan Moultrie has come to the rescue.
Oh my gosh,
you're kidding me.
Bubba,
I think we've matched Moultrie.
Well, we all have learned over the years that Moultrie is always well-meaning.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And he'll everything's unbelievable. And and Dan, I know wants to come through. I know that, but. You really did go through every other option, didn't you? I mean, because
I've it's been a multi-front maneuver trying to get this worked out.
You didn't bump one of his kids, did you?
No, I don't think so.
Did
Ashley
you?
or Daniel getting to go?
Bubba, I don't want to. Listen, I don't want to be.
Sorry, Ashley.
I got to be that friend here. Has Dan told you you're going, or can it be confirmed that you're going?
Well, Rick, as I always say to you, it's not real till I have it in my hand, you know, and everything is subjective to that point. Now, I have a piece of paper from the people who schedule this that has my name on it.
Like where, an email?
No, and I printed it out, and I just got it right before the show started.
That came from Dan or from them?
It came from them, where Dan had ordered, and I'm considered. I guess I'm. You know, it's me and Patty and Dan. So I'm the third wheel in that group.
Does that mean a ticket, or does that mean transportation as well?
That is ticket and hotel.
Uh-oh.
Did y'all miss something? We just flew right through it. All right. Dan and Patty were just going to go on a trip together.
Had them a little trip planned.
And now Bubba's with them.
Well, there's some areas you worry about being a bip, some you don't. You know what I mean? I mean, that's
Honey, I can't wait to get away together. Well, you know, we never get to spend time alone.
Do you think he's told her yet?
Oh, probably not. I don't think so. You won't get a casserole out of this?
Knows. I think she knows.
Okay, because you know what it says is, well, we can use this space to put. No, that space is taken.
No, there was kind of a comical moment yesterday when I was talking to Dan, and we'd been working through this, where they were having problems getting all their stuff to go through on the computer. So, and I kind of got to laughing. Dan was somewhere between here and the middle of Georgia, and he was trying to pull off on the side of the road to get his laptop to work. And that was kind of funny. Because you know how hard it is to get online anyway, and when you're online in a car, trying to use some kind of cellular modem or I mean, it's it has its own set of problems.
All right, I just want to be sure I have this right. If all this turns out to be true, it looks like you got some sort of confirmation. On the way to see Auburn in the Final Four, will be you, Dan Moultrie, Dan Moultrie's wife, and Dan Moultrie's son. You'll be like the other son.
I'm just saying the piece of paper that I have has Dan and has Patty and has me on it. That's all I know.
So there's none of his kids on it.
Not that I saw.
So you
that I could read.
So there's a couple in you.
I think so.
Unbelievable.
Rick and Bubba.
Well, but you're not a fan, so it doesn't really matter.
Just got to get there.
You're just willing to fly with a couple there and go to Minneapolis and see what happens.
Yeah. HD on the big screen's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, if you have, this is like a movie. We're in the movie. You're Bryce Harper, and you left D.C. You took the giant contract to go to the Phillies. Now the Phillies return to take on, the Nationals.
Just a few weeks after all this.
You come into this packed stadium where you're being booed and called traitor and sellout, and you strike out the first time up. And everybody's, yeah.
And look kind of bad doing it, man. It was 85.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. It's the sound of college football. And Dr. Lou is prepared to make his 14th anniversary debut today. Dr. Lou.
Richard and William, can you smell what the doc is cooking?
Yeah! The doc is back.
It's a big old pot of college football. That's what it is. You smell those ingredients, guys?
Yes, we
I
do.
smell bacon cheeseburgers sizzling on the Weber. Juice is dripping down onto those radiant charcoal briquettes. I taste an ice-cold Coca-Cola fizzing with refreshment as I fan 17 gnats away from my face. I feel that September air is thick and greasy as an Alabama Waffle House at 2 a.m. on a Saturday night. Yeah. Humidity is heavy as whipping cream. That scorching heat that'll fry a speedy forehead in 7 seconds. You know what that means. That's college football season.
Yeah, that's it.
Guys, it's a perfect recipe, and college football is back in Daddy's home. Hey, Ricky Bob, can you just say Daddy's home?
Daddy's home.
Daddy's home. Say welcome home, Daddy.
Welcome
home.
home,
What I
Daddy.
like to hear. Guys, Ricky Bob, just so you know, we aren't the only ones excited about college football being back. So is our Vice President Kamala Harris. Guys, now if you want to get fired up about the season, just listen to her inspiring words about the return of college football. College football is a sport in which college-age people play football against other college-age people. I mean, what a motivator.
She is. What a communicator.
Profound inspiration, guys.
Show me a wall I can run through.
Guys, can you believe it's year 14 of Dr. Lou on the Rick and Bubba show? Man, I still remember the days when Bob Barker was alive and Rick was fat. But it's unbelievable how things have really changed. Things have really changed, have they not, Speedy?
Well, we'll see.
Guys, let's talk some week 0. Let's talk some week 0.
Come on, week 0.
After 1 week of football, it's clear that the University of Notre Dame Fighting Irish is the front runner to be the 23 national champs. But I must admit, Vanderbilt appears to be right on their tails after an impressive win over the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. Yeah. Greg Burgess actually agrees with this sentiment. He says the Commodores are the best football team he has ever seen.
What?
Nothing, guys. You were talking about the Commodores being your best.
I got it.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, it took me a second.
Dr.
The
Lou.
greatest, you're right.
Dr. Lou crashes right out of the gate.
And that was a good one now that I look at it.
You require too much thinking on that
Too
one.
much thinking on that one. I expect y'all. Well,
that was a good one. Sorry I didn't give you much.
Greg also chimed in about the best tailgate snack combo. The best tailgate snack combo.
Right.
And guys, he says it's puffs and animal crackers. Puffs and animal crackers. Best game day beverage is apple juice. First one he's ever had.
Here you go.
Guys, speaking of food and drink, have y'all heard about this TCU freshman who has apparently never missed a meal? His name is Brian Ramsey Brooks.
Oh, yeah.
And guys, he has gone viral because of his imposing stature. He is 6'5", weighs 455 pounds. 455 pounds.
Wow.
They call him Big Bubba Brooks. And guys, I went and searched Ancestry.com, and it turns out Big Bubba Brooks is indeed related to Big Bubba Bussing.
How about that?
The DNA is a match. Go figure, guys, that the Horned Frog freshman loves ham radios and snacking on peanut M&Ms.
A somewhat healthy snack.
He tells me since he's been on campus at Fort Worth that he's been trying to do a little bit better.
Oh, yeah.
Brian did ask me to pass a message along to you that one day he hopes to make as big of an imprint as his Pawpaw Bussy.
How about that?
Yes, that's right.
How about that?
Well, we're proud of
Bubba's
it.
everywhere. Look to Bubba's the standard.
Guys, a little NFL for you here. About a month back, the Washington Commanders, formerly known as the Redskins, were sold by the Snyder family for $6 billion. A record. Mr. Dan Snyder. Snyder, that's right. A record sum for the North American sports franchise. Guys, I was blown away by the profit margin in this deal, so I decided to hop on a deal of my own, and I am now the sole owner of our local USFL team, the Birmingham Stallions. Did you know that?
Congratulations.
Yeah, I paid $85.99 for the franchise. But listen to this. If analytics are correct and apparel sales stay steady, my investment could be worth north of $91 by 2030. Speaking of big business deals, how about all this conference realignment news? In particular, the Pac-12 has been all but dissolved with eight of its teams leaving for the Big Ten and Big 12. With those 8 teams gone, only 4 teams remain. Instead of calling the new conference the Pac-4, executives say they want to add 2 teams and rename the conference Six-Pack.
That's good.
Their plan is to use Dylan Mulvaney to promote the new Six-Pack brand.
Great idea.
Since he's had overwhelming success promoting 12-packs.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, no doubt.
I talked to Dylan. He said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to bust into an industry that I've always wanted access to. Hello, college cheerleader G Much? Yes, please.
A double.
Speaking of realignment, the L.A. Rams may be looking to realign the location of their rookie quarterback, Stetson Bennett.
What's that?
Who? Yeah, Stetson Bennett. Guys, the former Georgia Bulldog, two-time national champ, has had a rough start in the NFL preseason. Not sure if y'all seen this.
No,
but
I haven't.
The good news is the Rams may have another organization interested in snatching up the fourth-round draft pick. That's right, guys. State Farm has said that Stetson checks all the boxes to be a premier insurance agent in their organization. State Farm Stetson. He'd be the perfect little cubicle buddy with his khakis.
Hell yes.
Now, what was his name again?
State Farm Stetson.
Oh,
That's a good. That's a mouthful.
It is.
Ricky Bubba, we can't kick off college football season without mentioning the alpha dog of the last decade, the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Yeah.
You know, we got to talk about
Road Tide.
who's looking to rebound from an absolutely unacceptable 11-2 season.
Yes,
in
horrible.
2022. Just ridiculous.
A dark cloud hangs over Tuscaloosa.
You know, there are some questions surrounding the quarterback and wide receiver positions, especially for the Tide. But Coach Saban is not worried at all. He has lined up John Fetterman, that's right, to deliver pregame speeches to the team this season. So he says Tide fans might as well go ahead and book their flights for the college football playoff.
Oh, yeah. Blase Fetterman can lay it down.
This season will be special if we play hard and work together.
There you go. Oh, man. Boy, he's a motivator. Isn't he?
He was tough to listen to till Mitch McConnell now.
Between he and Kamala.
Wow. Oh, boy.
Guys, staying in the SEC, the Auburn Tigers have a newfound hope down on the plains after making a splash hire with former Ole Miss coach Hugh Freeze. Coach Freeze has added some impressive talent to his overhauled roster, and he seems to be settling in down on the plains at Auburn. I went and caught up with Hugh last week to see what he loved most about Auburn, and he told me hands down it's the Phi Mews.
Oh,
loves the Phi Mews. Love those Phi Mews.
You're terrible. That's all.
Hey, ladies, party at Hugh's mansion. I'm just kidding. Forgiven, restored, redeemed, and now he's repenting. So let's move on.
You're the one who said it. We didn't say it.
You did that, not us.
I know, guys. We all need to remind ourselves of the truth sometimes, don't we, Rick?
We do.
Don't we, Rich?
We do.
Guys, the Auburn Tigers have had a Carlson at kicker for almost a decade. Daniel Carlson, who nailed a 62-yard last week at preseason football, and then we have of course Anders Carlson, who's now kicking for the Green Bay Packers. But now that the post-Carlson era is over, the coaching staff down at Auburn is looking to fill this position with a surefire field goal kicker. You know what that means. Coach Freeze told me that they need someone who has a cannon for a leg and someone who can launch it way over the crossbar in high-pressure game moments. Now, Megan Rapinoe has expressed interest in the job, saying she's basically a dude anyways, plus she can boot a ball into outer space when the game is on the line.
Dr. Lou.
Guys, had to get a little swig there. I tell you, getting a little dry there. Guys, before we go to break, I did want to tell you about a very strange dream that I had.
Oh, not another
last
dream.
week.
Greg loves these.
Bring it on.
I was down in the basement, Greg.
Sure.
And there I was just watching reruns of Rudy on TNT.
Yeah, right.
And I dozed off, and then there I was in the middle of a high school practice football field at night.
Oh, wow.
Lights were shining bright on the dew-covered grass.
Right.
And there was no one around except a giant leprechaun named Big Mike.
Oh, no.
He was wearing an Ole Miss jersey and Baltimore Ravens shorts.
Oh, no.
Very mismatched, might I add. Big Mike looked at me and he said, "Daddy,
no, boy.
I got your blind side." Big Mike began to walk around. Then he began to walk toward me to give me a warm embrace at midfield. But out of nowhere, Sandra Bullock appeared, and on the sideline, and she said, "You keep your dirty, wrinkled hands off my soon-to-be son. I'm about to sort of adopt him, and this here boy is gonna make it rain for the Chewy household." After the offer from Mama Bear, Big Mike stiff-armed to my face and ran to her saying, Mommy, thank you for having my back so one day I can stab you in yours."
What a dream.
What a dream.
That seems lifelike.
Then I woke up, and it's clear that this season is going to be filled with a lot of blindsided hopes and dreams, Rick and Bubba.
Dr. Lou, you're 14, baby.
Got you blindside.
I got you right here. We'll come back. We'll look at some of the games.
I tell you what, guys, that was pretty tough to recover from that start in the first quarter.
Oh, no, you came back.
I tell you what, I went down hard, but you know what? We keep fighting.
That's right.
The University of Notre Dame, we keep fighting.
Yeah, it's how you finish.
Finish well, baby. Finish well.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Mile-an-hour changeup. Pull the string on him.
But then Bryce Harper shows why he's getting paid what he gets paid in front of now the wicked former home crowd by almost hitting for the cycle.
Yes.
And he went nuts.
Yes.
So where do we pick this up?
Well, we can start off with the bomb to the second deck.
Okay.
This happened, I believe, in the 8th inning. It was 6-2. If I have that right, might have been 5-2.
You're right.
Phillies.
Speedy, let me ask this. Can you show, do you have footage of them welcoming him to begin with, or are you already queued up there?
Yeah.
Just to set the stage of how brutal it was.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And there was posters. I mean, you got signs, everything.
Yeah.
Like
got
college
with,
game day out there.
Yeah, with Trader, the letters on the shirt out in the outfield.
Absolutely.
Here's the call.
For the lead off first. In the air to right center field. How about this for a homecoming? That is crushed into the second deck for Bryce Harper, and he gives those Phillies fans.
That's to the third base coach.
That's
to his team.
Yeah.
I thought the same thing. I was wondering what that was. You need a different perspective, Rick.
Yeah, here's the side perspective, okay, of the actual bat flip.
Yeah, don't miss the bat flip.
In the air to right center field. How about this? Harper, and he gives those Phillies fans.
Yeah.
Okay, and he's batting over 420, 429, I think it is right now.
Now
it's early, but I mean he's
what a great
he's
return.
Living up to it.
But what a
point.
great return to the crowd, and they think when you strike out the first time that this is going to be their day, and you're like, yeah.
Rick, I don't know if you got another.
No, I was just
going
to say this tweet here. I love this tweet. It says Bryce Harper just buried all of DC, and this is how he comes back out to right field.
So he's firing up the Philly fans. I don't know what that means, but it looks like they love it.
Yeah.
They are responding.
Just a type of bow.
Is it?
Yeah. I've seen other people do that before.
It's probably something.
Novak does it. You've seen Novak do it. I don't know.
It may be bullfighters that do that or something. I don't know where they pick it up.
A drag race standing in between the two cars.
When
it looks
when all else fails,
looks like Pinky Tuscadero starting the drag race or something.
You know what? You're exactly right.
That's so good.
But when all else fails, it's probably from Fortnite.
Yeah. Rick, you're all over that.
Right.
If you can't figure out why some dance somebody's doing, probably from Fortnite.
They just hit a double standing.
Yeah, because I didn't know for a while. I was like, what's all these weird dances people doing? And everybody's like, it's from Fortnite.
Let me ask you this. Of course, he's going to give all he can for his team now and all
of
that.
Course he is.
But when you have someone who has been such a part of your team, he was there, 7 years, they obviously felt, betrayed that he left. But, we all know it's a business.
Sports, yeah.
Would the Washington fans, as hard as it would have been, would they have been better served to politely clap for him when he came back and not fire him up. You can see that what happened. I mean, it may not have made any difference, but obviously he was very much focused and motivated after the first at bat.
I think he feeds off of it. He really does. I mean, we've seen it. He's guys, for some reason, and it's again because for some reason in this country we can't stand when somebody works hard and gets after it and shows a little bit of excellence, and he does that.
Right.
And he may not go about it the way you want him to. But the son of a gun can play some ball, and he plays it as hard as anybody out there in the game today. And for some reason, that rubs people the wrong. You know this. When you're winning and you're doing things, people want to hate you. That's just the way it goes. So, Bubba, to answer your question, he is hated amongst most baseball fans.
Right.
Okay.
I get that.
So,
except the Phillies right now.
Yes, they would have been better off applauding him, giving him a standing O, and
maybe
thanking
making him feel, a little sentimental,
Absolutely.
and maybe defusing him
Yes.
instead of focusing him.
Because this is every day for him. He feeds off that.
But let's go back to this, and we didn't do this story.
How about when you do it though and you deliver? Oh my God!
You might have done it in the kickoff hour, but I know we discussed it off the air. But don't forget that when he got out the first outing for the Phillies and didn't immediately do something, they booed him. The Philly fans.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so it the what.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. As we work our way back, Dr. Lou has done his college football kickoff, and now we got some games that'll be going on tonight and this weekend. As I mentioned earlier, Speedy will be there tonight in Birmingham, Alabama, as the stadium guy, hopping the crowd from North Carolina A&T at UAB.
Blowing flame.
So that is going on tonight. Lou, will you be you weighing in on that game at all?
You know, guys, I'm very excited that it's college football season. I'll definitely be tuning in tonight to the old Blazers. They're just blowing that fire. It's gonna be a great game. I feel like Speedy. Anytime I look over at Speedy's pretty face, I just know that the UAB Blazers, they're gonna be in good hands tonight.
Oh,
especially with that MC.
They always are. Always are. You got a nice little break in the weather. That's gonna be nice.
Don't work them into a frenzy.
Yeah.
Yeah, before we get started, I gotta wish my little daughter. She turns 2 tomorrow. Natalie Reagan. I gotta wish you. You got Daddy wrapped around your little finger, and I just hope you have a happy birthday. You can eat whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. You can spend whatever you want. You do you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
tomorrow.
that's right. Oh yeah,
exactly.
absolutely.
So happy birthday, Natalie Reagan, and a shout out to my 411 boys out in Moody, Alabama, because they. Jake and Coach, they're doing all that stuff. So we're taking care of business out there. Go 10-0, But guys, college football. I was surprised that Florida and Utah are playing tonight.
That is interesting.
Does it look funny? Florida at number 14, Utah.
It does.
Did you ever think you'd see Utah ranked ahead of Florida?
Well, look at Florida with no ranking.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that weird? The number should be on the other side.
Yeah. I still think Florida will win that.
I've been a big fan of Billy Napier since he's been there, but I tell you what, it's just put up or shut up year this year. He needs to get something done with Danny Werfel down there on the swamp, or else this is gonna end up being a short tenure for him.
Well, and speaking of quarterbacks, Bubba, to your point, he's out tonight for
Utah's
Utah.
quarterback.
So
he's
really
that'll help.
Puts a damper on things as far as
because he's a hoss.
Yeah, he's good.
So that'll put a damper on that game. So Saturday, some interesting matchups. I know we don't have this one on here, but don't we have the debut of Deion Sanders Saturday?
Yes.
We did.
Colorado.
I guess who's Colorado even playing on Saturday?
They play TCU.
They don't they have about 80 new players on the roster?
Right. 85.
I think it is 85 new players on the roster. So I got a feeling this could be a rude awakening for Prime, though. He could be hobbling out of there, if you know what I mean.
Did you hear that they done the numbers? Colorado, it's close, actually has more new players than Pell City High School.
Good. Well, let me tell you something. I saw him in person last week, and that's gonna be tough. That whole line looked like they were from an SEC team last week. So.
Yeah, big. Interesting. So other matchups, Bubba. I guess the biggest matchup, everybody wants to see what's going to happen was Sanders. We got a decent matchup tonight with Florida and Utah, but North Carolina and South Carolina are going to start the season against each other.
Yeah, guys. I'm predicting the South Carolina Gamecocks. I'm predicting that they come out on top here against North Carolina. But I don't know if Speedy just fell.
I think he did.
If he legitimately fell, or if that was just an act, but it sure looked like an act.
Next segment, we'll discuss that.
He went down hard.
Keep going, Dr. Lee.
That was an unbelievable almost fall there, Speedy. But I feel like Stephen Garcia is going to be ready to lead these Gamecocks and Marcus Lattimore, and they're stacked this year.
I forgot about Marcus
They're
Lattimore.
absolutely stacked this year. Guys, I'm curious. What do you think is going to happen to the Crimson side this year? I think you could go one of two ways. You got the chip on your shoulder, and nobody's supposed to emerge as the stud quarterback this year. But that could end up being a great thing for them, or it could end up being a major problem that they have a lot of inexperience at quarterback. What do you guys think?
I think they may struggle and only be the fourth seed in the playoff. So
that's a real off year.
Right, that might be their struggle.
I think they're going to be fine.
Yeah, I don't know. It's according to what standard you compared to other teams or compared to their own standard.
Yeah,
that's two completely different things. I don't think they're going to have any sort of come off the rails season. I think they'll be in the mix as
they'll
always.
be in the playoff.
LSU, Florida State on Sunday night. Now that's number 5 taking on number 8 preseason numbers, but still.
Now, guys, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I think the LSU Tigers are going to win the SEC conference.
Here he goes.
I think it's going to be the LSU Tigers versus the Tennessee Volunteers over in Atlanta, and I think the LSU Tigers come out on top. I think they end up going to the college football playoff, and I think that they get beat in the national championship game. That's my bold prediction for this year. Notre Dame will come out on top, as always.
So you think LSU wins the SEC and they play Tennessee in the game?
I think they play Tennessee over in Atlanta.
So Georgia is just out?
I think everybody's thinking Georgia's just a shoo-in to have a three-peat, but when you don't have an experienced quarterback, it's everything in the SEC, and I just think they're gonna have a couple little stumbles along the way this year.
Do you know I actually have had Georgia fans, and now look, I know this sounds outrageous, and I'm not saying this. And Speedy at rickandbubba.com if you're upset with who said it. I'm not making this up. I talked to Georgia fans that felt like they won in spite of Stetson Bennett, not because of, and they're glad to see him go.
Yeah, that's a great call. Two national championships.
I'm not saying it's true.
I know, but that's typical.
Let me tell you, I don't think you can win 2 national championships and be a detriment to your team. I just don't think it can happen.
No.
By the way, I think LSU wins big at Tallahassee. They're the real deal.
Yeah, they're good.
Really? They're good.
Yeah,
they're good.
All right. Well, thanks, Lou. What a pleasure to talk to you again. It's been a wonderful 14 years, and thank you for coming in and making time.
Well,
for us
Rick,
today.
listen, I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not dead yet. So,
Right.
yeah.
Well, that's true. Well, I'm sorry, you haven't fallen off.
I really did bust it on that first joke.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Players, and we've talked about this 1,000 times, but it's worth mentioning again. Don't demand loyalty from someone that you also don't reciprocate.
Right.
Fans aren't loyal, so why should players be loyal?
Yeah.
I mean, fans might be loyal to a uniform, but they're not loyal to a coach, and they're not loyal to a player.
Look,
why do you expect them to be loyal to you?
We've all sit in stands again with somebody who's left our side or whatever, and I understand you do. You want to give them the business. You want to.
But no, we'll give them the business while they're playing for our team if they don't do what we want.
That's right.
And I certainly understand that, but what I'm saying is, then don't demand a player to act the way you don't act.
So, will the flip of the bat on that? Will that come back next time they play?
And that's something we did talk about in the kickoff hour.
Yeah, I agree
Something
with
else
you.
I do not like is other people paying for what Bryce Harper does. It happened last week or earlier in the week with the Atlanta Braves. I guess it was last week in the opening series where Harper hits a home run, and so then they hit the guy behind him, Hoskins. There's no sense in that. What is that accomplishing?
I don't know.
You want to get back at Harper, get him out.
I don't get that either. I've never understood that.
Well, and you know
or hit him.
You have the unwrittens. When somebody gets hit, there's somebody going to be retaliated against if they thought it was unfair.
Understood.
I don't even think you should hit Bryce Harper for hitting a home run and pimping it, as they say. But you certainly don't hit the next guy. What's he done?
We've done this. All of us have been in coaching. I tell the teams every time, if you don't like the other team to hot dog, to run the score up on you, to say things, then beat them.
Yeah.
About country star Jake Owen was confirming that that Phil Mickelson told him to
buzz off.
To buzz off, and much cruder than that. It involves something that, honestly, I believe would be anatomically impossible. But he was he told. Well, it's not good. But anyway, so here's what's funny is that Jake Owen, the country star, is confirming this as well and said he had too much to drink, and really what Phil Mickelson said to him, he kind of deserved, and he kind of respects him for.
That's what I'm taking from the audio.
Now maybe we're wrong on that, but here's what he said happened. And he said, I'd had a few drinks, and they're at some wedding or something. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Jordan
Spieth's wedding, and they were at the wedding, and they and I got this for you. That he was on a show, and he was talking about what happened and what took place, what he said to Phil, and how Phil responded.
Does it bleep out what Phil said?
Yeah. It's full of bleeps.
Okay. All right. So this is Jake Owen
bleep city
talking about what happened because he had a few too many drinks and tried to smart off to Phil Mickelson at somebody's wedding, right? Okay.
I did give Phil Mickelson a lot of though at Jordan Spieth's wedding. Jordan got married in November, and Phil was there, and it was the day after he played Tiger. I had a few cocktails, and I saw him across the room, and I was like, I got to go tell this guy what I think. So I walked over to him. I was like, hey, Phil, you owe me $29.99. I was like, for wasting 4 hours of my life with the golf I've ever seen. You guys hyped this whole thing up about this big match. You guys couldn't even make 3 birdies between the two of you. I want my $29.99 back and apologize to me for some golf. And he pulls out a wad out of his thing and he grabs 100. He's like, yeah, I won 90,000 of these yesterday. Take 100 and go.
And apparently, Phil, I think in the bottom of the story you have, he confirmed this did happen.
Mickelson called the encounter a true story in response on Twitter. His payout for the match, $9 million. And he told Jake Owen, here's 100. I made 90,000 of these yesterday. Go blank yourself.
Wow.
Run along, Jakey. That's wow. Well, I mean, there it is.
That's a great story.
It is.
I know there's a lot of cussing involved, but I love that story.
Well, yeah, it's. I mean, certainly, it's. You understand both sides of that.
Yes.
You know,
if I knew Phil was throwing out hundreds, I'd go say something to him.
Well, of course you would. You run over and say, "Well, he's giving out 100." Hey, man, me too.
Rick and Bubba.
is 6 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us. Don't forget Rick and Bubba Best Of Show tomorrow. We'll start the Labor Day weekend. Helmsy hosting that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler here today. A Rick and Bubba replay on Labor Day, meaning that'll be an old show archive in its entirety, played back everybody off on Monday. And then, Lord willing, we'll all be back on Tuesday for a brand new show. Here's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the Rick and Bubba family. Thank you for listening, watching, however you're getting the show, or sitting in our parking lot.
So, Speedy, what happened? We were Dr. Lou. You know, he did his segment. He's back. There's joy all over the room. There's joy throughout the Rick and Bubba family.
I thought a bus hit the wall.
And then he's breaking down some games, sort of. And all of a sudden, I look, and you look weird. The guys are laughing.
Yeah.
Lou seems to be thrown off. I don't think Adler saw it. I didn't see it. I didn't see
it.
I didn't see any of it. What happened?
Well, Dr. Lou, I gave up my seat so he could sit here. It looks better on camera. So I'm over there in the golden ticket seats, and and I wanted to make sure that the Adobe Audition was recording. So I was going to try to make my way from one part of the corner to the other to get into the production room. And y'all don't know this, but the staff, you see it. We have to do a bent over walk to make sure we don't get in the camera shot because there's a lower camera angle, and I just don't want my bald head to walk through a camera shot. So I'm doing a bent over walk, literally bending over as I walk. It's like I'm crouching down and trying to get through, where I need to go. And my toe got caught on the little platform that the golden ticket seats sit on.
I've done that.
And so as I walked, my left toe got caught on it. So now I'm falling. All right. But now I was already bent over walking. Now I'm falling.
Yeah, you got a little top heavy.
Right. That's what Helmsy's doing.
He went here.
Yeah.
And when he did this,
right.
he tripped.
Yeah.
And he was like this. And
Okay.
pulled up.
Okay.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Right. And so I almost did.
I want to be sure I got this right.
You almost laid out.
I almost did a traveling Todd fall.
Which
would have been really good.
When everybody involved in putting the golden ticket seats into this room, I know Young Scruggs was involved, Super Tom,
right?
Everybody. So the concern we had about the platforms of our golden ticket seat guests, especially some of our silver seniors, would fall.
Mm-hmm.
They've done fine, but you fell victim to it?
Pretty much.
Right,
Pretty
yeah,
much.
right,
I mean,
right,
they even have yellow, tape around the edges so you can see and it doesn't mess with you. But I guess they don't do the bent over walk. And so I was falling, and I was about to just do a Superman dive, but I was trying to get my feet up under me so I didn't fall, and I ran into the wall.
Okay. I saw every step, and I cannot believe you saved it. I really couldn't.
I didn't know
I thought
what
you were
happening.
going head first into the wall.
I did too.
I really did.
Knocked yourself
I
out.
did too. And I thought, my goodness,
great.
what have I done?
Well,
I just saw you disappear off in there.
Right. For some reason, you were smiling. I don't know why.
I wanted you to pile up.
After he hit the wall, he quickly got in the room because it was almost like when you fall and you get up real quick because you don't want anybody to see you.
Yeah,
it was almost like that. He tried to get in there quick so that we didn't notice what was going on.
See the way you were acting when I looked up and you had and Lou had seen it. And Bubba, I didn't see it at all. Did you see it at all?
I did not see it. I heard it.
Yeah.
I was looking this way, and I heard the commotion. I looked up. Speedy had already ducked in the room, but I heard a noise, and everybody stirring. So,
based on the way everybody was acting, I thought something had happened in the parking lot.
Oh,
that's what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, and I thought maybe Coop fell out of his chair. Or
it's possible.
I didn't know.
I get it.
I didn't. Well, I mean, I didn't know what happened.
Right.
God forbid.
Somebody got caught up in the socks.
Yeah. Maybe somebody who works in this building actually would like to park in one of those spots. That kind of
something
stuff.
like that.
Yeah. And and decided to back in anyway. I didn't know. I didn't know what happened. But anyway, I'm not glad it was you. Don't hear me, but I'm glad it was nothing bigger than that.
Yeah.
Do you think if
almost did shoulder?
Hey, I'll say this: if he would have not been able to save it, the medic truck that was out here earlier would have had to have them come back out.
I'm going to ask this question: do you think if we don't have this door frame, he goes down? If he can't get to that door frame?
No, I think he saved it.
If he didn't have anything to lean on, he still would have made it.
Yeah, I think he would have because he had got himself upright.
Yeah,
I think he'd have been fine.
Brain was trying desperately to talk to feet. Feet, get under me, feet. Get under me.
Yeah. Go
get
foot,
under
go
me.
foot.
Hurry up. What have you done?
Somebody's out over their skis. Come back in.
I have to ask, did you pull anything?
No, I mean,
Nice toe.
My toe's fine, and
Scared?
y'all are going to laugh at this because, when you get in your 50s, Terry even makes fun of me. Something's always hurting.
Oh, yeah.
And for some reason, back when we ran the 40, and we bring it up every now and then, when I pulled my quad and my ham running the 40 outside the studio, my left quad still has, it's not – it's okay because I don't like get out and do stuff that I need it. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to sprint, or I think that's the last time I tried.
Yeah.
But I've got a hole in it, and so every now and then when it gets
dip.
tugging,
Have a dip.
and so when my left toe got caught, the old quad said, "Hello, how you doing?
How you still here?
You doing okay?
I'm still here."
Yeah.
You know, Rick, because we catch a lot of the headlines on the getting old because we are the oldest ones here. But
sure.
The rest of them's trailing right along.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, what was funny? We had for some reason, I there's a lot of things we do that I can see can be offensive, but then there's things that I'm like, that really just wasn't offensive. I'm sorry, I just have to defend that, and not every time we can, but sometimes it's people's overreaction, and the person was for some reason they didn't like us making fun of the Golden Bachelor.
What?
And they thought they were going to do, and I don't know if they're not that familiar with the show to the details, and they tried to talk about.
That was funny, Rick. I don't care.
Yeah, and that's what I said.
If you don't think that's
what I
funny,
said.
you need to sit down
And they threw out that they were 55, and I said, I don't know how to break this to you. Bubba and I are 59. I said, we're laughing at it. You know what I mean? I mean, what are you talking about?
I'm gonna bust 60 open first quarter next year. So.
Yeah, sometimes you go to somebody, hey, it's on us, but there are times when the sensitivity of the complainer, it's on them.
Yeah,
and that one's on them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
That was funny. I don't care who you are, I don't care how old you are.
Rick, and I refuse to apologize for it.
Yeah.
I think the word we all use now in society is trigger, but it is funny to me what triggers certain folks.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm like, of all the things going on in the world, that got you.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I had one today that I don't know where it came from that asked if we were the devil, and I was like,
Really? Did you say, well, no, we're not.
Yeah, and I don't even know what it's related to.
I think it was Bobby Boucher's mama, the devil.
Right.
Remember, she blamed everything on the devil.
Yes, right. So
what a great movie.
I don't know where that came
Good
from.
movie.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, I'm glad, Speedy, you didn't fall.
Yeah, well, that's a
go
little
head
behind-
first into the wall.
That's a little
I
behind
want
the
you to
curtain.
get hurt, but I'd like to see you go down.
I thought I was
Just for the
I
show.
thought and what added to it
And the camera be on you.
was
somehow.
that when I tripped, I was already bending over, so that trip just added to it.
You were doing a
So-
squatty run.
Yeah.
Trying to get
That's
your
right.
weight was going over the top, and you were
Correct.
trying to get your feet on you.
Correct. That's
Well,
right. And
all in the
without
squatty
tri-
position.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, there was
While
some
trying to
speed.
be-
He
trying
had
to
some
be-
speed behind him.
Them feet were moving.
Still got some athletic ability.
while trying to be quiet and not disrupt the entire show.
Guys, I was actually able to get the security footage, and here it is.
That is hard.
What'd you do? Search bald man falling? Is that what you did?
Is that bald man?
That amazes me when he comes up with this stuff.
Bald man falling, getting hurt.
Google search fast as I can.
All right, we'll be back. 15 minutes past the hour.
Ooh, look at me over there.
866 We Be Big is our number.
Well, I got to ask Greg, why do you sometimes stand
I
up?
just do when I hear the music. I stand up.
That is weird. That they do
I just like to do that.
you already standing.
When we come back, Greg reads the poem.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Greg's got the poem to read. We got
60 years.
two sets of parents, 60 years married today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Who's
There it is.
You can let that one
Well, we
go
just,
there.
I didn't know if we had time for it. I
That's
just
a
kept
good one.
on singing.
That's a good one.
Well, Bubba, welcome back. Looking down, we have more to do on the program today. We've got some opportunities for folks to win. The White House checks in again today. Today we talked to old man Gidley's boy, Hogan Gidley.
Made good for himself.
He sure did. He's the White House principal deputy press secretary. So that'll happen in the last live hour today. We got stories to unpack. Greg Burgess is back from Papa duties, seeing his grandboy.
and had some chance. We spent some time together yesterday. We'll talk about that a little bit on the program today. Watched Speedy fall yesterday here at the office. We're going to assess those injuries today.
Folded up like an old chair.
It was one of those falls, Bubba, that I told you in the kitchen. I didn't see it. I just heard it, but I saw him go by, so I knew what happened.
Yeah.
It'd be like if you saw me go by pushing a cart and you heard a crash. You said, well, he's fell all over that cart.
So what'd you do? Did you plow? Did something go down and then you plow over the top of it?
Yes, I did, my friend.
What it looked like, we have those green chairs you have in your office. And I got in mine. Do you have any Speedy of those in yours?
No.
So
wish I did, because I wouldn't have to get his.
Well, there's two green chairs.
I thought you had to at one time.
I did too. That sit in front of our desk if you're ever going to talk to somebody, and they're kind of. I mean, they're great chairs, but they're sturdy and they're kind of cumbersome to move. And so when we have the Bible study here on Wednesday, thankfully it's gotten to the point that we basically use every chair in the studio.
Did you take those home that were in yours?
No, Greg, I've never had them.
He did, by the way.
Rick and Bubba have the nice green ones.
And so he
home office.
Speedy does a tremendous job of setting up and breaking down, and the guys
machine on one of them.
Yeah, and the guys at the Bible study do a really good job of putting everything back up. They've all learned kind of where everything goes. Well, somehow Speedy got caught moving one of the green chairs down a little bit of a narrower hall, and so I went into my office because I was having to meet Sherry right after to go see Greg and see Ellis Burgess, our little prince, and so I was rushing, and so I go in there and I'm grabbing stuff, and I see Speedy go by with the chair in front of him, which is normal. I mean, we do this every Wednesday.
He was owning it,
and he went by, but what I'm talking about, the reason why I knew what happened, the last thing I saw was Speedy with that chair in front of him. And then I just heard the awfulest, calamity.
Oh, no.
I said, Speedy done fell on top of that chair.
Train wreck.
Speedy done flipped over top of that chair.
He seems to be banged up, too.
Yeah, no, it hurt him. I could tell by the sound it was bad.
Yeah. All right, so I was pushing the chair. It was facing away from me, and I was pushing the chair, like you said, like I always do. And the front two legs, for some reason, it got top heavy, and they stuck into the carpet, and it basically turned forward with the legs now sticking into me.
Right.
Yeah. And I blame you.
Me?
As you know, now we just blame other people for things.
Sure.
A buddy of yours in the Bible study was asking you a question, and I had turned around because I didn't know if he was talking to me or you.
Right.
And when I turned around, it kind of took my attention off the chair. Yeah. So as it went over, I just kind of went into it, and the legs went into my to my hip, and I'm all cut up. But the bad thing is, I don't know if my legs bruised or if I hurt it. I got twisted up into the chair.
He became part of the chair going.
It's almost like I need to scream, "Help me!" because I couldn't get up. I was inside the chair.
Great.
So it dug in, and you plowed over the top of it.
Yeah, it rolled him in it.
Yeah. Greg, but here's what's bad, and this is a little bit on me because normally and it's rare, but if I have a hard break, Bible study's over, I got to go, guys. Yeah. I'll tell them, and I didn't tell them. So there was some linger, and as I was, me, I keep moving. So one followed me out, and normally if I'm gonna stay in here and talk, and so Speedy's doesn't have to, he's and so one lingered and followed me out, and so Speedy didn't know whether that guy was talking to him or me.
He turned around.
So I turned around and kind of got distracted, and then I went off in it.
But here's the thing. I saw the face of the guy that was following me because he could see it.
Oh, he had the best view in the house.
And his face was like, oh, my gosh. And
so you knew it was bad.
3 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. We thank you for being with us today. Best of Rick and Bubba Show tomorrow. Rick and Bubba replay on Monday. There is no Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. Go back and catch some maybe you missed. The archive from yesterday's Bible study is available to you today. All right, so we mentioned it earlier in the program. It is kind of a Rick and Bubba oddity, and I'd hang on to it maybe for a future round of the giant game of Rick and Bubba knowledge. Two families here are represented on the program. Parents were married on the exact same day.
I mean, that is crazy.
That is crazy. So John and Becky Wilburn and Bill and Ganelle Burgess were both married today, 60 years ago. one in Alabama, one in Mississippi. And we think, based on the time of the wedding, that we can figure out about 3 hours apart.
How about that?
And then their children, three of their children, would go on to one day do a radio show together.
That's weird.
That's
it is.
Isn't that crazy?
It is.
So, and I know you said it, Speedy, and Greg and I concur. It's it's one thing to take vows; it's another thing to actually have to live them.
Amen.
And those two have actually lived out those vows that they made to each other and to Almighty God, and they are a great example to all of us. So we celebrate them today, and part of that is, of course, your dad. Is somewhat of a poet.
He is.
Yeah,
he is.
And so he prefers for Greg to read his poems to your mother.
He thinks Greg does just a fabulous job.
Yeah,
I mean he's
I've worked on it.
He's no Robbie McCurdy. What is his name?
We got to play that
going
today.
there.
Forgot about that.
But Greg does do a great job. And Dad actually compliments Greg a lot on reading of the poem.
Okay, and the music's coming from you.
Yeah, well, just a little up and under romantic.
You okay
music.
with that, Adler? Okay.
Actually, Greg says this really brings it. He kind of like becomes my dad.
Well, when you think of romance and you think of poetry, you just automatically think of Greg.
Well,
That's
course.
right.
Yeah.
I mean,
touching,
it's a given,
caring.
pal.
Yeah.
This is entitled 60 Years.
Yes.
Get it?
See what I'm talking about?
It was the middle of March 1963. Our eyes met. I didn't know her. She didn't know me. Who was she, I thought? At once my heart was smitten. And at once I knew she was the one my love would be given. Miraculous, anointed, powerful, amazing, and strong. That's our marriage, ordained and arranged by God, for He is the foundation we stand upon. On that glorious day, before the altar we stood and pledged our lives together, believing our future was bright and good. And that exciting future that stretched before us on our wedding day is now a 60-year path of love, devotion, challenges, and victory that others can follow as they make their own way. How about that? So what can we say? Shall we raise up a toast or blow our own horn? There are so many to thank, and so many wonderful lives have been born. Now 60 years have been accomplished by the mercy and grace of God. And now we turn the page to start another chapter of our marriage as down future's road we trod. Yes, happy anniversary to each other we will lovingly say. And what's so amazing is that we love each other more today than we did on our wedding day. I love you, my Becky mine. Yo man. I like it, yo man.
And now Gary.
Speedy, you
Yes,
want me to
please.
Y'all gonna do that after that reading?
Yes.
Hey, by the way, beautiful job, Greg.
That was good.
It was okay.
Hey, let me
Yeah,
just
that's fair.
let
It's
me
fair.
say that I want to say thank you, Mr. John Calvin, for your poetry, and Greg, thank you for hey, you read it and people like it, and it moves me to want to read it to maybe my sweet little Gwen. It was the middle of March in 1963. Our eyes met. I'm pretty sure it was at the feeding seed. And Gwen had come in to get something for them goats of her daddy's. I didn't know her. She didn't know me. Who was she? I thought that in my mind. But I knew one thing. My heart was smitten. And smitten rhymes with kitten. What she is to me. And that once I knew she was the one my love would be given. Miraculous, anointed, like 40 weight oil. Do you use 40 weight, Bubba?
In some things, not as much as I used to.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's still a good oil.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
Powerful, amazing, strong. That's our marriage. Ordained and arranged by God, for He's the foundation, that we stand upon. Now, we don't go to church much anymore because the way people act. On that glorious day before the altar we stood. Now, it was hot. There wasn't no air conditioning in that thing. We was married in August, and it was blazing hot. And we pledged our lives together, believing our future
was bright and good. And that exciting future that stretched before us on our wedding day, we began to think maybe we could have something. Now, a 60-year path of love, devotion, challenges. We've had some challenges and victory that others can follow and make their own way. So, hey, Bubba, what can we say? Am I going to sit down here? I can't stand somebody to blow their own horn. Look at me. Look at me. There's so many to thank, so many wonderful lives that have been born, like my wonderful little children and grandchildren. There's so many to thank, so many wonderful lives have been about all this, and 60 years, and we've accomplished all this, and it's been, not because we thought we could have something, but just because of God's mercy.
There you go.
Hey, that's right, Gary.
Now we turn a page, start another chapter of our marriages. Down Futures Road we tried. I stay at the lake down there at Lake Mitchell most of the time. Gwen stays at the house. I think that's the key to us in our longevity. Happy anniversary, little Gwenny. And what's so amazing is that we love each other more today than we did on our wedding days. As a matter of fact, on our wedding day, I didn't love Gwen that much at all like I do now. I felt just a little bit pressured, just a little bit.
Gotta make it happen.
I love you, little Gwenny mine. Yo, man. Gary with 2 R's. The bulldozer man, the spur master. Fine.
Beautiful.
There it is. Wow. There it is. That's a thing of beauty right there.
Gary.
I would like for you to add to that when you say Gary with 2 R's, because 1 R just wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Gary with 2 R's, because hey, 1 R ain't enough.
That's right.
So I like
Not all the things I do. Ricky, you're going to find out. You don't know what all I do. Apparently I don't. I keep trying to. You ain't got no idea.
How's your fence look?
Oh, my goodness.
Things looking good.
Is that still not done?
My running theme now, anytime I'm going down there, I'll always text Gary every time and say, hey, good news, I'm going down and get a picture made with the fence.
Oh.
And
I mean, what's the plan on that? Just not
well, I think now we've gone to, hey, I'm going to get some of my cousins. So I think some of his cousins are going to help me out.
That's good.
Like in 2023
I don't
24?
know. At some point it'll be done. Then he can go repair the one that he did about, 11 years ago. Now
I was going to say that thing will be run down by the time it's finished.
Now it needs a few repairs. But you know what? Hey, you know what? It was my mistake for thinking I could have something.
Yeah, I know. That's mistake number one.
Right.
I've done it many times.
First mistake, I thought. But I'm saving money, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. So when we come back from the break,
So
when we come back from the break, y'all want to play that?
Oh yeah,
that 60th anniversary song.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that was
Can we play that?
Oh yeah, we can play it.
Okay.
On a loop.
And I've got Dippin' Dan. He's going to read the poem.
Good.
He's down at Auburn getting ready for the game already.
Oh my goodness! Can you
He's
imagine?
working this week. He don't get off day.
Oh my goodness! Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, it sounds awful.
Yeah, I asked him.
There was no camera rolling, right? We
No,
was
not.
there a security camera around there in
No.
that area?
No.
I asked him. I said, "Can you ever unsee that?" And he goes, "No, it'll be there."
So,
Greg, it was
you didn't just stumble. You went over head
I
over
went off
heels
in it, and my
folded
right
up
knee.
in it.
I don't know if it's just bruised or if I don't know what the deal is.
Greg, it was so bad what the guy was talking about, he just left.
He said,
he did.
Well, so the
Never mind, I'm
aftermath.
leaving.
Did you bounce right back up and act like nothing happened?
No, he was
No,
looking
I
around.
tried to
Or
get
did
up.
you-
I tried to eat, but it hurt so bad.
I
It
couldn't
was
get out of
it
it.
was like my hands were on my knees, and I was like, I had to take a second.
Rick, did you get up and go look, or did you just sit in your chair?
Did you go at it?
Well, I wasn't sitting down, so I rolled back out.
Okay,
But I will say this, and y'all know me, I was in a hurry. So really, all I really needed to know is there any ambulance or anything we need?
right.
And
He's breathing.
Once
He's
I heard
breathing.
he didn't need medical help, I was gone.
Right, and I get that, but you did come over and help get the chairs back
Well,
up.
I had to free you.
Right.
The fact he was wedged in the chair.
Matter of fact, I think I put a dent in the wall. I think where it'll show. I'll
your
show you-
head?
I can take you back. No, I think the side of the chair went into the wall. I dug in there, man.
I didn't need you.
Greg, you know how a sound sometimes you're like, oh, I know that's bad. That sounds like somebody having control and just hit whatever they hit.
Like here in Tire Street.
Oh, yeah. Where you at?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, I've been meaning to ask you about Elon Musk since like.
What has he done now?
Well, you're not going to believe it. I can't believe I'm about to say the two things I'm about to say because this is your world. So I guess I have to.
Yeah. What has he done?
I love Tesla.
It's here.
But is he just being funny, or what is he?
Yeah,
doing?
I mean,
well, let's see it.
It's of course auto tuned, and it's all right.
Is he serious? Is he seriously trying to release this?
It just says for April Fool's 2019, Elon Musk released a debut single, "Rest in Peace, Harambe." Here's the official lyrics.
Funny.
So
we don't. That is so auto-tuned.
Right.
You don't even know if it's him or not.
Well,
that could be anybody. That could be me singing.
I really
that.
don't know what his voice sounds like anyway. I don't remember,
Yeah,
especially rapping.
I've never heard Elon Musk rap, so I have nothing to compare it to. But
Instead of rapping about Harambe, shouldn't he be getting orders out on those Tesla cars they're behind on?
well, here we go. This is the next thing. So, Greg, you were going to make sure I understood which gorilla this was and all that. So I got that.
Yeah, the one that had the kid. Remember, and they had the shoe. He wasn't. They were
Understood.
just scared. We had to get rid of Harambe because he was dragging a child around.
Right, and then people got mad that we took out
Yes.
Harambe. Once again,
I guess we were supposed to talk him into giving him to it. Give it to us, Harambe.
It was released under the name Emo G or whatever.
Well, I think I was in a grocery store, Bubba, and saw the title Elon Musk released his rap song. I thought, remind me to ask Bubba about that.
I thought it was
for everybody who's waiting on their Tesla car right now. They're doing what?
Okay, here's the next thing. So the government has a contempt case against Tesla CEO Elon Musk, and today it starts. They're supposed to hear it today. The Securities and Exchange Commission is asking a federal judge to find Musk in contempt of court for allegedly violating the terms of an October fraud settlement and required him to get pre-approval to tweet about the company. Do you know about this?
Yeah, I can give you the nutshell on this. Elon Musk is a visionary, and he is a genius. And he's also, on the flip side of that, a goofball. You've got it all rolled into one.
Well, the Harambe song, it's helpful that I had that right before you said that.
Now keep in mind, too, he has two companies that are on the very cutting edge of technology. That is Tesla Automobile and SpaceX. SpaceX has billion-dollar contracts with the government right now.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. It's time for you to sleep better. And you can by getting a mattress that is customized for you and the way you sleep. It's a lot of times we don't sleep well because we've gone and bought some mattress, we've thrown it down, and it says you adapt to the mattress. Well, no. How about the mattress adapt to me? And that's what HelixSleep.com/Bubba. They thought the same thing. So they said, what if we started customizing mattresses designed for how uniquely most people are, when they in their sleep positions, the way they sleep. What kind of firmness they prefer in a mattress, and their size, their age. So all of that comes into play. They have mattresses designed just for children. they have mattresses designed for big and tall. They've got them ready to go, and they ship them to your door. And then you have 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure that you love and want to keep the mattress. And, of course, you're going to. But if you want to get yours right now, you'll save 20%. Lisa and Greg Burgess sleep on one every night, and they love theirs. And all of you out there that have gotten yours, thank you for the feedback. You're loving yours as well. They continue to get awards as the #1 mattress by GQ and Wired Magazine. So save 20% right now by going to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Get a truly amazing sleep, and find that link, too, at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Now, Bubba, we have this listener that, it's obvious this person's multi-talented.
Yes.
And they get inspired sometimes by various events on the show. Greg's son as a coach has inspired them. Our dad, Greg, and I getting awards as a coach has inspired them.
Right.
Can you remember some of the other inspirational things that have?
Well, there's been several over
relationships,
the years.
marriages.
I blocked a lot of
marriages of the kids,
babies
being born,
yes, all that,
grandparenting, all of that. So. Can we give the person's name? Do y'all think that's okay?
Yes.
Robbie McCurdy.
Give credit where credit is due.
Robbie McCurdy.
Rick, he has done so many Rick and Bubba songs. He did something for my anniversary one time.
Yes.
Put a video together.
Yeah, we were trying to remember all the things.
Took a picture of you with a calf and Jesus.
Did you tell him about the Sports Czar thing he did? He did.
We did.
He did a Sports Czar
We just mentioned
tune,
special moments,
which was
and all that.
fantastic. Well, hey, the Sports Czars was pretty special.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, brilliantly talented.
He
He wrote
100%.
to us. He said, "Here's just a little video I put together for an anniversary, for
a
anniversary
weird,
couples, the
yeah.
Burgesses and the Wilburns."
Finds pictures that I don't even know
Yeah,
where
I
he
don't
found
know where
them.
he found these
He
pictures.
said, "I cut one of my songs down a bit, so it wouldn't be too long. Maybe you can get them to somehow copy it for YouTube, whatever." Anyway, he said, "I've got some pictures as well."
Yeah, he does.
And I wanted
Always.
y'all to celebrate your
He had
birthday.
some on his last little thing.
All right, y'all ready?
Yeah, it's called Together Forever.
Together.
Okay.
Thank you, Robbie.
Well, I hope Mom's listening.
Holy moly.
Me too. She's watching right now.
You're the sun beaming down. I shine when you're around. You're the moon shining bright. You're my guiding light.
Look out.
I'm the bud, you're the rose.
Oh, yeah. You see the bud in the road?
Together our love grows and grows.
That's way back. Good night.
You're the
big
sea
picture.
and I'm the shore. We'll last forever and more. Together forever.
Thank you, Robbie.
Like the wind and the rain. Our love is enduring. We cope with pleasure or pain.
Oh, yeah.
We made a promise.
Where'd you find these pictures? I don't know.
To love forever. And we're gonna do it.
We're doing what?
That's what we're living for. Together forever.
Oh, that chorus is a hook.
That's how it's gonna be.
I don't even know where I'm taking them there.
Together forever. Just to you and me.
Wow, thank you, Robbie. Thank you.
Right there.
you, Rob. Together forever.
Good job, McCurdy.
All the songs sound similar.
That'll sing. That.
They all have the same ringtone.
Hey, take that, Oliver Anthony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Chew on
Anthony
that,
Oliver,
Redbeard.
Whichever which way that goes.
I'll take it as a compliment.
There you go.
I bootleg pictures.
He took a lot of time putting that together. Right?
Yes, he did. A lot of time.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Thank you, Robbie. It's one of those things. I still am always amazed where he finds these pictures.
Yeah. I know.
There's some I wish I had.
Yeah. That last one, I don't know where that came from.
Huh? Greg Burgess.
We're going to do it.
Celebrating Greg's mom and daddy. So anyway, well, thank you, Robbie. And 60 years, guys, that's
that is. Happy anniversary.
You know how they do dog years, and the way marriage is being treated now, 60 years, that's what, 1,000 years?
Oh, yeah. Today's by today's standard.
Yeah, about 1,000
And
years.
in dog years, that's a lot.
Incredible.
And we're gonna do it.
Yes.
They got little strings in there.
Won't you pick that
Thanks for picking that lyric, too.
Yeah. I think you did it on purpose.
Right. A hidden message there. Trying to be a little edgy.
Still getting after it after 60 years.
Oh, my God. Please stop.
All right.
That's not my parents.
All right. Yeah, it's it's one of those things you spend your whole life trying to work around.
Yeah.
You know, certainly there's another way. Sure.
I'm the ocean, you're the shore.
I'm the body rules. And he's gonna have a picture that goes right with the lyrics.
Yes, he does. Very creative, that Robbie.
I can't see you, but you smell good.
Hey,
Speedy, that's terrible. That's out of line. It's out of line.
So good.
World's
out of line. Fantastic.
All right, Dad.
Did he get upset that Greg didn't go after him or something?
Yeah, he just went ahead and did it himself.
I don't know where that came from. Sorry. You want to drop
I
something?
got caught up in it.
It's like
This is supposed to be a happy moment, you know, but I feel like it's going the other way.
Speedy.
Just went for the laugh and I shouldn't have. Parents are actually listening.
Right.
Well, he would say it too. True.
They're probably laughing.
They are listening because I tell you he's not watching.
Okay.
You opened the door.
You really did.
All right.
Rick to know. I don't know if it's
All right.
Only he can do that.
He'll be fine. He's getting steak out.
That's the problem with peer pressure. You bring people into stuff, you know.
It's like chum in the water.
Right. If everybody will just act right, we all might. Love that man. All right, we'll come back. Phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. A lot of topics out there for you today. And still more to come.
Do the number in his voice.
866 We Be Big.
866 We Be Big.
And
We want to talk to America.
and see what you.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Together forever, just you and me.
And they are doing some things with rockets that we never thought could be done. Absolutely amazing. But now here's the problem. He, being that he is at the top of this company, has to have like security clearances, you know, working with the government. Well, when he pulled his little stunt and went on Joe Rogan's podcast and was smoking pot, he violated terms of his security agreement. I know we find this, I know some people will think, wow, this is awful restrictive, but we don't let people who have the highest levels of security clearance for our government go out and smoke pot in public.
Okay.
It's just a rule. It's on the sheet, okay, of things you can't do.
That explains the Harambe song as well.
Because you're a security risk at that point. So you may remember right after that, he stepped down as CEO of SpaceX, and they put a lady in charge, and she had to be the technical head of the company, even though it was still him kind of driving the car, so to speak. So he gets himself in trouble. And I'll compare him to Steve Jobs in that Steve Jobs was also a visionary and a genius, and he probably delved in some illegal drug activity. But Steve Jobs, I think, was so dedicated to the final product that it had to be perfect. It kept him in line.
Right.
And sometimes I think Elon gets off the path a little bit. Now, the Tesla cars, too, Rick, I told you, I went for a ride in one with someone who had one. It's amazing, and I'm seeing more and more of those on the highway. We won't know the genius of Elon Musk till 20 and 30 years from now.
Well, they also said one of the SEC civil suits that are against him, he was lying and recklessly misleading.
Yeah.
Because he tweeted that he had funding secured to take the car company private.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to get to. When you're a public company, you can't just put out information anytime you want to. And he indicated that he was mad because the stock had dipped or something, and he was just going to take the company private. Well, that caused the stock prices to go all over the road. So he basically was putting out insider information to the public
on Twitter.
When you're a public company, you have to do things the way they have it organized for you to do.
He's going to court today. We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Bubba, another tech update.
Yeah,
I love technology. We got a lot going on here today.
Yeah, we do. Not as much as you see, but I still...
GPS. Well, I guess on April 6th, we'll all find out. In Golden Gate Park, that big map looks a little forlorn. That's because these days, who needs it?
I use the GPS map on my phone. I never use physical maps, no.
But on or around April 6th, have a map or two handy. Some GPS devices may go a little haywire.
Is that here in the city?
No, everywhere. If you're not prepared or have an older GPS device, expect a major headache. It's the GPS version of Y2K.
It is legitimate to be concerned.
Professor Brad Parkinson of Stanford is a retired U.S. Air Force colonel. He's best known as the lead architect and developer of GPS.
GPS affects everything we do.
GPS is a U.S. network of 31 satellites that provides location and syncs up critical systems.
It affects banking, cell towers, airplanes, ships, passengers in cars. It is affecting everything that we can imagine,
including the power grid, financial markets, delivery trucks, and emergency services. In California, GPS monitors seismic activity.
City 2, I copy.
And syncs up radio communications used by the CHP as well as CAL FIRE.
We are completely reliant upon GPS.
Dana Goward is an expert. He says GPS works by sending out timing signals.
Essentially, all of the GPS satellites are just very, very, very precise clocks.
In that signal, a timestamp.
They start counting at 1.
Because the code is 10 digits. Your device can only store so much before the counter rolls over and resets to 0.
It turns out it happens roughly every 20 years.
This rollover happened once before in 1999 with few problems. But this time, it's different. So many more people and businesses use GPS.
20 years ago, you did not have a GPS in your cell phone.
Knowing how much it affects every part of my life, I would say, yeah, I'm pretty dependent on it.
A rollover could throw up.
The Rick and Bubba Show, chatting with you at 866 We Be Big, Birmingham, Alabama. Speedy tonight, stadium guy, UAB football, hosting North Carolina A&T at Protective Stadium. So, Rick and Bubba fans, if you're involved in that game, see Speedy tonight. If you're following all that's going on around the country with themanchurch.com, our men's discipleship strategy, now over 800 churches nationwide, and even in some places in Canada and the Bahamas, where men are being discipled through this discipleship strategy and the resources provided. Lee Moore tonight in Union City, Tennessee. They kick it off at Calvary Baptist Church, so make plans to go see Lee there tonight if you're in and around that area. To the phones we go. We will start with Jake, speaking of State Farm, which was mentioned in Dr. Lou's update today. Jake, welcome.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
Hey,
hope you're doing well. Hey, that's going to be an all-time classic.
Oh, yeah.
I've got a suggestion. I love Dr. Lou. He's very knowledgeable, and he's very good at what he does. I'd like to hear him come out of the Dr. Lou just when he wants to be serious and let's really talk about football and then go back into it. Because he seems like a really knowledgeable guy when it comes to what he's talking about.
Oh, yeah, but you can't come out of character. That's a foul.
Come on, Jake.
Yeah.
I mean, what's next? I mean,
You want to see Ronald McDonald back there out of makeup
come
making
on.
hamburgers?
No.
No.
We continue. Thad is in Wisconsin. Hey, Thad, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Hey, Thad.
Hey, Thad.
Yeah,
Hey,
Thad.
Biggins, how's it going?
Good.
Good. Hey, my dad used to be a poet. After you guys reading that, kind of reminded me of him. Rest his soul, you know. So would you guys like to hear it?
What, you're going to read one of your dad's poems?
Oh, well, I haven't remembered. Yep. So here it goes.
Oh, I don't.
The night was dark.
I feel like I'm
The
walking.
night was dark.
Okay.
The sky was blue. Down the alley, a crap wagon flew. A bump was hit. A cry was heard. A man got hit.
Nobody wants to hear that. We continue. Yeah. I knew it was going to rhyme with word.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's go to Paul in Niceville, Florida. Paul, go ahead. Hey, Paulie.
Hey, question for Greg. I travel the I-10 a lot, and I'm curious how the state government, mobilizes all these power companies to help out with the storms. I see them now returning. Maybe those are some that were staged and aren't needed. I'd like to hear about it. Thanks.
Yeah, why would some not be called into action and sent back, Greg?
It seems a little quick for them to be sent back.
Yeah.
But-
When you were working, what would be I guess he's asking you what would cause
anytime
that?
we got, but it just hit yesterday. That doesn't make sense. They'd already be sending people back.
Well, they may.
They're going to
if
ask for more than they need.
Yeah, if I can jump in, they may have already been in Florida doing contract work.
Okay. True.
And their time was up and to head back because they'd only be gone so long.
Okay. 866 We Be Big.
Yeah, that kind of stuff goes on all the time.
Yeah.
Jeff in Athens, Alabama. Jeff, go ahead.
Hey, guys. Have y'all ever met John Boy and Billy?
I haven't.
No, we have not.
No, have not. And
Okay.
definitely one of those that have the longevity, and they're definitely pioneers in what we do. And
Done
have
a great job.
Great respect for their talent, but never had the opportunity to meet them in person. Sure haven't. 866 We Be Big. Let's go to John in Dadeville.
Yeah, John.
John, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. Quick update on what before present BP means. Nothing sinister. It relates, Bubba, to carbon dating. They needed a date to compare to the present day, and they used January 1st, 1950, because that was before all the atomic testing has kind of destroyed the isotope that they compare to. So now you're starting to see these settlements like in Vermont where this guy probably Googled.
Okay.
And it says like 10,000 years before present. They had to use January, a common date. So anytime something says BP, then to get an actual date, you add 72 years to it to get to present day. But you can't use the present day isotopes and all because they have been damaged by all of the atomic testing that's going on since 1950.
So 1950 is that date.
January 1, 1950 is the considered present day for all the carbon dating. And so nothing sinister, not trying to do with AD or BC or anything like that.
And you also helped us with, I hate to say it, which was the bigger question, what was the tie into Vermont?
Yeah.
So now I got it. Okay. He probably was looking at stuff they wanted to go see, and they kept seeing that in there. We continue. JD, Birmingham, Alabama, ZZK. JD, go ahead.
Morning, fellas. I just wanted to call and share a milestone with you guys with today. Today, I'm officially a man, and I'm a 40, so come at me.
Oh, right.
Congratulations.
So today you are 40 years old.
Come after me. Yeah. I'm a man.
That's great. Happy birthday.
And we hate to tell you everything you're going to experience in your 40s.
Oh, buddy.
Yep. Get ready to find reading glasses.
Richard in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So y'all was talking about the Braves and Mascots earlier, and it reminded me, and y'all might have seen this, but about 2 weeks ago, the Braves beat the Yankees so bad
that the Empire State Building tweeted out that Blooper, the Braves mascot, was banned from the building, to which Blooper responded to saying, "Good, I didn't want to have to fight my way through a horde of rats to get in anyways."
That's funny. That's funny.
By the way, I'm being told that the Rome Braves,
ROME,
are going through a name change right now, and that they are the last minor league affiliate associated with Atlanta that carries the name Braves.
I did not know that.
So here's our opportunity to weigh in and make a change.
I did not know that.
So all of them.
Somebody said that to me earlier.
Somebody
I don't know how much.
said?
Yeah, it's an email earlier.
Is that what somebody said?
Was the A double and triple all named Braves?
I think so. Because at one point, remember
Richmond
they had
Braves.
yeah.
What's the one over in Gwinnett? Gwinnett, I don't know.
Gwinnett, yeah, I guess so. Gwinnett County. I don't know.
And
I
they
don't
had
know how that works,
they had
but
Greenville. Didn't they have Greenville?
I think they
and
moved
Jackson.
one of them.
And
They moved their triple A.
They are Rome is the last one that's carrying the name.
I think Rome's are single A. They were.
So
according to this email,
is that a sign that the Braves are going to change?
Well, I don't know.
That's the bigger point, isn't it?
Are they all staying with the same thing? Or are they just going different directions?
Different directions.
Different directions.
Oh.
Hayes in Mississippi. Hayes, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Rick was just wanting to run this by you. I'm trying to get him in the right hands. But you know the church, Pine Lake in Mississippi.
Oh yeah.
Big church in Starkville. They got 3 locations around the Jackson area. We need the man church there. We have no men's ministry.
I agree.
That I have found. And I've been going there since high school, and just got married, 26 years old. We need discipleship just for men my age and every man in that church, and it would make a huge impact in the state.
Well, let me ask you this. Yeah, because that's where Brooks, my son, and his friends went when he was there at Starkville.
Yeah.
That was their church.
Yeah, you sat behind me one morning.
Oh, yeah.
One day I didn't say hello, but you had your dad and your mom with you.
Yeah, how old are you now?
I'm 26.
Well, I mean, I know that may feel young to you, just as Timothy felt young, but I keep telling guys that are doing what you're doing, and I don't mean this to get on you. I'm just saying because I was the same way. Sometimes you don't think about it. Sometimes if you keep banging your head against the wall and you can't get anything going, you might need to be the person to get it going. And so we have all the resources, and it's implemented very easily because we designed this thing for the way men are, not the way everybody wished we would be. But we're hearing great things, and it doesn't require some big, let's have a bunch of meetings and let's get a huge plan. It's pretty straightforward, and it is sustainable, which most men's ministry plans aren't. So maybe you should be the one. Go to one of the pastors. I know you'll have 3 locations or whoever, and say, I have a strategy. I'm willing to lead it because 99% of all men's ministry is lay-led. Matter of fact, I don't know of a church that has a paid vocational men's ministry. I don't know of one. Now, I'm just saying 99 because maybe there is one I don't know about. Right. I know there's a lot of talk sometimes of having it, but I've never seen it done. So maybe you're the one. Maybe God's saying to Hayes, Hayes, you're the one that needs to get this started. You see the need, you found the resources, and you get with me, and we'll equip you to go in and make a pitch. So contact us. I'll be obviously out of town all weekend, but next week I can get with you, and the team can get with you. We'll help you. Top of the hour, thanks for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. If you're leaving us, enjoy the weekend. Lord willing, we'll be back on Tuesday. Best of show tomorrow. But if you got more Rick and Bubba, stick around.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Time, disrupt critical systems. Not to mention your GPS could act bizarre.
If you're driving your car and it were to suddenly say that you're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, be suspicious.
The Department of Homeland Security has published a bulletin warning about the upcoming event and recommending if you use GPS to make sure the system is updated. Most modern devices should do just fine. The best advice, don't panic and learn how to read one of these, a map. Driving in San Francisco, Juliette Goodrich, KPIX 5.
They tell you that it's going to be minor, and then they go as far as to try to say, well, you better have a map, Andy.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with how old your GPS is, and like they said, is it updated? But basically, Rick, it's like an odometer, like they were saying. In a car, it only goes up so far, and then it has to roll over. Well, the same thing with the counting system in GPS devices. It's 10 digits, and GPS time started on January the 6th, 1980. So as he mentioned in the story, it rolled over about 19.7 or 20 years in the year 1999. Well, there just wasn't. I mean, GPS was available, but it wasn't widely used like it is now for everything. So there's a whole lot more devices out there. The rollover will happen this weekend, and they're saying sometime Saturday. So more than likely what will happen, if you have an older GPS or one that's not updated, it may go squirrely for a minute, but it will figure itself back out in a very short time. So as soon as it updates signals from the satellites, it will go back to the right spot.
Yeah, but you see, and that's what's so bizarre about the times we're living in. Of course, we all remember the Y2K thing that turned out to be nothing.
Right.
I know you were ready.
And we don't know if it was nothing. We really don't know if it was nothing because it was nothing to begin with, or the preparation ahead of time kept it from being an event. That's the one thing we don't know.
Well,
It was a big one.
Now that sounds like the global warming people.
Yeah.
The reason why y'all say we're inconsistent is because all we've already done. But in the story, you hear in the story, eventually you have to go through all the hyperbole to get to the truth.
Right.
Because in 1 minute they're telling you it will affect few people, may not affect you at all, but you better have your map ready. You could be lost forever.
That's the least
GPS Y2K.
It shouldn't be a big deal, but I think they're just concerned with the number of devices now that are out there. And, you know, you're always going to have some manufacturer and some protocol that's a little squirrely with it, handles it a little bit different. But as soon as it updates its signal from satellite, it ought to go right back where you're supposed to be.
Y2K.
And it's amazing. It's amazing how they work and how they figure out where you are anyway. I mean, like he said, they're very precise clocks. So your receiver's looking at 1, 2, 3, 5, maybe 6 satellites, and it compares the time coming, and it goes, well, this is shorter to this one, longer to this one, so it moves your location. It's really a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Have you gone through all the water you had for Y2K now? Are you back having to buy water again?
I finally got rid of all that. I didn't move the last few jugs last time I moved. I let it go. They begin to turn green. You know what I mean?
Top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Our number is 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was told that in the break, because we're all aging a little bit, and Greg's a papa now, but I have to tell you,
it's the miles. It's not the model year. I think.
Well, but here's the thing, Bubba. Anytime you start talking hip, that always gives all of us the vision of a senior citizen.
Right.
I mean, it just does. If you fall and somebody says, "Is Bubba okay?" I said, "Well, he broke his hip."
Right.
I mean, that's one of those things. And were you asking the audience about hip replacement surgery?
Well, I was curious as to what are the early signs of that. We always try to stay on top of the early signs. Here.
Is that
By the way,
I
got word back on my other test. Everything's fine. So.
You talking about your box test when you had to send
the box I had to mail off. Yeah.
Color coded.
Color coded map.
Color coded map. I had one that bothered me a little bit, and I was wondering what the early signs were on that. It could just be I slept wrong.
Right. Yeah.
So you went from hey, my hips bother me to I mean replace.
Well, I had a couple of years ago on an unrelated X-ray, the comment was made, "Wow, you didn't get a lot of cartilage left there." So, of course, that planted the seed. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And since the we've had knee issues and everything else, you're just kind of mindful of it.
It just came out of the blue. We were
did.
just kind of sitting here going through our day, and you looked back and said, "Hey, has any of y'all ever had hip surgery?"
Well, I knew none of y'all had, so they were the only other choice.
So I guess the Ironman competition's out.
Yeah, that's out. I'm gonna have to cancel that mutter run.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess if
bone frog or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm gonna guess that if your hip has to be replaced, it won't be like Bo Jackson's because you run so fast and somebody stopped you.
Yeah.
And your hip jumped out of socket.
No, Rick, that wouldn't.
It'll just be from deterioration over the years.
Well, look, let's face it; those knees and hips they've been asked to carry for a long time.
They've had a max load on them.
They have, and you've attempted to try to move too, which only adds to it.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I know.
So anyway, I was just taken back by that. That's not as bad. Look, if you fall and your hip's broken, though, you're officially a senior citizen.
You're brittle.
Yeah.
But, it's a next stop assisted living.
Is it on the same knee as? Same side as the knee that hurts?
No, other side.
Dang.
Well, both knees.
Well, I was trying to think. Could we get you a twofer? Like, could you go in and have
and hip?
We got three surgeries on one on the other. So,
so you're having knee problems again too?
Well, they've
beyond what's already happened.
Not any more than normal.
Right. Are you thinking you need one repaired again?
Well, I got one that ain't right. I mean, it's bone on bone.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, the gang all here. From Sweet Home, Alabama, all the way out to the world and every kind of platform you can think about. The Rick and Bubba Radio Network, the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app, the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel, the Rick and Bubba Podcast Archives. It is all there. There's no reason for you to ever miss a second of the Rick and Bubba Show, either live and or archived. It's always available for you. Find all the different platforms by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Join me in welcoming back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Thank you very much.
So let's talk. Helms, going into the break, you said you had a question.
Last hour, you casually, coming back from the break, asked Greg a question about the Rocky movie series.
Yeah.
And I got a couple things here.
Yeah.
I love a good boxing movie.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Cinderella Man.
One, I want to go around the room and I want to find out how you rank the Rocky movies. 1 through, we'll go 1 through. There's 6, right?
Is there?
Yeah.
Because the last one was Rocky Balboa.
Then we pick up the Creed stuff.
So I'd like to. And by the way, I think that's a good several. Those are good too. But I want to know 1 through 5 or 1 through 6, however you want to rank them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to, after that, I want to see if anybody in the room has seen this new George Foreman thing on Netflix. This movie.
I haven't, but I've heard about it. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
And let me finish here so y'all don't hit me with rocks. But are the Creeds involved with Rocky?
No. That's separate. I want to know.
Just had to clarify.
Yeah. Because the way you asked Greg this question was almost like there was no question that the first one is the best one.
Correct. Yes.
And so that's why I wanted to bring that up, because I don't order it like that.
Okay.
And I know,
But we grew up while they were coming out.
You did.
So you know what I'm saying? That affects it a little bit.
Yeah. And really, I hate to say it, it's not as complicated as it sounds. They really get worse as they go.
Yeah.
They almost fall into the order of the higher the number, the worse the movie.
True.
I hate to oversimplify that, but the reason
you're not gonna like my answer.
Yeah, the reason why, and I don't want to get overly philosophical here, but the reason why the first one is the best is because it has the story that is incredibly well written.
Sure.
I mean, if you're trying to talk about which one has the best boxing action and all that, you could,
Right.
But as far as a movie, and I think that's what you're asking, what is the best movie?
Yeah,
absolutely. It is the first one.
Okay.
And because it really was a really, really well done movie. And
anybody in here other than me, like if I had to go watch a Rocky movie today, it would be my second choice, the first one.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, I fall in that Clubber Lane 3. That was my favorite.
For you to step over to.
To me, you got to go in order.
It's almost like I want to become Rocky, and you are my opponent.
Can I ask a question? Because Draco was 4, right?
Yes, Drago.
And then what was 5? I don't even remember.
Terrible.
That's where
5's horrible.
Tommy Morrison.
He doesn't even box. And he's done got dumb.
Settle down.
I didn't even go see 5. Okay.
Right. It was terrible.
And
it was
6 was
Rocky Balboa.
Right.
It was
okay.
okay.
Did I see it?
Yeah.
I don't remember if I saw it or not.
You probably did.
Would it be feasible to say 1 and 2 is almost the same story?
It is.
I think you got to tie them together.
And that's why, I'm not a huge sequel guy, but in this case, we wanted to know what happened after the fight.
That's right.
It couldn't
the way
end
it
there.
ended. Good
and the
night.
way they picked it up right there, which they did with all of them, by the way.
Now, I'll say this, Rick. If you allow me to do that, say that's one movie, that's where I go.
Right, we can't allow it.
All right, now let me say this.
But you know what I'm saying?
I think I would.
But if that's the way
and
I
I
would
say,
think, then
you
that's
jump in at 3, you see him, he's the man. You don't see him come from nothing. He was a bum.
He was a bum. I get that.
Let me say this.
Adrian was ugly, and then she got better looking. She was ugly in the first one. She got better looking.
Greg,
he took her glasses off.
Greg.
Yeah, they fixed her up.
She was an ugly duckling.
Listen, Helms,
I
will say this because of. Hear me out.
I'm listening.
Because of
I'm probably
not as,
wrong on this.
No,
by the way,
I'm not doubling down on one as much as you might think, and I'll tell you why. I struggle with this a little bit, and the reason why is what Greg just talked about. The fact that they pick up 2 in the emergency room from 1, and they're how bad they are both beat up.
Yes.
When I think about that, Creed wants another shot at him, and everybody's telling me you don't want that.
Yeah,
that's. When that speech,
he gives it.
When his corner guy says,
"Can I be honest with you?
Can I be honest with you? We don't need these kind of people in our lives.
You beat him like I've never seen a man beaten, and he kept coming after you.
We don't need those kind of people in our life.
Nope.
So that I can almost push 2 ahead of 1. I almost can.
Well,
but
Rick,
I can't because of how well written the first one.
The dialogue is great.
Yeah,
and his character, he's just
his apartment is so ratty.
The
great.
story,
he's drinking eggs. He's just drinking eggs raw out of a cup.
You got nothing, and you're trying to get to the top. It's the
yeah.
Cinderella story. Everybody loves that. But he didn't make it. He got close. He
got
didn't
close,
finish the
almost.
deal.
Yeah.
The
He could
second
smell
one
it.
is when you go back to finish the deal.
Yeah, baby.
That's right.
So both of those are excellent.
yeah.
Now, it has been said, and I like Clubber Lane. I like 3 too, but I think you're right. And if you just put them in order, you'd probably be pretty close. Some people have said in whatever business they're in, whatever athletics they're in, whatever they do, that it is harder to get on top of the game and stay than it is to get there.
Understood.
Because once you've got that underdog story behind you coming up, and nobody's paying attention to you, and you do your thing, you have your moment where you get up there. Mm-hmm. And then when you're on top, everybody knows you then. There's no hiding. There's no sneaking up, and everybody's trying to knock you back down.
Mm-hmm.
That it may be harder to stay on top, and I thought they covered that very well
Mickey
in Rocky
protected
3.
him. That's why Mickey handpicked his people. Remember, he didn't like that when he found out.
Such a lower level. But I do remember that one time when people don't understand that, and I remember just being a high school player, which is much lower level. But sophomore year, nobody knew who you were, and I was fortunate enough. Then the junior year, everybody thought, well, that was a fluke. But I just never will forget. I was sitting there one time, and you're only 17 years old, and 18 years old. And of course, the senior year, it was you touted and all the different preseason stuff and all this stuff. And I never forget that this man who was in the community was like, man, I was really disappointed how you played Friday night. And I looked at him, I said, do you have any concept of how many people they had blocking me now? Mm-hmm. Do you have any concept of how many other linebackers were freed up and were teeing off on people because of how they had designed their offense, where I don't have the same number of tackles I had when they didn't know who I was?
Right.
But do you realize what it's like to go out there now, as you said, and nobody is wondering who you are? Everybody knows what you can do,
right? And
they're trying to design everything to stop you from doing it. Yeah. That's a little, to Bubba's point, a little tougher mountain.
I think it could be tougher than the first two.
But isn't it a little bit of what Johnny Manziel went through as a freshman? Nobody was like, oh my gosh, what do we do with this guy?
Right.
And then they came back the next year and said, okay, we got a better plan for you.
But you'll find story. Look at Florida.
But But back to the original Rocky. But one thing you got to not miss is what made the original Rocky so good. He never thought he was going to win.
Yeah.
That wasn't even the goal.
The
goal was, can he just prove that he's a man?
Yeah.
Can he prove that he has some value?
He's not a bum.
Because I just want to prove I'm not a bum. I just want to prove I'm not a bum.
Yeah.
And you see, it's hard to get past that as being.
Me and Lisa watched a marathon a few weeks ago, so I'm fresh on this.
Right.
Okay.
And his original question, the first two, you go 1, 2, they have to go. 3 I liked. It got a little silly, but Mick dies. But then here comes Creed to train him. I didn't think I would like that, but I did.
Yeah, I did too.
Okay, 4. There's no reason I should like that movie. It's corny and stupid, but I actually like it.
The Russian one.
Okay.
Well,
but 5.
Yeah, it really fell off the table.
Rocky's got brain damage. So, but they make him from, he was goofy in the first 2, and then he got a little refined. And then here comes 5, and all of a sudden, not only do I act like my old self, I had to dress like my old self. I went and got my hat and my jacket, and I'm bouncing that stupid ball around.
Okay, Greg,
and then
settle down.
5 was ridiculous. Rocky Balboa, the 6th one, it's okay. But you give me the first 4, really the first 3, but the first 4, and I'm pretty much done.
I honestly don't have a trouble with any of the first 4.
All right,
Yeah.
so
Well,
Five's
in
horrible.
4,
High foul.
you've made it, but now you gotta you're not where you need to be. You have another level to get to, and you got to go back to your roots to challenge.
Well, you're
I think
defending
that-
your friend,
yeah,
too,
and
and
the,
all
the
that.
state. I mean, anybody in athletics or even business
right.
or
But in
whatever
5,
have
he
been
lost
through
all
those
of it.
stages. You know, they can relate to that.
5, he lost all of his money. Paulie did something stupid, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
And now he went from, we like Rocky being rich, coming from nothing, and he's rich. Now he's back poor again.
But I've never heard.
And he's walking around bouncing that ball again. Adrian had to go back and work at the darn pet shop.
I think they stole that from "It's a Good Life." When the guy didn't make the bank deposit.
It's a wonderful
life.
Yeah.
Wonderful life.
It's more than good. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it is wonderful.
Yeah.
It wasn't wonderful. It got good there for a minute.
And we never
It was
got to the
wonderful.
George Foreman movie, but no.
I watched it. It was pretty good.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
But I thought
yes, he needs something done to one.
I thought he
knee in
already had.
particular,
Oh, you're talking
not
about
both
replacement
of them.
now.
Yeah, well, I'm not doing that yet.
Didn't you have like
He's not doing it yet, that's what
T-cells
he said.
squirted in it? What was it? Didn't you have something weird?
Yeah, I did everything.
Okay.
I remember that thing. We won't do that again.
No, didn't like that. The getting the stem cells put in.
That's what it was.
But there's different ways of doing all that now, and there's other places that are doing that. I wouldn't write it off, but
But
just,
you wouldn't recommend it to the Chicago Bulls like you did the Topaz.
I will say this: Topaz was a magic bullet. We have not been able to grow any cartilage that I'm aware of.
I'm still. I heard that bit about a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. And the part that got me was that there was a possibility we thought that they didn't know about Topaz.
Yeah. Right.
Well,
here they are, the highest level of competition. There he is.
Well, I mean,
Wait a minute. What?
He was the one.
Bubba from Birmingham come up with the Topaz?
If they had heard of it, they wasn't using it because he was limping around and couldn't play. So I'm like,
Bubba, I really got to feel like their staff was on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
They
Maybe.
may were choosing the time to do it or something like that. I mean,
it was fairly new at the time too. It wasn't as widely known as it is now.
The funny part on that bit is we were all amazed that they just picked the phone up.
Yeah, that was
we
funny.
thought she was on the phone. I said, "So you just call and they pick up?" She goes, "That's right." That's right. Chicago Bulls.
All right. Well, we'll watch now the Bubba's hip, and we'll keep an eye on it. I didn't know you were having hip trouble.
Well,
Give us some high knees.
It's probably from limping off the knee on the other side.
Bubba, give us some high knees through here.
Yeah,
See
yeah.
that?
let me see
Breaks
that.
up, knees up.
When's the last
listen
time
to
you stretched that thing?
Yeah, it's been a while.
That might be the issue.
Well, I don't like stretching.
Oh, yoga.
You don't like stretching?
What about yoga?
It really does.
Goat yoga.
You used to have a guy who used to stretch you.
Yeah, well, that's when I was playing a lot more.
Right.
So I haven't been playing. I ain't been worried about
You
it.
got that tape on you? That old
KT tape?
Yeah.
Well, not right now because I'm not doing anything.
You want to lay down? I'll stretch you. real
No,
quick.
I'm fine.
Come on, go ahead.
No, Speedy tries to hurt you. It ain't.
He does. Hey,
He does.
He
It
is
bothers
horrible.
me.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
it
just
ain't.
telling you.
It
I'll
ain't.
stretch you for a second.
It's worse than a deep massage.
if he asked to help you with something like that, don't.
I
let him.
know.
Oh, last time he
Well,
helped
do you
me,
want it
left a
fixed?
bruise.
Oh, yeah.
Well, a little man's bruised.
Yeah. Well, of course, bald man's bruised today because he fell on the chair.
Yeah, I can't make fun of anybody. I'm limping.
Yeah, I wasn't tackled by a chair.
It's a Rick and Bubba news.
Lori Laughlin.
It's a Rick and Bubba news.
Lori Laughlin.
It's a Rick and Bubba news.
And Becky. And
It's a Rick and
Betty.
Bubba
And is it Betty? Becky. So how is Betty doing concerning Aunt Becky?
Well, she's still not happy. And
Is
when
she
I,
protesting?
When I saw this footage, I thought, my gosh, Betty must be in the crowd. You realize that people at the university there, let's see, it's in, is it Boston where yeah, it's in Boston. Kids were skipping class yesterday so they could go out and cheer for Lori Laughlin. And they were chanting, Rick, and you can see some of it in this video, "Free Aunt Becky."
Free Aunt Becky.
That's
So is this from like
Look,
the
this-
reboot of Full House? How would these kids know
Rick
Aunt
Potter,
Becky?
can we hear?
Yeah.
hey,
Yeah.
kids
Fuller
are ready.
House.
Syndication.
So what I'm saying, it's from the new show, right? This how these kids know her.
Probably, or syndication.
Well, that's true.
Listen, y'all got to hear you hear some people chanting. Listen to the girl right here.
Lori, pay for my tuition, Lori!
That is funny.
Give Lori any reaction to all this?
That's Felicity Huffman coming in.
The crowd doesn't seem to be as fired up about it.
Well, you know, Desperate
she's no Aunt
Housewives
Becky.
crowd is not near as supportive as Full House.
Isn't that funny how that works?
Yeah, maybe it's not doing as well in syndication.
Yeah.
I mean, she's
Isn't
got
that funny? I
nothing.
mean, there's nobody out there chanting for her.
No.
Felicity.
Look, when Lori Loughlin went in, that was a mob out there, wasn't it?
Now, that one girl wanted to pay for her tuition.
Did you see her holding her phone up? She's trying to get a video.
That's funny. Past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number as we work our way back. So we broke down all the Rocky movies. Helmsy wanted to know how he would list them. Helmsy, for some reason, did I leave with you saying 3 is your favorite?
No.
Okay.
It's been a long time.
2.
I'm actually gonna go back and watch the first 3, and then I will.
Okay.
I'm gonna have a hard time though because Bubba's planted that seed with me on 1 and 2, and it being one big movie.
Yeah. Well, it does continue. Yeah.
And the world is going on 4.
I don't know what that is.
Is that some kind of tube running into a mask?
I don't know.
Greg,
she
all I had to say was what's going on 4.
Right.
You didn't have to pinpoint exactly what's going on.
He hadn't had his message.
I don't like the audience being left out.
I'm going to make an effort over the next 6 weeks to watch those 3 movies. I know 6 weeks seems like a long time. My schedule's pretty packed right now. I don't know if y'all have noticed.
Yeah, it has.
But I'm going to report back. I think you're going to like my report once I come back.
Where have you seen the George Foreman
I have
movie?
not, and I want to watch it, and I want to see if it's worth it or not.
Well, do you want me to get started? Because I've seen it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
This is one of those things where it's a real story, so you can't really ruin it for me.
Low expectations.
Yeah, I went in with very low expectations. I love the George Foreman story.
Oh yeah.
I think you'll find it. There's a lot of things about George Foreman you didn't know that you'll be impressed with. I thought it was good, not great, but I did not think it was bad.
Worth the watch, though.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember when George made his comeback and whenever it was, and I remember thinking this is a joke.
Yeah.
And he goes and ends up winning the title back.
Yeah. I felt like you ever seen a movie where you're like, this is such a good story, but what I enjoyed about it was going back and remembering how dominant he was as a young fighter.
So strong.
Yeah, in his startup story, I got so much out of that. And then when we got to the part about his turnaround in his life spiritually, right there, I felt like they almost looked at the clock and said, we're running out of time, and they rushed it a little bit right there.
And it's over 2 hours. It's like 2:05, something like that.
But I thought it was a great movie. I mean, I mean a good movie, not a great movie, but a good movie.
But I forgot when he came back, how many fights he actually won.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of them were against tomato cans. I get that.
Yeah. What
but
did you just call them? Tomato cans,
That's
Greg?
what you call the guy.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But I honestly, that's when he marked Michael Moore out for the title.
Yeah, now what he did at his age is shocking.
He's in his mid-40s.
Well, how about this? I'll say this about George Foreman. What he did as a youth was shocking.
Yeah.
And what he did as an old man was shocking.
Okay.
Yeah, it was incredible.
Well, he
and the Muhammad Ali, you'll love that whole part.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Was it? Well, I can't remember if it was him or Frazier where Muhammad Ali broke his wrist. Was it against Foreman? Was he Rumble in the Jungle? Which one was that?
I think that was
Frazier.
Was that Frazier. They both were in Africa.
Yeah.
Because rope-a-dope was the Foreman.
That was George Foreman.
When Ali got on the ropes and just let him punch him until he wore himself out.
Foreman versus Ali was billed as the Rumble in the Jungle.
Yeah, so there were 2 in Africa because he fought Frazier in Africa too, didn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
But rope-a-dope was George, so I don't think that's the broken hand one. It might be, but
yeah, he just laid on the ropes and let him wear himself out.
Yeah. Did they fight twice?
No, Ali wanted to fight him again. Yeah, that's part of the story.
Have y'all seen him lately? Like, is he doing anything? I never see him like I used to.
From what I heard, now I could be wrong.
74.
From what I heard, he is supposed to be speaking at Gridiron next summer.
Really?
Correct.
So we may have him on the show.
Possibly.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Rick.
I would love that.
Yeah.
Didn't at the end they show how much he sold the grill, or how much he made off the grill? Yeah, at the end when they tell you where they're at and all that.
Oh, yeah.
He did really well.
And then there's that moment when he sits down and he's like looking around, and he and his wife, and all of a sudden the guy's doing his books because he'd had some bad news.
Yeah.
But then he sits down and he goes, I got to tell you, this grill thing's really, it's starting to come alive. And he's like, what? I mean, he had no expectations the grill thing was going anywhere. He was just desperate for money.
So I didn't even know that was legal, like what Ali's doing. I didn't know you could just get up on the ropes like that.
Oh, yeah. Ali.
And Foreman fell for it. He was just slinging until he couldn't even lift his arms. And then Ali stepped in and knocked him out.
Yeah. Thanks, Greg.
Bam.
Thanks, Greg.
He was a big man in his prime.
Oh, and they said his punch was just devastating.
He looks noticeably taller than Ali.
Well, I tell you what I didn't realize is when he went into the Olympics at, 18?
Yeah.
And won the gold.
Sure did. Beat the big Russian.
Yeah, and nobody knew, well, who's this guy?
Right.
And he went in to beat the big Russian. Was that surprise you?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know he did that so young.
Yeah.
I mean, so anyway, it's a good story. It's worth it. And I mean, is it a Rocky movie? It's not.
No.
But I mean, but it is. But
it was real.
Yeah, it's real, and it's a good story. So I think you'll get a lot of it out of that. And then, like I said, I finally saw the last Indiana Jones last night on streaming, and it was a good movie. Again, not a great movie.
Is that available for rent now, or is it?
No, I think it's still out of your league. I think it's still on the.
What?
Well, I mean, I'm talking. You wait till it gets cheaper, and it's not. It's at its highest price right now.
I've bought some movies. I actually bought the entire Rocky catalog from beginning to end.
When you need to sit down and watch
and
them
the
all.
Creed and all that.
Well, the whole Indiana Jones thing is special to our family because of young Broderick, who'll be the next son that gets married in October.
Yeah.
Blake's getting married this weekend in New York, and so when he started getting into what he now does for a living, and just as a little kid, wanting to do movies and be the next Steven Spielberg, he would dress as Indiana Jones and shoot episodes of Indiana Jones at the farm.
That's great.
So anything involving
That's great.
Indiana Jones, we always we have the whole catalog.
Yeah.
So anyway, but but it's not bad. Bubba saw it. I mean, it's not a bad movie.
No,
I mean, it's not a.
It got 2 out of 3 slices of pizza.
Yeah, I mean, it's most of what you have out there right now is so bad.
Mm-hmm.
At least it's an enjoyable experience to watch a movie, and it's absolutely makes the grade of watch at home. Oh yeah, I mean, it's a great choice for that. And Sharon and I watched it last night.
If I want to critique one more Rocky thing, in part 2, Adrian was in the coma way too long.
There he goes.
That drug on way too long.
Do you think anybody does a movie review and he puts marks against the latter versions because the quote, Adrian's not ugly anymore?
No. But do you not, in the second one, you're waiting on him to start training. Come on, Rocky. The fight's coming. And he's waiting on her.
Right.
And she lays there a long time. He's reading that book to her, and he don't read very well.
No, he doesn't.
But if they drug it out too long, her. I was so glad when she finally woke up. Told him to go win.
We'll come back.
Way too long.
We'll take a look around what else is going on in the world as we continue to roll on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, so this is believe it or not, we've gotten into this bizarre world now of people making up lives for their children to get them into college and paying people to act like the lies they've made up are actually true.
Mm-hmm. And wow, my favorite part is when they put their head on somebody else's body, actually performing the athletic event that they've never done.
It's just bizarre. I mean, really, if you had told me this, I wouldn't believe it. I mean, I'd never even conceived in my mind that people would be doing this.
I know, right? We can never say, well, that'll never happen.
Yeah.
I mean, is there
can't
never
say
a
that
wake-up
now.
call like when you're getting the Photoshop, pulling your kid's head over on a world-class athlete? Do you ever go, what in the world am I doing?
And you got coaches just making a killing, taking these payments.
Yeah, I can actually. I mean, they're immoral for what they're doing. Yeah. But at least you see somebody saying, "Well, I'll tell you why I was doing it. I was getting rich off of it.
I was greedy.
I was greedy." It doesn't make it right, but at least you can understand that part of humanity. But I'm pretending my kids do things they don't really do.
Look, just
That's
free
weird.
Aunt Becky. Free Aunt Becky. Let her go back to being the mayor of that little Canadian town.
There it is.
Phone calls coming up. We got lines available. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba.
First of all, we're learning over time doing what we do for a living. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Glad to be here, Rick.
We're
Thank you.
learning almost like we've got a radar that goes off now. We're living in a time of grotesque misinformation. I love the technology we have. I love our access to content and information, but sadly, now don't forget too, not only do we have access to information, no longer do we have true journalism where people actually try to investigate things they hear. We're also living in a time that we have access to more people and more content, but also we're living in a time where people exaggerate and lie. So and make things up. So this is really kind of a bad combination. So imagine doing what we do for a living, trying to vet out stories, calls to see what's accurate, not accurate. I mean, for the love of all that's good and kind, in Birmingham, we had a caller that at one time told everybody that Nikki's West was closing, and that was misinformation. It caused hysteria in the meat and three industry in the community.
It did.
Can I say once again to
Rick,
Birmingham?
it rocked the cafeteria world.
Of course, it's not helpful to have two restaurants named the same thing, but I will say this. Nikki's West on Findlay Boulevard is alive and well.
Yep. Yes.
Okay, it's fine.
Slide your tray today.
Yes. I had a manager said they got over 100 calls the day that the caller called up and panicked.
Yeah.
Everybody in Birmingham.
And there's still some panic going on.
So there was a Nikki's that shut down, but it's not the one we love. Okay, Nikki's West is fine, and they're not even affected by the new road construction thing.
Go eat
that much. All right, so as we come back,
slide your tray today.
We got a call.
I love that little thing.
We got a call. Somebody said Disney won't let you wear Trump stuff into Disney.
Hear about that
anymore?
Did y'all hear about it?
And I'm not. And the person was telling the truth because that's probably what you heard. But then our little flag went up.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right.
And we're like, let's look into that. And of course, this has a partial truth. But you already heard a woman say, I took a group of kids. They had Make America Great hats on. Nobody said anything to them. So the part of not being able to wear Trump stuff on your clothing is not true. But here's what is true.
Rick, from NBC, Walt Disney World has banned a man who held up a Trump 2020 sign on Splash Mountain just weeks after a similar banner was hung up elsewhere in the Magic Kingdom. Dion Cincy of New York City was photographed holding a Trump 2020 sign while wearing a Make America Great Again cap on Splash Mountain last week. The photo was among those taken of all passengers on the water ride that they can purchase after they get off. Disney said that as a result of the display, it has permanently prevented Cincy from visiting any of its parks. Here's the key phrase in all of it. The contents of Cincy's sign were not an issue, according to Disney, but rather it violated park policies prohibiting the unauthorized use of a flag, banner, sign for commercial purposes or to incite the crowd. That is the bottom line.
And that story that he's reading from is
than what we
November of last year. So this is a story that happened last fall.
And you can see, though, how you could take that and think that they're banning Trump stuff. You could see how that could happen.
It says Walt Disney World welcomes all guests to enjoy the parks. However, demonstrations and the displays of sign and banners is not permitted on the premises. Of course, they would want you to pay for that, right, to do that. Mm-hmm. We have previously reminded this particular guest about our rules, according to a Disney spokesperson. Cincy is an annual pass holder at the amusement park and had previously held up another Trump sign elsewhere in Walt Disney's Magic Kingdom.
Pass the gravy, please.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Relief Factor and the Rick and Bubba Show. Look, we have been teamed up for years now. I take Relief Factor when I get up in the morning. Take it again before I go to bed at night. If I got something that's bothering me, maybe I've overexerted myself a little bit, trying to do a little better, or down at the farm, I'll take a third pack. It's all natural, 4 botanicals, fights the body's natural inflammatory response, and it'll work hopefully for you too. It does for the majority of the people, and then that's a natural way to combat aches and pains of aging or overexertion. A way that is, like I say, natural compared to overuse of things that are over the counter. Some of these can, on short term, they can help you, but they're not designed to be part of your lifestyle. Some of the side effects that come there, opioids and the addictive properties and the disasters and the lives ruined by those drugs. So this is a natural solution for most everybody who gets the quick starter pack, and I hope it will for you too. The majority do go on to order more. So $19.95 gets you the 3-week quick starter pack, and you can do that by going to relieffactor.com, or you can go to rickandbubba.com. Find the link right there under the sponsors button. So a couple of stories today that are out there. First of all, Biden, there's been ongoing jokes about how Biden, unfortunately, keeps trying to, like you said, Bubba, it's like he has this habit where he has to show empathy for people, and by coming up with a story that sounds like they can relate to their situation.
Yeah, that was he. They said that was one of his strong parts in the last election cycle, but he's taken it to a level now where he just makes up things.
Well,
we've seen that.
Yeah, Babylon B. Biden comforts hurricane victims by talking about the time the urinal splashed back on him a little. I mean, it's some of the stuff he's doing, but here he goes
Remember
again.
when he was in Maui, he was talking about they had a fire in his home, and it was just a kitchen fire. It wasn't anything like that.
And no one was in danger like he tried.
And then he's got the guy that talks about all the miles he traveled on the train.
Yeah.
Joey Baby.
Yeah. So here we go. Now he's just talking about, is it wildfires in general?
I started a few wildfires.
And so just like my campaign in 24 is going to be, it's going to be a wildfire. All right, so here's Biden talking about wildfires.
You're talking about huge numbers of Americans suddenly not having power because the company makes a determination that...
Well, but by the way, we also know how many huge number of Americans have died, how many huge number of Americans have, for example, more forest has been burned to the ground since I've become, in the time I've been doing this, than the entire square miles of the state of Maryland. Imagine the entire state of Maryland burning to the ground. That's how much is already burned to the ground. So I think as we try to harden the capacity to transmit energy, it's not irrational to make a judgment that you may have to, in a certain circumstance, shut off the power. I just don't know enough to know the detail of how to do that. I mean, where that decision is made. That's why we're starting off. I was talking with Sherwood Randall, who handles this for me, about the need to put these meters along these so we know where the power is going down. You may be able to shut off parts. I just don't know enough to know that.
We already have meters that they can control remotely, Mr.
We have
President.
sectionalizing equipment that you can do from here.
Wow. Look, let me tell you what will help power lines from starting fires is you cut those lines and you do control burns. Burned grass will not catch on fire again. There's nothing left to burn. So, that's the key to this. And there's sometimes there's just no way around it. I mean, you're going to have these things. So what should you do? You do the best you can with fire breaks and prescribe burns ahead of time. So you starve a fire for energy.
Well,
I mean, that's all you can do.
That rambling right there.
Yeah,
I'm not sure he was something people.
He was trying to say huge number of Americans.
Is that what it was?
But the way he just threw a bunch of words kind of over in a pile and trying to piece them together.
Now, I don't know about this. We've had fires enough to burn Maryland.
He picked Maryland.
I'm not familiar.
Can you say while he's doing this? What does he mean during the press conference?
There's been a few
while he's been president.
Right, there's been a few fires out west, but I don't remember any of them of any notable size in the east.
But why did he pick Maryland?
Well, I think that was just the size. Somebody said, "Hey, this is burned up."
You can't even tell the administration behind him was lost.
What we need,
the biggest
problem we've had is Canada not taking care of their forests by doing burns and cuts because everybody thought, oh, you don't do that. You want to leave it natural. Well, let me tell you what happens to natural forest. It burns when lightning hits. And ain't nothing you going to do about that.
Ain't going to snag that lightning.
Trump released a statement video. Trump wants everybody to be reassured that he will not be defeated, and everything they're throwing at him will miserably fail. So here he is giving a do not despair speech for all those that think that he will be removed. Here we go.
Under crooked Joe Biden, our country is going through some very difficult times. The rule of law is being destroyed, and the justice system is being wielded as a weapon against Joe Biden's political opponents, me primarily. Over the past few months, I've heard from countless Americans who are deeply disturbed by these appalling political persecutions and attacks. I want to say to you today, do not despair and do not lose hope. Every injustice they throw at us, every hoax, witch hunt, and abuse of power must only harden our will and steel to resolve to save our nation. This is the nation we love. We will save it. We will not let this happen. Our vindication will come on Election Day 2024. We will take back power from these lunatic, sick, and sinister people. We will expose their corruption for history to see, and justice will be done. So keep on fighting and turn all of our frustration and your frustration and energy into determination to achieve an epic victory in November 2024. Nothing is more important. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Our country is going bad. Our country is going into a communist state, and we can't let that happen. We will make America great again. We cannot let anything happen to this precious country of ours. Thank you very much.
And I think he's, if you want to get the base fired up for Trump, I think that's probably the he hit all the points.
That's one of the best control speeches we've seen him make in a while. And even then, he was trying to. You could tell he wanted to ad lib a little bit in it. But gosh, I just miss hearing from Trump every day. I forgot how enjoyable.
You're right. They had him boxed in,
Crooked Joe,
and really smooth, and you could feel him just wanting. He wanted so bad to take an exit right there. But
give a little extra. And they're going, no, don't do it. Don't do it.
But the message that that is every time he resonates and says, the message of Trump is, look at the state of this place. I've proven I can clean it up. We wouldn't be here if I would have got a second term. So give me that term that I needed, and I'll give you back the economy and the country that I was working on before they undermined me or whatever you think happened. But
can he do it?
Yeah.
Can he do it? I don't know.
I don't know. Well, if he can stay, unless I do think he can win in 2024 unless they find a way that he cannot run. I think that's the only way he loses.
Okay, so he's obviously going to be the Republican nominee. What happens when a judge comes in and a jury finds him guilty of something, whatever,
I really
says,
don't know.
Part of your punishment is you can't run for public office.
I really don't know.
We're going to have an absolute constitutional crisis right then.
Yeah, I don't know what would happen right there. I really don't. Because I don't think we've ever had that situation, have we?
Well, no, Rick, we haven't.
Ever?
We haven't.
Even the whole history?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, we've had a duel, but we hadn't had that?
Right,
yeah.
Right. I mean, maybe a duel's the way we settle this once and for all. I'd almost be for that.
Also, video 7 out of now. We're a little gray on this because I know that Pride Month was June. Is this an old video? Are there still schools having a Pride Day even in August? I mean,
it just bubbled up or what?
Because I know Pride Month was June.
Is that like Christmas in July?
Yeah, so great. That's funny.
Pride in August.
And it has to do with kids who refuse to participate in a Pride Day at school. But I'm thinking, are they still doing Pride Days? I mean, sometimes just randomly. I don't know. So this
quarterly, Rick, quarterly.
Yeah.
Where did this come from?
This came from the End Wokeness Twitter account. I actually sent it to him. It doesn't have a timeline on here. It's stamped as yesterday, but to your point, it could have been.
Look, maybe.
Let's take a look at it. Maybe
it does say. It says right here, perhaps my favorite moment of the year. When a class of kids rebelled against Pride Day at school.
Okay.
So it is not current.
Oh, it is not.
But
let's take a look at it, courtesy of ABC5.
Yeah.
Displays of intolerance and homophobia are unacceptable.
This type of intolerant rhetoric
starts in the home.
Parents angry at town hall over intolerance at Marshall Simons Middle School. Kids were asked to wear rainbow clothes in honor of Pride Spirit Day, but some organized a counter-protest wearing red, white, and blue or black. The principal sharing a statement to families that Pride posters were ripped down, stickers ripped up. Some students chanted "USA are my pronouns," and students showing pride were intimidated.
It was an unruly disruption, in fact, that was organized ahead of time.
While some parents were upset, others say it was overblown.
Some of the kids threw the stickers on the ground, but I can only speak for my daughter. She didn't want to wear that to school. It's not that she wanted to hurt anybody's feelings.
She says her daughter felt coerced to participate in the Pride event and was offended by some of the messages, like this quote from Tennessee Williams.
Human heart cannot be straight. It is curves and winds. And my daughter just kind of said, Mom, that's offensive to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think Tennessee Williams was talking about the way they're using that.
Right.
But anyway, I do love the point was made whenever it was made. See, these movements only see it from one side. They're accusing these children and their families of doing something to them that they were doing to these families.
Yeah.
Right. And they're
just giving it back to you.
Yeah.
You talking about USA or is my pronoun?
Yeah. But what I'm saying, Greg, see, they declared that their movement has a higher ground than your convictions.
We're doing the same thing.
Yeah. Us making you, compromise your convictions, we're allowed to do that because we're on a higher ground.
Right. Yeah.
But when you tell us that you won't let us take away your convictions, then you're mean and angry and intolerable. Phone calls to wrap up the hour.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So
They gave him chances.
He was violating the
I bet
flag
Scott Dawson knows this
sign policy. Yeah. He had done this before. He had been warned. It sounded like he'd done it 2 or 3 times. They finally said, "Look, you're not listening. This is against the rules. You're out of here."
That'll do it.
You're out.
And it really had nothing to do with what was on the sign. And as the other caller said, they were wearing clothes that had "Make America Great Again." There was no problem. And they did not even mention as a problem the guy had on a hat. He had on a MAGA hat, and there was no problem with that. But you cannot hold up banners because Disney wants to charge you for that.
And they're saying banners with anything on.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that it had Trump on it.
Now, I would like to see somebody do a Rick and Bubba banner coming down one of those roller coasters.
Yeah, they'll warn you the first time.
Yeah. I would like to see that picture.
That picture right
See,
there
this is a mistake when they let that out.
So he put
because
that
now
up
you know that you get a warning, so you can, that'll incite more people.
Look, he's going over to the hotel he's staying in, and he's put one hanging it off the side. Okay. I mean, that's what they got on him about.
Yeah.
So you can't do that at their hotels. You just can't. I got it. I got that. Funny, but you're not going to be in the park anymore.
All right, Rebecca says that
you've been warned.
Rebecca said that that her nephew, his picture got banned from Disney. What happened with your nephew?
Hey. Well, for a different reason, just to show it's not about Trump.
Right.
My nephew took his shirt off during one of the photos on one of the rides. They do the photos on several different rides. And, of course, we wanted the photo, but they had banned it because his shirt was off.
Well,
because
so
it's not just a Trump thing.
Because they know what'll happen next. They know what'll happen
Right.
next. It'll be Hooters Day at Disney.
Yeah.
And then the
And
waitress.
then it'll be pantsless.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Yeah, I got you.
Well, we had that
Oh, well,
world record naked roller coaster ride. Remember that?
Right, we did.
Who does that? What kind of person
There
does
was a
that?
bunch of them, right?
I know. It just seems like
None
of
them
all
needed
the
to be
things
naked.
you could do on a given Saturday, that would not be one
They
of
had to
them.
wash the seats. But yeah.
Robin in Birmingham, Alabama, 104.7 WZZK. Robin, go ahead.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Robin.
Hey.
Hey, just wanted to give you a heads up for the state of Alabama. The legislative, the possibility of this the abortion issue.
Right.
Okay, several things we're concerned about is one, we're going to get slammed, and we all need to get ready for this. Parenthood is already preparing. One of the big slams is going to be the cost, obviously, to the state of Alabama, because we do not have the proper medical facilities that could provide for those who can't afford the non-abortions, and also the plan for adoption. Because with the adoption, You have all these home studies. You have the cost of adoptions. And this is what the big slam is going to be on the state of Alabama, these type of things. So what we need to do at this point is we need to raise the concern of all of Alabamians so that who are pro-life, that we will have this these answers ready to go. This is what the news programs are getting ready to slam if this goes through.
Oh, it's going to be an all. Look what happened in Georgia, because again,
Right.
Georgia's has got a lot of the.
Well, it's happening in other states too.
Right.
See, I don't know that they're going to be able to focus totally on us, because you got Georgia's heartbeat bill. You got this. Mississippi has a version of it. Tennessee is working. I think South Carolina's got something going on.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, the movie Unplanned is out there, where that was someone from Planned Parenthood that changed her view, and they thought that movie would do maybe $3 million. It did $7 million this past weekend. So people, I think we're finally getting human beings in our society to go, you know what, we need to sit down and we need to ask tough questions about where we're headed and what we're doing. But you're right, there will be an all-out assault against these. But like Bubba said, maybe we can get so many of them going they can't concentrate on just one place. But
and
but
you're
right.
a lot of this
you got to be ready for the battle that's coming.
And a lot of this is a backlash directly tied to the Virginia bill and the Virginia governor and his statements.
Yeah.
That they just carried it too far, and that caused a lot of people to go, this is getting ridiculous now.
Well, if one thing the far left has never learned is don't overplay your hand.
Right.
Because what they don't understand, if they just won't overplay, and this is a sad statement, most people are too apathetic to do anything about it anyway.
Yeah.
You really have to push them into the corner, and I'm talking about the church too, sadly. But you have to push them in a corner before they ever come out and fight.
Well, you can say this, Rick, and I think that you saw this happen too. The Obama administration overplayed their hand on several issues. One, traditional marriage. When they lit the White House up after that gave you Donald Trump, by the way. That gave you Donald Trump.
That type of So 8 minutes now to the top of the hour, wrapping up for a lot of you. The last time we'll be together until, Lord willing, we get back together Tuesday of next week. Tomorrow, Rick and Bubba Best Of Show. So you can catch some of the more memorable moments in Rick and Bubba history. Helmsy will host that. Everybody else will be off. Monday, everybody off. It's a Rick and Bubba replay. And then, like I said, Lord willing, we'll be back on Tuesday. So don't forget tonight, Speedy at Protective Life Stadium for the UAB football game. You'll see our friend Speedy there, Rick and Bubba fans, and then Lee Moore from Team Man Church in Union City, Tennessee tonight. Calvary Baptist Church kicking off the Man Church. No Rick and Bubba University, the podcast this weekend. So you can go back and maybe watch and or listen to some of the archives of the past. I'll be headed off to New York City. For a wedding for Blake. Boomer will be marrying his bride, Priscilla. And then we will be back and have some stories from that trip, and looking forward to that journey over the weekend, too, as we head to the city. All right, so, Bubba, anything else before we hit a phone call or two to get a chance to talk to everybody before we go?
Let's do that, and good luck to you on your trip.
Thank you, buddy. Looking forward to that. Excited about the future these two have together, and just think the world of that family, too. And it's going to be a great time together. You know, the whole traveling hassles and all that, if we can get all that behind us. But as far as actually being there and experience that, it's going to be great. Buck in Longview, Texas. Buck, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Early in Joe Biden's presidency, when he was still relatively coherent, I heard this from his own mouth, and I'm sure there's a tape out there somewhere. But the emphasis is on the word we. He was asked about President Trump, and he said, we are going to try to make it where he cannot run again. And it heavy on the we.
You're right.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah, no doubt. And they certainly are sticking to that, no doubt about it. Let's go to Alan, Nashville, Tennessee. Alan, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
I wanted to talk to you about a flashback that just happened on your show. It was talking back in 2019 when the gentleman held up a Trump banner, Trump 2020, on one of the rides, and they banned him for life because of their policy of no signs and none of this stuff. how far they've fallen in 4 short years, because now they have the Gay Day events and there's official Disney Gay Day shirts that you're allowed to wear and all that. Interesting, the double standards and how the world functions, huh?
Yeah, I mean, there you find no consistency in a world that's run on emotion. And one thing you mentioned it one time off the air in the last couple of weeks. Have we ever gone back to revisit all these? Weren't there people that were claimed to be prophetic and said that Trump was going to get 2 terms? And,
the firemen.
Yeah, will they come back now and say, "Well, I meant
Pat Robertson was one.
Will they come back and say, "I didn't mean back to back"? I mean,
that'll be the only.
I'm
thing
sure
they
they
can
will.
do.
Yeah, to Scotty in Alex City. Scotty, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Fired up and ready.
All right. Just a quick opinion. What's the best steakhouse in Birmingham? Need a good ribeye. Money no object.
Perry's is very good. Now they're proud of it. They're proud of it. That's a great one.
Man, there's so many of them.
Saltgrass.
Yes. Yeah. That's a pretty good one. Ruth Chris is very good. Is it still
okay?
Not for they wasn't for lunch for the longest time. I don't know.
So Ruth Chris is very good.
Bellini's right close to us.
Yeah.
It's good.
Bellini's, steak wise, I mean it's okay, but as far as steak, but it is good. But
Oak House.
Yeah, and
that's just a bunch of them, man. I tell you, you can't hardly go wrong if you go with one.
Fleming's.
Of the big ones. Yep,
Fleming's is good.
Tavern.
There's a bunch.
B-52.
Yeah. What's that?
It's season 52.
Did you?
I call it B-52.
Yeah, I've never eaten steak. It's season 52.
Yeah, it's good.
Rick,
Waffle House.
Hey, don't get a steak at season 52. Trust me on that one. But anyway, yeah. But I would think
steak and eggs.
If you're looking for the, like I don't think I'll get a bad one. Probably I would narrow it down there to Perry's or Ruth Chris.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, see you, man. Let's go to Jimmy in Tennessee. Jenny, go ahead. Jimmy, I mean.
Hey, Rick, Bubba. Just listening to y'all talk about the Rocky movies a while ago earlier, and I was just going to not necessarily make sure, but just my personal opinion, Cinderella Man with Russell Crowe was just I thought it was just a tremendous movie, and if any of the guys
agreed
haven't seen it, I think they would really enjoy it. And if you hadn't seen it lately, it's an excellent movie to watch again.
I agree. That's a great, fantastic movie. It also blows my mind how far we have fallen. When you see people in the Depression with an attitude that they would pay the government back what the government gave them.
Can you imagine?
They thought they owed it back after they got back on their feet.
No.
Can you imagine? Wow. Tony in Wetumpka. Tony, go ahead.
Yeah, so I had emailed Greg and Bubba, but I know y'all guys are busy most of the time. But I don't understand. Y'all talk about the AI stuff and how they do the voiceovers for these singers. Why don't they just voice over Biden, do his own AI?
You're right, Tony.
Put peanut butter on the roof of his mouth so he looked like he's talking, like these dogs they do on movies. And hey, they can make
Yeah, I'm with you, Tony.
Here's what you do. You do that. You give Biden peanut butter and let him chew it.
Yeah, or applesauce or whatever. Something. The peanut butter is what they use for those animals, didn't they?
The chimpanzees.
Yeah, but I'm with you. With all the technology, I think the way he stammers around, and maybe they'll do it for Mitch McConnell too, but the problem is you can't get Mitch's mouth to even move. But why don't they just come in and fix it with the AI? They could.
Yeah,
they could do a lot.
They could make him look younger. They could do all.
They could make him look like he hadn't lost his mind.
Right. Man, I sung that Trump rap all day yesterday.
Did you really?
Oh yeah. It got in my head.
But yeah, if they can do that, go find
Orange Man Bad, World Gone. No, it was Orange Man Bad, World Gone Mad.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
What a great line.
A lot of truth to that. All right, guys. For some of you, we're wrapping it up, and if that's the case, then we gave you all the things to expect. Best of show on Friday, replay on Monday, and then Lord willing, everybody back together on Tuesday. And if you like to find all the information you can about the show, the website's always got it for you there at rickandbubba.com. On behalf of the entire show, thanks for being with us today.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.